Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. Today we're going to be running a little bit of the hot location. It's Kamartaj, which fits really well into one of my favorite deck archetypes, and that's Mill. We may also run a little bit of junk decks. We may run a little bit of Conquest, but we have plenty of time to figure out which direction we go. And so we'll let everyone jump in. I'll jump in with a couple of games. Since it's a deck that we've ran before, I don't think it needs much introduction. It's going to be almost your classic Mill style deck with just a small tweak in it, and that is adding in Grandmaster. Grandmaster, I think, is a really good one for the featured location. You can potentially trigger like a Yondu 3 times, which can get really big really quickly. And then everyone, thank you for jumping in and joining. Havoc, we have Demigod, we have Lusalelel. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day so far. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Hopefully the week starts off well. We're going to be streaming just about all week, and so definitely if you enjoyed the live streams, make sure you're followed so you can stick around. It's funny, as soon as the video said you were live, I saw this notification. Yeah, that was definitely by design. Krispy Kreme. So we're going to go ahead and we'll lock in the Yondu. We take out their Yondu. With this being the hot location, you're going to see a lot of Mill style decks, potentially a lot of Loki as well. But since this fits into the archetype that I just really enjoy anyways, I figured we'd run it for a little bit. But thank you everyone for jumping in. Kino, welcome in. We're going to be running some Mill, at least until we get bested too many times. We're going to see if we can climb a little bit, and then maybe we run a little bit of Conquest or a few junk decks as well. Solid, you said, finally at the end of the day I can watch TLSG instead of work. I mean, we're going to be live all week this week, except for Thursday, because for those of us in America, that's Independence Day, so we're going to be celebrating with family. All the daycares and stuff are closed. But definitely excited to be able to do some extended streams. We lose our Doc Ock, unfortunately, with our own Spider Ham. And then we lose our Cable, so we're going to lose almost the rest of our deck. And we're going to pull one additional one of their cards. This card in the right, oh, unfortunate. It was an unfortunate Gladiator pull. Watch the YouTube video with Pixie. Cat eating waffle. Hopefully you enjoyed it. That one was really fun. I think it really is kind of a bit flexible. Yeah, that one's one big oof. They have a lot of resources. We only have the 3 we have in our hand, being Doc Ock, Red Hulk, and Shadow King. We're gonna dip out of this one. That was an unfortunate Gladiator pull for sure. And then Boofin, long time no see. Long time no see. That went out on my notification. I thought it was fitting. Real Raptor, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're 0-1 right now. I think we did that to ourselves though. Knowing that they were running a Mill deck, we probably, in hindsight, either shouldn't have played Gladiator or should have played it somewhere differently. Can't stick around too long since I got to go to work. I mean, I appreciate you hopping in, and we might be live whenever you go on to break. We're gonna be live for quite a while today, and then we're also gonna. This is also on our video on demand channel. So if you ever want to come back and catch up on it, then you absolutely can. And so next up we have SSO 238. So we'll give him the fist bump back. We got Mojo World. I'm gonna go ahead and play. Actually, I'm gonna hold Yondu. I'm gonna hold it for a better chance at Kamartaj at the hot location. Watch the video and watch your stream. What a conundrum. one Brian. That's gonna be a tough one.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
And this Zippy by Day. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. You started us off super solid, and I don't know if you saw the goal, but I've been able to come to an agreement that if I can reach that goal, then we can make the transition.
Hey, man.
But I appreciate the Prime sub and the support and just you being here. So we steal their Iron Man, which is always a good one to pull. I think I'm going to play Yondu to the right. There's a chance that it turns into Mojo World, and so we would need additional cards there anyways. Oof. The Korg and Rock Slide on curve. We take out the Ravona, which is nice. We have to look out for Hawk and a couple of other cards. I think Magic would be nice to extend the game, but I think we go ahead and go Grandmaster. We could risk it with like a Doc Ock, but I'm not sure if that's worthwhile. So how many decks you got prepared for Arishem? I only have 2. I only have 2, but I think the first one is going to absolutely crush. And so I'm not sure if we need an excessive amount. That's my hope anyways. So we can always do their Iron Man in Onslaught Citadel. And then we have enough to fill up Mojo World. That's not a huge amount. That's what, 5? What, 20? So if they have a Hawk, then we don't. While I stream at a time I can be awake. Milk Enjoyer, welcome in. I was able to get my daughter up and around a little bit earlier today, and so we were able to start the stream a little bit early. Yes, Zippy by day. If we hit that goal, then we'll be able to transition to doing it in a full-time capacity. Brunov, welcome in. I'm doing well today. How are you? Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So we could always do Baron Zemo, Spider Ham, but that's not huge. I think we jump out of this one too. A rough start for sure. But it's only one. So who's getting Arishem? I'm getting it, and I wasn't excited about it, but then I started reading some of the guides and posts that people have been putting together, and I think it might be better than what I assumed it would be. Why prepare decks for him? So I think that's where a lot of people are potentially wrong with Arishem. Because with that card, yes, you generate 12 random cards, but typically you don't want to rely on that. That's going to be where he kind of falls into that mid category, is if you get bad cards that are generated. I think you still build around wanting to play your good cards, just being able to do it ahead of curve. I'm hit with an ad. Zippy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Huge support from both the Prime and then the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. And then Brunov, I apologize for the ads. That's why we're kind of roping this first one. I'm hit with an ad right now, but that was me. Zippy, I mean, we're still a ways off. But if it happens, then I think we would be so excited to be able to do that. As soon as he was data mined, I said I was going to get him. Yeah, it's one of those that could either be really, really strong, or could kind of flop if it doesn't work how we think. But I think he'll be pretty good. You think he's going to be skippable? I think he'll be good in like a handful of decks. I don't think the ones that are wanting to do like the Quinjet reduction into playing those cards, I think that may be the wrong direction to go with him. But he's headed towards overrated. Are overrated lately? We can do Baron, but that's going to take our remaining spots there. I think I'll do Baron to the right. Next turn we can Magic one of the locations we have Doc Ock for the turn 5. If you're aiming for competitive, you can skip him freely. I mean, I think a lot of cards have the capacity to be more competitive than what we thought they would be. I know a lot of people were really down on Nocturne, and she's in like every deck that gets built now. He said, I'll do my part. I'll be your first whale. Zippy by day, I appreciate it. Because it would be... It's one of those that doesn't really feel like it's attainable or going to be possible, but I know that we have a lot of support. We have a pretty big network, and so it would be really cool. I'd be really blessed to be able to do this in like a full-time manner. Taking out our Magic is unfortunate, but since this is a mill deck anyways, I think maybe they'll do it. Last of the Jedi, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Huge support. I appreciate you being here and helping us out towards that goal. Waspmander, I'm about ready to say meh and spend a key on Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham is one of the, if you don't have him unlocked, I like him. I think he's really useful. And then one MV, how's it going? Thank you for jumping in and joining us. He said, I'm going to embrace chaos and deck build around Hercules when that spotlight. Yeah, I'm excited to pick up Hercules with that drop as well. It's not one that I currently have, and so I think it'll be really useful. So Doc Ock could end up hurting us. We might just do Doc Ock in mid. I think there's a chance that they magic for us. Looking at this being a mill deck. So I'm just going to Doc Ock mid, and then we have both Red Hulks to play wherever we want. I don't think people doubting Nocturne, more like Blink stole her spotlight. There were a lot of people that were really doubtful about her. I think Nocturne was one. People said it was going to be the worst card release of the season. And then now here we are, and it's in every deck you can imagine. Is it ever Red Hulk, or is it something like this? We have a good lead here, so they have to play in this lane. Then it's more of, would this do it instead? I'm going to do this direction. He said, bro, the Pixie video told me you're live. That was something that I picked up from Jeff. That was a recommendation that that he told me when I made the transition to streaming on Twitch. So I'm glad that the call out let you know that that it was live. Before you went on your hiatus, you were the first content creator I watched. I watched all your dailies to help me figure out the pool 2 decks in the late 22 and 23. That's huge, Zippy. I'm so glad that you're still here, and that we didn't lose, a big chunk of that audience. By, I mean, I'm sure we lost some, but there's still a lot of people that are here and were supportive of my coming back. Which it could have just as easily been that nobody was here. Like, no, it could have been that nobody cared after that. And so I'm glad that you guys still want to be here for the content. A lot of people doubt her because she has the Scarlet Witch ability. Yeah, but we all know how powerful Jeff was. I know that Pilk, if he's still around, was one that was saying Nocturne was the best release of the season, and people were dogging on him. But that movable power is so flexible. Even more so now, with Professor X the way that it is. But yeah, the RNG can sometimes stab you in the back. Sometimes more often than not. You just gotta roll with the punches.
Oh, snap.
Radar, thank you so much for the Prime
welcome.
sub.
It took you long enough.
Very much appreciate the support and having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm using this deck right now, but with Magneto instead of Red Hulk. Yeah. And Grandmaster was one that is easily cuttable. I have it in here specifically for the hot location, but it's easily one that could be switched. I think before that I had Jeff, just in case we got Doc Ocked, we could have that that flexible power source. So they have Dagger. It's looking like a full-on movement deck. We could mill 2 other cards. We have Magic to take away Sinister London if it looks like they're going to be leaning onto it heavily. Full week of the goat. Yeah, it's going to be the full week. We're going to be planning on being live. Pilky said Nocturne is one of the best designed cards in the whole game. She has both her parents' abilities and combined stats. Yeah, I think the flavor of the card is so good. Because it's not, I wouldn't say it's overpowered, because it does have that RNG element that it can stab you in the back, but it's just the flavor of it fits her character perfectly. And so we got lucky with Gladiator not pulling into Subterranean Rocks. So I think we're just going to rip this middle location away. The double Vulture in the left is kind of scary, but if we end up getting Shadow King, then we'll be able to deal with it pretty well. So the Cloak, unfortunately, they're not... Oh, it's a Beast. They will be able to move their cards. And so they pull in the Widow's Kiss, the Cloak, and then the Dagger as well, right? Iron Fist got destroyed by Gladiator. So Baron Zemo becomes really unuseful with Subterranea. Email, you said, hey TLSG, great to have you back creating content, but more importantly, I'm thankful you're doing well. Losing loved ones is horrible, and just know that I appreciate your transparency and kindness. Thank you so much, email. That means a lot. Just that people were here for me to come back to means the world. You don't have to be able to sub or gift. Like, those are always appreciated, of course. But if that's not within your means, then just being able to be here to enjoy the content is more than I could ever ask. There's one of the rocks. Baron Zemo will likely hit a rock as well, unless they just got really unlucky with their draw. We mainly put it out for the stats. Unfortunate. So with Cloak, they can move these. We'll have a potential Shang-Chi target. We would have to get lucky in top deck, something like Shadow King, or else we have to retreat. Rocky Road, good morning. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Losing a loved one while still parenting is something I personally had trouble with. Any advice? So, and I think it's going to differ for everybody, but I think it's always going to be tough. But what I tried to keep in mind was that, like, these were their early years and their developmental years, and I wouldn't be able to get those back. And so I tried to really still appreciate, like, the good and bad from both my son and daughter. Like, it's easier said than done, but just try not to take it for granted, because it won't always be there.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Leo, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Huge support. Thank you for being here. It's a lot of rocks. And we pulled 2 of theirs, so they're likely sitting on much better cards than we are. We can take out their dagger or their vulture, but we can't do both. We're gonna jump out of that one. That one's unfortunate.
Escaped.
And if the mill deck doesn't work, or if it doesn't turn around, we always have Clutter. Clutter's another comfy list for me. It is Sleeper. It's the legal support group stream. Just in case you needed any kind of advice, that is what we're here for. That's what TLSG stands for. Welcome in, Sleeper. Hopefully you're having a great day. So next up we have Skynet. He said, hey there, I've been watching your YouTube videos for a while, but this is the first time I've gotten to see you on a live stream. Well, thank you for jumping in and joining us. It's definitely... I try to keep a similar pace, but it's definitely harder to be as analytical. Like, there's a lot of jumping back and forth, so sometimes I misplay. But the vibes are still the very much the same as what they are on the videos. So hopefully you enjoy it. I'm glad that you're here to join us. Pilk, you haven't hit Infinite? You used to be one that, like, rushed to Infinite on day 1. So is it just that you're playing a little bit less? Or are you focusing on Conquest? So we took both their Mysterio and their Hood. Baron Zemo could give us some potential good inverted cards. Spider-Ham could potentially take out some of their good resources. I like the idea of maybe doing Baron to the left. Sav it up. You said first time catching a stream as well. Well, we're going to be live pretty much this entire week, and so if you enjoy it, definitely stick around, because we'll be live a lot more than we ever have been for this week, because I'm off work, and so we might as well spend that time doing something that we're enjoying. We don't have any ongoings, do we? Sauron could have stabbed us in the back. Let's see. They discarded Cersei. Wow, so they're both Annihilus and Cersei down. Yeah, that was a big hit for them. Oh, is it the 1-cost Cersei? Woof. That's an even worse one. We could do double Gladiator and Spider-Ham. They've lost both of their means to clear. So if it ends up pulling a Sentry, we're fine with that, even if it sticks into the middle locations, because it would cap out their right lane. The other thing we have to look for in this deck would be like that Red Guardian, or the Red Hulk, not the Red Guardian. The Red Hulk, potentially Magneto if they're running an augmented version. Just Ichi, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I don't know what deck I should use. There's a couple of Pilk, depending on your collection. If you have Mockingbird, that one that Or if you have Thena, I guess. The one that runs the Iron Man Juggernaut. It's like silly strong. It's really hard to consistently beat that one. So they don't have any cards left in their deck. We could completely drain them of the rest of their resources. Then it would come down to winning an additional lane. So this one may be, I don't know, a game where we play Hood so we get the cheap resources, but I also kind of like using Doc Ock. We have Shadow King and Shang-Chi to take out whatever resources we need. We have a 0-8. Yeah, we can Shadow King set it to 0. Goliath is big too. And so Shadow King here would set that. And then we would need 4 more power in another lane. We're not quite going to be able to get right. This brings him back up to 3. So it'd be, this would do it, right? We take out their big Goliath left. Shadow King sets Cable back to base. So we should be able to come over the 12. I think by 1. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Victory.
You said you were using that before but swapped. Yeah, it's really flexible, and it's hard. Like Mobius somewhat derails it, but not entirely. Why is everyone playing that Pixie deck? I don't know. It does decently with the featured location, and I also just featured it, so it may just be that people are testing it out. It was really fun as far as a Pixie deck goes. I was able to climb decently. I think I went from close to 400 down to 300 with it, and then I messed around and experimented with a couple of different builds yesterday just in my downtime. I like playing different decks, not really to win, but just to see their abilities play out in Chaos. Yeah, I've created a lot based off your videos, but most of the time you have a couple of cards that I don't, so it's fun to figure out what would be a good sub. Yeah, I like... a lot of times I don't snap optimally, because a lot of times I just like to see how the game plays out and see if they're able to like overcome like a deficit that we potentially put them in. It's just, it's one of the ways that I enjoy the game as well. We're gonna have extra energy here. Usually a destroy deck doesn't do phenomenally against. Usually it doesn't do phenomenally against like a mill deck because we can use Doc Ock, pull out like a null, pull out a death, and really consolidate their high power plays into one lane. That was a rough game to get milled on. Which one? The last one? GM to the Spider Ham? Oh, they did. That's really funny. They did end up playing the pig out. So we can grandmaster the Spider Ham. We do have magic. We have we have Doc Ock as well. Oh, the Pixie deck? Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a rough one to end up getting milled. Same thing with like a Mr. Negative deck, because then you lose all of that upside that you were able to get. So they lose their ability to do the death. We know that they have it in hand, but it's not going to be able to be a cheap one. So we have White Widow. I think we're going to do something like maybe Magic. We have White Widow into Venom, all into Monster Metropolis. Is a potential line we go with. It's a lot of cleaning from Lady Deathstrike. Lady Deathstrike is one of those cards that I think is probably a little underused. Whenever the meta and the curve goes to such like low power plays, but a lot of them, Lady Deathstrike has phenomenal overall value. I think we have to go the White Widow Venom. Otherwise, we might accidentally get capped out in the right lane from Strange Academy. I would rather do Gladiator to get an additional resource away from him. But I think this is our safer play. Yeah, if we get sometimes even just one of those, then it can be a good game because Red Hulk can cover the other one. Doc Ock left. Probably should have Doc Ock left. Kind of forgot it was turn 5. I had stopped playing for over a year, and now I'm finding myself missing some very important cards: Mockingbird, Nico, Nocturne. So one, I think it's still very possible to climb. I think more so what you would need to focus on would be finding a deck that does well without those big resources. So something like the original Shuri deck still does some insane numbers that can still keep up in like the current game. And so like I think something like that, or like a Destroy deck, has really good numbers despite not having a lot of new things. And so that may be where you start as you kind of start picking up some of those additional resources. But 6 points feels so bad. Lady Legion and Bolt both need one more. I can see that. Shang-Chi would be great. Speaking of Shang-Chi, Shang-Chi there was fantastic. We can clear this one unless they can do... Oh, we're fine. We're good. We'll play Shang-Chi left, Gladiator right. They don't have anything, so we're not going to pull into any additional cards. Unless they did an Arnim Zola, and that was the only card that got missed. And they hit one of these two. That could ruin us. Otherwise, we're good. They still allow you to dual stream? Yeah. Ugi. So I'm on... So what they ended up limiting was the bots that kind of forward the messages from one to the other. And so I'm dual streaming, but we just can't have a Death top deck. Death was here. We just can't have the bot that reroutes the messages, is what they ended up banning, but they allowed dual streaming. So I am live on the video on demand channel. But yeah, I can link the Shuri deck. Let me pull it. This one does well in Conquest, because it's one that you can kind of flexibly play that power depending on what your opponent's running, and it just puts out really good numbers. And so this is a decent gold Conquest that just has... Oh, that's an ugly... I forgot how ugly the links are. Sorry for the spam. That's the deck code, so you should be able to copy that, paste it into the game. As you put more and more Arishems into your deck, the value of each gets less and less. Marginal utility. Wait, the amount of Arishems? You can only put one, right? I'm not sure I follow. Reported for spam. If they get me, they get me. So I think there are definitely still ways around that. Like, you throw a blob into the deck, all of a sudden you're gonna mill like 4 or 5 of the cards. You take down the power a touch. You can also do like your Shang-Chi. You have a couple of ways to beat like that one high power play. Now the rocks will definitely be unfortunate, but I'm hoping that it doesn't counter it as much as people are thinking. If you could, you would. I don't know. Like, if you're gonna do more than one, I think you just go all in on like 6, because then you have 6 energy every single turn. If you were able to do more than one. Otherwise, I think it makes more sense to just do one. That way you have a better chance. You're still gonna draw a lot of the cards that were in your kind of base deck. So this is a mill deck. Doing Gladiator's kind of risky, because we could end up milling ourselves, giving them Cable, which ends up drawing cards. We could do Doc Ock, Baron Zemo, which pulls our Spider Ham, and then we lose our Baron Zemo. Unfortunate that we pulled the Baron Zemo once again. But we will mill something else with Hotel Inferno. So we take away their cable. And then changing that location with magic, I don't think we're going to lose a card. So we definitely came out of that interaction, I think, on the upside. We can do Grandmaster. We do have Doc Ock, so if we can pull most of the remaining resources, it makes it hard for them to play for Morag. Yeah, the chance of drawing it are lower, but it's still not 0. And unless you're really going all in with like both like a Hawk and a Mystique, then I think we'd be okay. And I don't know that it's... People refer to it as District X games, but I think it's gonna be a little bit better than that. Because you still have some resources that are yours, it's not complete chaos. You're still gonna be able to structure a deck that benefits either those random cards or benefits that higher energy curve that you're gonna have. And so over the course of the game, you're gonna have a lot of extra energy that your opponent won't have access to. So the White Widow in the right lane was huge. Probably should have snapped earlier, but...
Victory.
Yeah, 6 extra energy over the course of the game, and you have some potential resources to build in, I think is definitely like understated. Okay, so it's going to be great for 2 weeks, and then Cassandra Nova is going to come in and be just a huge power surge for those that are playing Arishem. Like, we'll have to look for ways to deal with that if we're playing Arishem then.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
But
enough.
no, Cassandra Nova is gonna be, I think, crazy strong against it. And then Chris from EU, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm gonna do just a couple of card upgrades because it looks like we're getting close to an ad break, and I don't want it to run over into the game. So we're gonna do a quick minute and a half, and we'll do some chatting. We'll adjust the deck a little bit, and then we'll jump back in. We're climbing. We're down below rank 300 once again. So I'll see you guys once we get back. Don't go anywhere. This is second dinner. Got to get excited for whatever you can. It's got to be fun to watch, but I'm not wasting resources. So I wasn't excited about him, but I am. I think I'm jumping on the hype train. I don't think he's going to be completely broken, but I think he'll definitely be a viable deck that could potentially be frustrating to play against at times. You said, what's your coolest split? And so if you are familiar with the beta days, the one that I like the most, it doesn't like look the best, but it doesn't look the best, but it's one that you can't get anymore. And that's gonna be this one. It's just pure gold. Like, you can't, there's no particle effect, and that's not possible to do outside of very early beta, because they added where the particles stack, and so you can never have a non-particle affected gold. And so it doesn't look the best, but it's probably one of my rarest ones. Can you set that on a custom card? Yeah, you can. So on Chavez's custom card, I have it on this split as well. And so yeah, you can split it on the custom card if you want. We can change the border of it, but it still has just the flat gold, which I think is really cool. But I think one of the better looking ones that I have would be, I like this one on Jubilee. It's a gold crackle. I don't have anything like super crazy, but there's a few that I have that I like. I think the gold background on Jubilee looks nice. What did you use the free borders on? I haven't. So I used the gold or the neon green one on Mysterio, and I actually just pulled this from the season pass track, the after 50. So I wanna change this variant. So we use the neon green one on Mysterio. I think it looks really good on him. You get 3 cards that are neon green border out instead of just 1. The silver ones I haven't used. I have no idea where to use those. I don't play Silver Surfer enough, and I think that one's going to be the most common home. And so I don't know where to put it. But Silver for Doom? We could. Welcome back in, Soul Knife. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hopefully you had a good weekend. We're glad to see you in. The silver border looks great on ink cards, so I'll probably need to throw it. Like, honestly, it could go on Jeff. I use Jeff more than any other card, so it might have the most value there. Let's go ahead and go... If we go Cable, we won't be able to draw a card. So I think I'm going to go White Widow to the right. With Olympia drawing into 2 additional cards, they won't have as many cards for us to mill. Wheaton, you said, sorry to spam with the same question, but you think it's possible Arishem can be meta? I think there's a chance. I don't think the way that most people are looking at building him will necessarily be the correct way. A lot of people are wanting to lean into the RNG with like Quinjet, Mockingbird, but ideally you're going to play as few of those random resources as possible. Because I think it's always going to be stronger to play your own cards and just utilize the extra energy that you have to play them ahead of curve. And so I think there's a chance that it does, but it comes down to if that direction actually builds well, and if it can deal with the direct counter of like Hawk. Hawk decks are, I think, the biggest potential detriment to that build, and so we have to see if we're able to address them and still be able to win consistently. Silver for Absorbing Man. I don't use Absorbing Man very often though. That's my biggest hesitation, is that some of these cards I don't use almost ever. And so I don't want to use it on a card that I'm not going to use frequently. And Mysterio is one that, especially as like we get like Gwynpool, we could potentially do hand buff decks and different things that I think Mysterio will have consistent value for quite a while. Absorbing Man I use maybe one or 2 times a season. You only see 4 or 5 of your own cards? Yeah, but if all 4 or 5 of those of your own cards are good, I don't know. I think I don't know. I feel like you'll be able to lean into those 4 or 5 really heavily instead of by being able to play them ahead of curve, so you can build your curve higher potentially. I don't think the Corvus would be great, because then you're potentially losing some big resources there as well. So they went Loki. They're going to have a copy of our deck. We have the cheap Jeff. We could go Gladiator. They don't have any more resources in their deck, but we're worried about potentially getting milled, I guess. So we can go Magic plus Jeff into the middle location. We could shoot for a Doc Ock. I think I'm going to go Spider-Ham to the right as well. Yeah, you'll end up with a ton of energy unless you can potentially have like really big card generating sources. So like Agent Coulson, Nick Fury, you might be able to lean into that piece as well. Yeah, it'd be 3 extra energy, which could be nice. What do we end up hitting in this right lane? Shang-Chi. Not bad. We will definitely take the Shang-Chi. We did dodge the White Widow in mid, and the Nocturne is in mid, so they won't be able to pull that one away. We can do Doc Ock. Yondu's not going to do us much good, so we're going to hold out. We do have Shadow King, so if we pull in like a Red Hulk, we could potentially set it back to base with our Shadow King. We have Gladiator to kind of go over the top as well. Doc Ock equals pull Shang-Chi and maybe a few other things. Yeah, it's so commonly that it ends up being Shang-Chi. Thirsty and Quinjet seem like the only 2 cards that are a must. I don't know if I'm even going to drop Quinjet in my deck early on, because a lot of times the RNG cards are going to be kind of mid-value. I don't think they're going to be fantastic value. And so I don't know if I'm even going to run Quinjet. I think it'll be cool to experiment with a couple different ones, either way into like the Loki card generation Quinjet stuff. But I don't know if that's always the answer. I think there's some other ways you can build him. Like I don't think I'm going to run Mockingbird either, because my goal is to not drop a flood of the generated cards. Victory. Yeah, wave is definitely going in my deck. Booyah. Because being able to do wave on 2, even if it's only in like 20% of games, that's 20% of games that you have a huge like swing against them by being able to play something on 3 and they can't do anything. yeah, if it gives you super low, you would have to rely on Loki at that point. And I don't know if we want to rely on like one soul card. If you ran 100, why would you ever run 100? Cassandra Nova would be huge. I had to stop playing a little the other day when I had 5 cards in hand and Doc pulled everything but my Shang-Chi. That was the singular Shang-Chi that didn't. So I don't know if you get. So I'm torn about Fastos as well. I don't know that he makes the cut. Originally, I thought it would be a cool card for it, but if you're leaning into not playing those randomly generated cards, sometimes that cost reduction, you're not going to even want to play that card anyways. And then the power bonus, if it's cards you don't care about, you don't really want to hold for. Or you don't want to. I mean, Fastos, you might use half of the cards that you get that are generated by Fastos. I'm not sure if he even makes the cut, which is kind of sad. I know a lot of people bought him for the potential that he's good in Arishem, but I'm not sure if he even makes it there either. Oh, I forgot about Subterranea. Oof. Whoops. That's gonna be a rough one. I think we retreat out of this game. That's so unfortunate. We could do Cable to try to steal some of their cards, but I think we're cooked. Gonna pull 2 rocks? Yeah, worse than 2 rocks for sure. If they have Absorb Man to copy the debris. So we could do this number, which would protect any card we drop here. Might protect their cards as well. I'm not sure what this is. They didn't snap. They should. I can't wait for the Quicksilver, Thanos, Agatha, Arishem combo. There's definitely going to be some memes out of it. I think that would definitely be one. So as long as they can play more than 7 power over here, we protect their cards with the rock. We're gonna. Oh, this one's awful.
Escaped.
If you had Quicksilver, should have Domino as well. I don't know that. I don't think those 2 cards would make the cut either. Like if you're going with the Thanos stuff, then yeah. If you want to make a meme so that you have the world's longest opening animation, then definitely go with that. Think of the chance for 2 dominoes on turn 2. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work like that, would it? Cal Rosie, I'm doing well today. We had a good weekend. Hopefully you did as well. And we're ready to have some pretty long streams. We have streams almost all this week queued up. Got to put in high Evo for a even longer opening. He's going to lean all the way into it. All week of TLSG? Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to be streaming every day but Thursday. And they're going to be pretty long streams. We do have a sponsored stream lined up for tomorrow. But I'm going to do that portion before Arishem's release. That way we can jump back into Snap and be focused on that whenever Arishem comes out. I almost feel like we need to play into the Vibranium Mines. We have their Blue Marvel, so this looks like maybe a Zoo or Flood deck. What's the sponsor stream for? The sponsor stream is going to be for it's Star Trek Command. And so we have 2 hours slotted in tomorrow. I think from 11 a.m. Central to 1. We'll be doing that, and that'll give us about an hour to transition back over to Snap, be able to potentially regain some viewership, and then we'll be live when Arishem comes out. The long stream guy. Yeah, they're going to be like 3-hour streams. We're going to test what it would be like if we did decide to go like full-time for this. like the 6-7 hour streams pretty consistently. So you won't just become a full-time Star Trek streamer? I'm pretty sure. But it might just blow us away. It might just blow us away, and we might end up just needing to do that instead. We have the extra turn. This one is completely capped. With the blue Marvel, I don't know what else they're building into their deck. I kind of want to go Doc Ock to the left just to get some of the resources out. I'm not sure how we win from there. Maybe it ends up being like a blue Marvel plus Shadow King on turn number 7. Oh, C2 Enjoyer? They have Jeff. I mean, it looked like it. Everything else definitely looked like it. TLSG's beard makes him look like Riker. Wait, who's Riker?
Doom rules all.
Oh, Riker from Star Trek. Okay. Gotcha now. So it is Patriot. They can't play for the rest of the game. This wins one lane. Can we win? Can we win another? I think we can with something like 5, 6, 7. This would give us 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Junk list now. Should we switch over to the junk list? I mean, we're winning with this one. It's just mill is mill.
Victory.
Well, their gameplay is done. Yeah, whenever you lock them out of the game, a lot of times it becomes a matter of like figuring out the puzzle of how do you win from that point. Because usually you're going to be down on points. It's just figuring out how you can swing it back in your favor. I'm promoting this deck. You're making my ladder play unpleasant. As soon as the hot location goes away, I'm sure that the consistency of this deck will go down. Like I would definitely end up cutting Grandmaster, and actually, if you're looking at mill decks, the latest version that I've been playing actually ended up cutting Yondu, Grandmaster, and Zemo for a few other pieces instead. We had a couple of like counter components in like Red Guardian to take out the Iron Man that we're seeing quite a bit. So the version outside of the hot location, I ended up cutting Yondu. And so I don't know why I enjoy obnoxious decks so much. It's been my MO for so long. And then Tucker, welcome in. If it ain't the Mill King, love the list. We are enjoying the hot location for sure. The hot location is Kamartaj, which makes mill decks that much more potent. White Widow becomes obnoxious. Your Yondu takes out 2 cards, potentially doing like a Yondu to the right and then Grandmaster on it to take out 3. It just makes milling their deck that much more consistent. And we spider-hammed their Jeff a little bit earlier. There's also a Magic/Doc Ock list that is doing Clog Professor X instead of Mill. Really loaf. That sounds right up my alley. Harry still holds the Mill King title. He might. Was he running Mill before I came back? I double up Y as hot locations. I mean, that's a pretty good question. We could either risk it. That's a 1 out of 3 risk. We're not going to do that. We're going to do Yondu into mid, take out 2 of the remaining cards. We could Grandmaster, but I think we hold it. We could always do Doc Ock into Grandmaster, moving the Doc Ock into mid. He invented the original mill list the day Baron released. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't around then, but I definitely would have enjoyed it. Because mill was something that I played around with during beta, and you could just never make it work. But I was excited whenever we finally found one that could actually work. So we either Doc Ock to the right, we Doc Ock to the left, to make sure that we get maximum disruption. And just in case they have something like Odin, I think that's what we're going with. He was running mill this morning. I mean, with the hot location, I feel like you have to. I've had to play a shield style deck because of the mill going on. Yeah. If I didn't enjoy mill, this is a Namor. Yeah, a Namora. If I didn't enjoy mill, I'd be playing Conquest. I wouldn't even engage with this location. But I enjoy both debris junk and this style stuff with mill, so I think it definitely fits my style. So we take out their Odin, the pig, and then Dr. Doom comes down. So they're locked into this location with just 12 power. This one we can take out 14, bringing them down to 16, which we could tie the 16. I think Red Hulk mid. If we end up getting something like Shadow King, that might be okay. Or it might end up being like Gladiator Shang-Chi to the right, depending on what they drop. With the Wong Namora deck, an Iron Lad, the Odin, they've already dropped Iron Heart. I think anything else would kind of... Oh. We hit their Jeff. We took out their Nocturne. Out their Ravona. Crawler? They moved Crawler to the left for the Namora. Because they originally played it mid. We do get Shadow King. I'm wondering if this becomes our play. It's either that or we're just looking at a tiebreaker to the left. Because Shang-Chi brings us to 16. This brings them down to 16. I think this would be the only like play for winning that we would have. They have Shadow King left. I think we need the extra clear over here. Shadow King left would bring them down to... It wouldn't even bring them down below 16. But we wouldn't win left off of that. They have probably White Tiger as one of the remaining cards, and I can't remember the last card in the list. But I think this is the direction we go. Shang-Chi ties left. It brings them down by 17. 14, 15, 16, 17. Would bring them down to... Oh, wait, does it win? Would bring them down to 13. Yeah, 17 power down. We'd go up to 15. So Shadow King left just wins, right? My math may be not mathin' today. Oh, wait. We still have the Nightcrawler. So the Shadow King would bring it down. It'd be a 17-point swing. So it'd be a tie. It'd still be tie. Yeah. I think this is the safer play, knowing we took out all of their like buffing resources and their big power plays. We have White Tiger left in the list and then one other card that I can't think of, but typically it's not going to be a very big one. Yeah, the math wasn't mathin' today. Everyone let us know that it tied left. It feels like there may only be like 5 people running during the hot location. They may be tired of it at this point. Sage right? Sage right could, yeah. Oh, I forgot Sage being in the list. That's a good call. Everyone, I think it was a tie. I agree. We have the double White Widow. We can get another one if we end up doing Grandmaster. We don't have any of the mill cards yet, but we have a lot of kind of clutter in that left lane. They have the White Widow as well. We can only do one more card over there. They can only do one more as well. Leroy was running the mill style deck, right? Cable to the right. We have Grandmaster to come over the top of it. We get Magic out of the Gladiator. They always get Baron Zemo, which ruins my whole day. And we always pull their Baron Zemo. They pull our Magic, which I guess we'll take. Second Cable is going to be nice. Pull 2 more other cards. We have Doc Ock for 5. We have to look out for Mindscape switching the locations, though, unless they use a magic of their own, which the middle is a 3-cost card. They could magic. No, Baron Zemo. Into Spider Ham, unfortunately. What did we end up losing with the Yondu? Oh, our Yondu. We pull their Maximus and their Red Hulk. But with this middle location, we're going to give them so many resources. You could pull magic, but I think they're more likely to have it in hand.
Opponent snapped.
Play the Maximus. Something like that. 2 Red Hulks for them really hurts? Yeah, I agree. Or would we even do... Would we do it the other order? Baron Zemo to make sure that it goes into play. I think it's worth the... I think it's worth the chuckle, at least. So they played the Doc Ock left. Into the Shang-Chi is wild. The 1 out of 5 magnet. They can still overpower it, but they'll have to at least invest something over there. They just win left now. Well, the cannonball stabbed us in the back. Unfortunate. Okay. So they did have magic. We should have Doc Ocked mid, which was a line I thought about trying. So 13 power Red Hulk was in the works. That would bring them up to 23. That'd be 19. We gotta retreat out of it.
Escaped.
Yeah. If Cannonball hadn't pushed Baron Zemo over there, they would have had to at least play over there, making the Red Hulk line. Oh, we had Limbo. Did. I guess we had a shot there, maybe. Every Doc Ock. Yeah, we should have ran before the 4, but I wanted to see how it played out. I think the Doc Ock mid, knowing there were a mill deck, probably would have been our safer play. It's alright. Yeah, he had the Doc Ock, but we had their Shang-Chi. We could have hit it again, which would have been really funny. If Doc Ock pulled a second Shang-Chi, would have been great. So we take out their Calling Wing. They have Meek. I think we're just going to snap into it. We have a double White Widow, potential double Gladiator. I know that they will be able to move Meek around.
Victory.
Get those cubes back one at a time. We'll take an easy one after losing something like we lost before. We'll take an easy one where we can. Ooh, and I forgot that the Infinite Conquest opens up. We may do an Infinite Conquest run or two. Maybe we jump in with Arishem if we're confident enough in our build. Maybe we run some Infinite Conquest with him. Next up, we have Jimmy Dinkins Enjoyer, rocking the Gladiator avatar. Let's see, Snow Guard. So it could just be that they're going like a heavy Loki build. A lot of times the Doc Ock pull isn't fantastic against Loki builds. Go with the singular White Widow. We have Gladiator that we can throw to the right. We have magic to extend the game into the Doc Ock pull. But we have to look out for their different Snow Guard cards. I think we go Gladiator, see if we can start milling some of the resources. Again, if this is Loki, seeing the Snow Guard, if it's Loki, Sometimes that's a little bit scary going Gladiator because you can just pull like their Coulson or something that generates a lot of additional value for them. Ooh, we have a 10 power Gladiator courtesy of their Juggernaut, which we will absolutely take. We can do magic into Spider-Ham. We have to look out for I think it's the Hawk that ignores the locations. But otherwise, we're safe from the Nocturne in the left lane. We do have the discounted Scar, which I think is really funny. We can Doc Ock next turn, which would end up making Scar 2 cost. And if we ended up drawing or playing Red Hulk, we could potentially have it for free. Okay, so their Shadow King's now gone. They do have the Loki line. A little bit scary. The Hawk is now gone. We don't have to worry about that. We can pretty safely sit with Limbo. Kind of want to go Doc Ock mid. If they do a Doc Ock of their own, they're going to lose a lot of their additional draw. They'll only be able to draw 1 additional card. I'm sure that they have Shang-Chi. Potentially grabbed our Shadow King. They could mill a few of our cards. I think we're in an okay spot. There's the Shadow King. Magic to extend the game. Both not great resources for them mid. And then, depending on what this one is, Doc Ock. So Doc Ock of their own. Let's see what we end up pulling. Yondu to mill a card, and then our Scar gets pulled. So we definitely win mid. They lose their cable out of it. Now we just have to win 1 additional location. So the cable they got from Loki. So if I was a Loki enjoyer, definitely I would get, you get the most value out of your cosmetic bundle, or like your borders from that card. I would definitely go with that. We still have to look out for a potential Shang-Chi that we may have just missed. SSE, welcome in. It's good to see you as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. We can go Cable. We still potentially have Shang-Chi unless they Cable stole it. So we'll go Cable for now. Red Guardian. So they have... That's our Red Hulk, right? Yeah, that's our Red Hulk. I think we end up losing this one. We have mid, but all of our power stacked in, and they got our second high power play. They move Nocturne over here. That ends up being 15. We can't compete with the 15. And we don't have Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi would make this a little bit more feasible. Oh. And check the Loki cards.
Escaped.
Like, pull it up. Or the card back. Shows what they were originally. Has it always been that way? I didn't realize that. And so we could see if they transformed their Shang-Chi. Not always, but for a while. That's really good to know. I didn't realize that you could check the Loki cards. That was another one of those changes that I missed while I was away. Yeah, and so especially with something like Doc Ock, you can pull their cards in, see if it would have been one of those resources that you're afraid of. I like it. Oh, when they changed it to transform, so it stopped working with the collector stuff. We're going against Agatha Enjoyer again. See if we can beat them. 90% of the people who were around for the change still forget. Definitely not me. So we took out their Yondu. We have Cable, Gladiator, so we're gonna mill through most of their deck. I'm gonna go ahead and we'll play it aggressively. Just being able to pull their resources, especially seeing the Yondu, knowing that it's a mill deck, like kind of most likely a mirror. I think Cable's gonna give us a lot of value here. Gladiator becomes very scary, so it may be that we don't even play Gladiator into nowhere. We have the White Widow to take up 2 of their spaces in Camartage. And then maybe it's something like Spider-Ham. I think we err on the side of caution and don't Gladiator this game. I've been abusing the hot locations with the mill deck, and I feel so dirty for it. Dad, don't feel dirty for it. Mill is for me, mill is such a fun archetype. I know a lot of people hate on it, but I enjoy mill decks so much. And so they go Gladiator, which hits our Shang-Chi. Unfortunate. But if we hit something like White Widow, then they're capped out in mid, which is why I decided to not go with our Gladiator there. They also get a rock to the right. We have the double Black Bolt that's going to get rid of some of the cards in their hand. Or we magic to change that location. Seeing how restricted they are on resources, knowing that this becomes an easy win in mid, I think maybe magic right, Black Bolt on 5 in the middle location. We have Black Bolt by himself here wins, and then Red Hulk Gladiator to the left. I don't think they'll be able to compete with that power. 3 Widow's Kisses in mid is awful. I think I'm basically running the same deck, except I'm running Beast instead of Grandmaster, and Yondu instead of Pig. So I'm running Yondu as well. I'm running Yondu alongside the Pig just for the hot location. Outside of that, I would kick it out. I don't think Yondu makes a cut afterwards. All right, so the Absorbing Man pulled our Doc Ock, which pulled their Shang-Chi, which is actually okay. Because now all we need to do is play more than 4 power to the right, so our Gladiator, and we end up winning. We're going to double Black Bolt mid. Yeah, there's nothing he can do anymore. We're going to Black Bolt mid, and then that's going to take out their last 2 of their last cards. The nowhere location, they can't do anything. Are they running Agatha Mill? No. No, Agatha Enjoyer's just running, I think, probably Mill for this, for the hot location. And so we can always maybe feign like we're not going to be able to do what we need to do. We'll do Red Hulk to the left. We have Gladiator. Bring home the right lane.
Victory.
So outside of the hot location, I run a similar deck, but I've actually been toying around with cutting the Yondu and cutting the Baron Zemo as well. Because a lot of times with this deck, we end up running very limited on space. So the latest version that I've been running, because I'm always a mill enjoyer. The latest version that I've been running, it was originally Fastos in it, but I ended up cutting Fastos because he didn't provide much value. So the one that I'm running now, and I'll pop this away and pop the untapped away, is this one. We ended up cutting the Yondu because that gives them more consistent draws to draw their potential outs. We have Jeff, that way if we get Doc Ocked, if we end up getting cluttered, we have Jeff that can move out and provide a little bit of flexibility for some of those lanes that we need. And it allows us to push to win like those locations that you want to cap out the location to get either a free card or get extra energy and then move your cards out later. I also ended up cutting Zemo for Red Guardian. I think Red Guardian, with how much like Iron Man and like low power, high value cards that are out there right now, I think Red Guardian has been able to swing some games by himself. What's Red Guardian replacement? You could go. I don't know. There's not a direct replacement for this one. He just acts as a different counter component. You could do Mobius if you're seeing a lot of card reduction style things. You could also go with like either lean back in and do Zemo, or however else you want. The Red Guardian is more of a flex spot depending on what you're seeing in the game or in the meta. And so for me, I'm seeing a lot of like the Iron Man. You could do Rogue, yeah, to steal some of those away. You could even do Enchantress if you wanted to go full on like counter style stuff. Lady Deathstrike would take out a lot of your stuff though. And so I think Lady Deathstrike, for being as high cost as she is, I think that one might be a little scary. But it's a possible idea to explore. But that's what I've been running with outside of the hot location. Because you get a little bit more flexibility onto those decks that typically do well against mill. You have a few other options. So if you pull into their cards, especially if you end up going Enchantress, then you get a lot of value from it. Not that one. I did have a version that at one point we ran. I ended up cutting the US agent from a lot of them because right now we're seeing a lot of those low power cards. TLSG playing mill? No way. Grandmaster is more of like, he doesn't have to be in there. He just allows you to high roll sometimes. So if you don't have Grandmaster, that's okay. Instead of Red Hulk, maybe Magneto. But Red Hulk is really just that big stat stick at the very end. So the first location is Kamartaj. Unfortunately, we don't have any good opening. Spider-Ham and our Yondu, yeah? All right. Absman could be a good shout out too. Have you seen Grandmaster Valkyrie combo on turn 6? I was unaware about it, but I almost ran into it. I almost got... Had they been able to get the combo off, I would have been devoured. They had a Mystique behind Invisible Woman, and they had both Grandmaster and Valkyrie. And so it could have been awful, but... So they played Spider-Ham into Altar of Death. That way they could do Doc Ock this turn. Which, if so, that's fine. I think knowing that they will typically want to go Doc Ock, I'm just going to go double Cable. Draw additional cards. Could potentially pull into Shang-Chi. We have magic to potentially change the Altar of Death as well. I meant turn 7. Yeah, had I not been able to like rogue steal away the Invisible Woman, that hidden combo would have absolutely destroyed me. So Gladiator pulls Baron Zemo, which pulls magic, which then changes the game. Changes that right lane. We have a magic of our own if we want to. The Gladiator Baron Zemo stuff is so funny. And now all we have are our high value cards left in our deck. Doc Ock is the last one. So another White Widow. Could cap them out left. Unless they play there. They may play into the left lane with like a Doc Ock this turn. We could Widow mid, but I plan on using magic to change it. Widow mid could just win mid, right? We'll do this. Absorbing Man. So no, it does not win. They pull our Doc Ock, which is diabolical. The Absorbing Man hurts us here. The Shang-Chi is going to take out the Doc Ock, but we're going to have resources left. And so I think we could still overpower that middle location. We just don't have any resources to draw after this point. Magic, they'll be able to freely play into that location. Oof. The Doc Ock pulling Shang-Chi, that's a canon event. It's absolutely a canon event. So we do have their Shang-Chi. We have Black Bolt. Might be beautiful. Otherwise, it was looking kind of dicey. Depending on what they play and where they play.
Oh, snap.
No splits at all. Not even upgraded on the Black Bolt. Let's go Black Bolt left. And they have a Doc Ock left. They should. Most likely they have a Doc Ock left. They don't have Shang-Chi. Maybe a Shadow King? I don't know. So Gladiator and a Stature. And so as long as we can steal left, which with the Red Hulk we can, they don't have anything else that they can play. These mill decks are wild. How big is their deck? They don't have anything left in their deck.
Hey, welcome. It took you long.
Shimdaga, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. His secret identity is Blackagar Boltagon. I did. I know that Pay Him Best always called him that, and I saw it in like the comics or maybe the movie. I don't know if they called him Blackagar in Spider-Man, right? Or maybe it was the Doctor Strange movie. I can't remember. I think it was the Doctor Strange one. Shim, you said best snap streamer there is. Glad I can be here. I'm glad you're here as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully you had a good weekend as well. So we have Spider-Ham. I think we go ahead and throw it to the right. The Strange one? Yeah. Yeah, Spider-Man just set up the Strange movie. I have no idea what that was. I know it had 4 power, but I didn't see the rest of it. Just like you would never know that the bad guy was Victor Von Doom. It was Thor? Oh, thank you guys. I was looking at it too, and I just... it happened so fast. I think we Baron Zemo to the left. Although this looks like maybe a bounce deck. May see Black Bolt in Doctor Strange 2 movie? Yeah, in Doctor Strange 2. Yeah, I think so. Iceman, I guess, is okay. I think I would play White Widow to the right, but I think they use Beast this turn to pull that back in. Medusa doesn't really get us any value, but we might as well play something out. Okay, Boomer Girl. Thank you so much for the resubbing for the 2nd month with the Prime. You said I missed your streams, and I'm glad you were back at it. Enjoy these Bezos bucks. Thank you so much, Boomer. Glad to have you here, and I'm glad to be back. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to come back to creating content, and I've been able to come back and have had such a warm, welcoming back in that I'm glad that I took the time that was needed, but I'm also glad to be back because I'm back to being able to enjoy the game again. We could always Gladiator. We have Shadow King to offset their rocket. I think Gladiator is going to be best for us to bring back that middle location. White Widow left. Wait, what? We played White Widow to the left. This is the Beast. Oh, they have White Widow. Theirs. They pulled it back in. That's true. But I don't think we win after that. You were literally the first YouTube video I watched on Marvel Snap. It was the free-to-play series. That one got a lot of traction. I want to redo that one at some point. Are you talking about the 30-day series, John? I want to redo that one at some point because I didn't get to finish it. It didn't have like a proper end. That's unfortunate. The White Widow went to the right instead of left. It didn't have a proper end because I changed out my power supply on my computer, and I didn't realize that you had to use the separate cords. I didn't realize that it was that even if it fit, it was different like wattages that went in there, and I fried my hard drive. So I lost from 60 to 90 something days. Yeah, so I lost that portion of the sequel, and so I want to redo it at some point. I actually finished recording 30 days a couple days ago, but I don't think I'm going to release it. Not much has changed since that first one. And so I think I'm going to wait for them to do some kind of update that gives a big change to that new player experience, which I hope is in the works. I feel like they have to try to look at how they can attract new people into the game now that it's been around for a while. So I think they're probably looking at making that introduction a little bit easier, more seamless. And then Shim, are you looking forward to Arishem this week? I am. I wasn't, but the more that I like brewed different builds for him and thought about him, the more excited I've gotten. And so I'm not sure if he's going to be like absolutely overpowered, but I do think he's going to be like relatively strong. And if not strong, I think at the very least he'll be fun. Next up, we have Jimmy Dinkins Enjoyer. With Utopia, we can curve out our cards a little bit earlier. I think they were playing a mill deck, though. So we're going to Spider Ham to check it. They could also be running, maybe it's just junk, like a junk deck. Sentry. Were they playing the Pixie deck, maybe? It's Prodigy? Yeah. Prodigy changed his name to Jimmy Dinkins Enjoyer. I'm gonna Gladiator to the right. I'll go ahead and do it mid. But Fry, you said both new player and returning player experience are absolutely brutal. Fixing that should be their top priority. So I think it's easier to say that it needs a fix. I think it's harder to come up with a fix that still earns them a decent amount of money. Because they want to fix it, but they also don't want to tank their bottom line. And so I think it's definitely an interesting problem to have. Yeah, it looks like a Cersei deck. Pull out their Mockingbird, unfortunately. Grandmaster doesn't do anything for us yet, so we're going to skip 1-3. Morph into Shang-Chi. Okay, we can live with the Shang-Chi. We could have lived with the Grandmaster or the Shadow King. The only one we didn't want was Red Hulk. There's probably a Juggernaut and Cosmo. If we do double White Widow, that takes up some of the remaining space. A Cersei here still does them a lot of good, and a Nihilus here does them a lot of good as well. If they hit us with an Annihilus, we could potentially Shadow King that right lane. We would rather Shadow King the left, though, to block that Sentry. What's brutal about the new player experience? So I think the early game is fine. I think from Series 1 and 2, I think it's absolutely okay. I think where it becomes brutal is
welcome.
Into the Series 3. It's so hard to keep up. BenStar2K, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So one, the catching up and getting like the resources. Most of Series 3, just as a like standalone card, are almost useless. And then once you hit Infinite, if you're good enough to hit Infinite in that early game, you're going against so many people that have so much more advanced collections than you, that it becomes unfun. Like it's like you can win against people that have a similar collection level. Once you hit Infinite, that kind of bracket opens up, and then you're playing against everybody else, and so they could have a full collection. And so that's the brutal part, is like if you're good enough to hit Infinite, after that point, it just doesn't feel worth it to continue playing or grinding. So the double Cersei because of the Grandmaster change is unfortunate.
I see.
Heimdall shift is also wild.
Taking aim.
So Deathlock is good. Cersei can come up with some crazy stuff sometimes. All right, so Yondu, Red Hulk comes down to a point differential if we end up doing Red Hulk. We could always try like a White Widow, this, and like this to try to push for a win in the right lane. There's so few new players that it's now very easy to hit. I don't know. In the last 30 days, I ran through that new player experience again. I was getting real players anywhere from 40 up. I had almost all players. So Mr. Shake, so if you do hit Infinite, definitely like shift over to Conquest. Conquest from Proving Grounds to Gold is going to be a lot closer to like your pre-Infinite experience. But as soon as you hit Infinite, if you queue up for one more, it's going to be like playing full collection people, almost. I don't know if they ever play something really big in Jotunheim, though. So I'm not sure if this ever wins us the game. But it's only for 1 additional cube. I'm willing to stick it out and find out. Oh, that's a full board. Never mind. It doesn't win it for us. Never wins it for us. I played you, I think, when you first came back. I was like rank 120. It was the first time I saw your name in like 4 months. Yeah, so for my returning, it was for like leveling up to infinite was almost all bots, and then after that was where I got that rude awakening of like people were playing combos that I had never seen. They were playing cards that I didn't know what those cards did. And so it was definitely a shift. Like it threw me into top 500 the first climb back after 6 months. And it was a rude awakening, but it was a challenge that I enjoy. I don't know that everybody would enjoy that type of challenge, but it was definitely up my alley. Actually, I think maybe we run some junk stuff. We're kind of hovering around the same, so we're not losing cubes or losing ground, but we're not gaining excessive ground either. Kind of want to try a debris deck. You get thrown to the wolves. Like I didn't know what Red Hulk was. I didn't know like the Hercules, the Pixie stuff. I didn't know the cohesive decks and what those would look like. And so it definitely, you start having to learn it very, very quickly. After 4 to 5 days, I'm collection level 246, rank 73, and on battle 2 of Gold Conquest. Yeah, Mr. Shake, I said my biggest advice is really just enjoy the game, figure out what kind of cards and things you like, because Conquest is always available. Post Infinite might get a little hairy, but just make sure you're able to do your dailies, and then I think after that point, you're a little bit better off. Because post-infinite, if you're just doing the grinding on Conquest, then you don't have to worry about running into a full Hela deck that you just can't beat with the resources you have. I was facing full Hela people before I got Shang-Chi, and so there's like there's no way to deal with it at that point. But there's core cards, yeah, and you can't just acquire the cards either. Yeah, so pre-infinite, a lot of times it does really good at matching you versus similar collection level players. After that, you're in the post game. I love that TLSG is the most chill streamer, but plays the most toxic decks. You're not wrong. You're not wrong in the least. So if they play for the left, then we have this covered. This isn't great, though. It'd only be 4, so I almost would rather do something like Magic. We get the free raft resource. We have Stegron to slap a card to the right. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know why. I enjoy the most diabolical decks. We lose left, unfortunately. They get the free raft resource. We do extend the game. We have a setup for double sage in mid, but with how many rocks there are, it's not going to be big. Double cannonball is also big. Double slap over here, the free Hela resource, and then double cannonball mid. I think wins it for us. If we're not worried about them cluttering our last 2 spaces, I think we hold off on the Hela. That way we gain initiative in this right lane, and we can just cannonball to victory next turn. Stag mid is crazy. I know. Oh, we also have Red Hulk. Red Hulk we can play into the right instead of Hela, because we have 7 turns. Kind of want to snap into it, but I'm also a little bit afraid because we have such limited spacing. Ooh, Cersei is big. D-Roo, welcome in. Oh, it changed twice. Oh, that's unfortunate. Into Super Scroll, into Corvus, and so they lose a lot of their remaining resources. So they lost the Sage. Unfortunate. Do you think matchmaking would be better if it prioritized collection level? So, ooh, wow. And then the Killmonger is really fortunate for him. Wow. We're still going to cap him out in the right lane, but unfortunate. I don't think the going off of collection level post infinite makes sense with a global ladder. I think the global ladder definitely makes it much harder to do something like that. I think it ends up being Red Hulk to the right. We lose initiative here, and then we have the double cannonball. We could also try for like a White Widow cheese in mid, but I like getting the Red Hulk in place first. Yes, Cersei cooked there for sure. Cersei cooked. I think I kind of like this idea. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. The junk decks are also one of the decks that I enjoy. Not necessarily the Annihilus stuff. The Annihilus stuff is good, but it's also a little bit more transparent, I think. This game was great. Black Widow in this deck is great. She's a good Cersei target. And also forces opponent to clog their lane. Yeah, I think especially with the hot location, I think maybe Black Widow over Sage. Because a lot of times your Sage is only going to be buffed up by like rocks and one other card. So that might be a good call out. We lose our Titania. We're going against Mill. Let's see if we're able to beat the Mill deck with our double debris deck. Let's play Jeff mid. I won 3 infinite tickets with a homebrew clog deck that's just been ripping through everything. Homebrew clog can be really fun. This is the perfect location for you. I know. As soon as how's it going, KX? As soon as I saw it, I was like, this fits all of my brews so well. Cersei's a fun card. Cersei's a fun card, but it has a large element of RNG mixed into it too. With Magic, we know they're going to look to Doc Ock. I think we go ahead and do another debris. Cap out this left lane, and then we're just looking to have an opening for a cannonball somewhere else. I recommend running Cersei and Bird. I have the worst luck with Cersei onto 1-cost cards. Like, the absolute worst luck. I mean, I think it should work, but I pull Carnage or Beast more often than anything else. And when it's on a game where you're wagering a lot of cubes, it feels so bad to end up hitting something like that. So we have the Doc Ock here. We have Jeff that can move out into the cannonball later. And so we'll have several turns. We can set up the Sage to the right. I think we're in a good spot. What's probably the most consistent deck when it comes to winning Infinite Conquest? Hella can be derailed. I think it shifts a bit from time to time. But I think there's several. It just depends on what you can run well. I know that the deck that's been floating around with Athena, Ravonna, Iron Man, Juggernaut should do just fine in Infinite because it's so hard to consistently derail that deck. Do we think they play a card here? I mean, we don't need the middle location. And so maybe if we end up junking ourselves up with a Green Goblin, they'll... Unless we need the space because this is debris. I don't think it should be. But we're going to go ahead and send Green Goblin, see if we can completely cap him out. Goblin, they never play right? Apparently they never play right. I kind of wish they would have, because that could have enticed them to stay, making them lose an additional couple of cubes. Because we could have won the mid with the cannonball play. Move Jeff out, play cannonball. But Marvel Snapzone says the best win rate Conquest deck is Destroy with Shang. It's really hard to gauge because I don't. The Infinite Conquest matchmaking spectrum is so wide that you're gonna play against a lot of different decks. Like a destroy is fine, but it can also be completely beaten by like a mill deck or some other things that you just won't even have a shot against. Mr. Negative. So Mr. Negative, you can. It's just you have to play it patiently, be able to capitalize on your upside when it's there. Yeah, the Infinite Conquest matchmaking, like, yeah, I've went against people that were still in like pool 2, and it just feels so bad to match up against somebody when when that's the case, because then they don't even have a shot. And I ran the flip side of that when I was doing the 30 or 60 day challenge. Jumping in there, it just you have no chance, and you just get thrown into the wolves. So Gilgamesh is probably a pretty decent one. It's a deck that does really well. You can build in Rogue to steal like any of those big counters to help yourself against the mirrors, and it's really hard for like a mill deck to go over the top of it. It can lose. It's just kind of a boring deck to play, but it is very, very strong. I think we cover the spectrum with like a titanium magic that allows us to call it back eventually. We'd have Doc Ock to win another lane. But unless we could always do a 2-cost plus like a cannonball on the last turn. Another advice is having 1 or 2 surprise cards. Maybe not that doesn't make sense, but just isn't typically ran. I could see that being useful. We no longer have our cannonball, unfortunately. We do still have the big red Hulk. We could clog up 2 more spaces, something like this.
Oh, snap.
Green Goblin goes first. We want that to be the priority, and then White Widow to potentially take that second spot. And then we're just looking to win one of the other lanes, which I think we could do with like a Doc Ock right, and then a Red Hulk left. We can't do that if they Doc Ock pull our cards in. We have 2 cards. We have, what, Jeff and Stegron left? Unless we pull a mill. Big Shang-Chi. So they can't play for the last 2 turns. Stegron doesn't... Stegron recalling Titania back could be fine. We actually don't have to play for the right lane. Let's skip here. We'll play Stegron. We'll play Jeff to the right just for the good measure. This is going to lose them 10, so it brings them down, or lose them 5, so it brings them down to 10. Then the 5 recalling back is wild.
Victory.
I think we're gaining more cubes with the junk deck than we were with our mill deck. I think because mill is being played so much, it's not necessarily a surprise. Cable is goated. He's the new Jeff. What, in Conquest or just in general? Yeah, Taskmaster I think fits in negative pretty well. People expect Zola. Oh, are you playing Panther Wong stuff? Yeah, especially if you play those out slowly, fill out if they have a Shang-Chi. The potential high side of that deck is ridiculous. But if they have like the Shadow King Shang-Chi, then you have to play it a little bit different. You start playing those mind games. Wait, time to tab out. They drop Spider Ham off the bat. We're probably looking at another mill deck. We lose our cannonball again. Unfortunate. We'll see. Stegron can help. We'll try. We'll try for old Johnson. Besides debris, the right lane doesn't do us a lot of good, and it does them quite a bit. They'll get one shot off. Oh, they're gonna change it with magic. Cook this fraud? Wait, what's going on with Silky? Wait, why is he a fraud? Oh, because he's running mill? Okay, we'll try our best. We're not off to a good start. We have an abysmal opening hand. We're gonna try our best. We're just trolling. We'll try and win anyways. Is Silky space? Oh, he's Space Wax. That's why he said got a tab out. Gotcha, that makes more sense. I was behind the times. I know it's off curve, but I think we green Goblin, and then we look to do a Stegron mid.
Opponent snapped.
He's not a sniper though. If he is, I mean, we're post infinite. I usually don't snap efficiently, like especially when I'm playing in the evenings. My snap patterns are all over the place, and so even if he snipes, we lose maybe a couple of ranks. Alberta, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us. I still think we Stegron. It's either that or we do something like this, and we send Titania their way. That potentially leaves space for Stegron in Oscorp Tower to clear us up space. I think I like this a little bit better. Either that or we go Doc Ock now, but I like the idea of capping them out here. Gotta delete that comment before he comes back. Gotta love viewers who actually don't snipe. Yeah. It's always good whenever you get those good viewers, and we have a really wholesome community here. So it's not something we typically have to worry about. So Stegron slapping the Shadow King clears up space in the left for him, unfortunately. But our pig does stand. They're capped out in the right lane. If we get debris, then we can just play it mid and we win left. White Widow is also decent, I guess. We already have the win in the right lane. I think we're okay. We don't even need to... Fadius, thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1s. If you grabbed one of the subs from Fadius, make sure to thank them in the chat. Huge support. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We actually can't beat this, right? If they have Shang-Chi, then we lose. But glad they did not. But thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you're having a great day. I love to have you here. I love your stuff. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for the support and the vote of confidence. You guys and the wholesome community that we have and that we've grown allow me to do this type of stuff. And it allows me to continue to create content when I wasn't sure I was going to be able to anymore. What beats this deck? Really anything with Killmonger can do really well against this deck. Like it can still lose depending on where you get cluttered. Yeah, but yeah, destroy or Killmonger stuff will do really well. Your decks have helped me to get infinite and overall just fun flavors to mess with. Yeah, and I try to get a good variety of different builds, different decks, and so if they're I'm glad that they're helpful for you. And I tell people that I don't feel like I'm a content creator. I started the channel because I enjoyed the game. Not necessarily because I was incredibly good, but just because I really enjoyed brewing the different builds and getting the different cards. And then it grew into something that we have today, which has still blown me away. Is your VOD channel searchable on YouTube? Yeah, so it's searchable on YouTube. It's also linked down below in my panels. Arishem is probably the first card where the auto deck will work. I feel like that's the wrong direction to go with them. Like, I feel like the 12 cards or the 11 other cards you put in it will matter and will make a difference. But a lot of people are leaning into like put in whatever you want. I don't know that that's the correct way that we're going to build him. I think the most efficient one is going to really lean into like the extra energy and potential chaos he provides. Like, I don't even think Quinjet's the right direction. I know that that's like one of the first things you think of with Arishem. I don't think that's going to be the right call. Because sometimes the RNG cards that you get are just going to be garbage. I pulled your debris with cable. Then drew everything at the wrong time. Space Wax, had you had Shang-Chi, you could have, I think, cooked us in the left lane. That's a new cable variant. I haven't seen this one before. So it could be new, but I'm kind of behind. Oh, you didn't have Shang-Chi? Yeah, I think Blob for sure. I think Loki may make the cut for kind of clearing up any potential RNG, but I don't think it's the primary like build around anymore either. I think they will be able to Athena unless we block most of their space. So eventually we'll want to do Sage, but I think for now it's going to be Nebula, and I'm going to go ahead and Green Goblin. And then we have Debris to lean in on. I bet Hawk players are excited. I'm hoping that we can find ways to address the issue of how big that the Hawk is going to be. I think you probably play good cards. Yeah. Yeah, I think you play good cards or good cards that are better ahead of curve. So like Wave, for example. I think Wave is going to be really, really solid. Because you can potentially get it out on 2. You can play anything on 3. The opponent won't be able to do anything. We have the Doc Ock. We could then fill it with like Debris to cap out some of the other locations. He said, oh dang, TLSG saw my message. I feel bad that I can't hear him say anything. At least chat coded, and I'll rewatch this on YouTube. So it's... Wait. I didn't realize you couldn't hear it. Let me grab the link for the VOD channel. If all right, so we pulled so the Nocturne can cancel out Limbo. So I think this is probably would probably have to be a retreat. Stegron here pushes Athena away, and then Titania, but that's still really hopeful because they do have the other Snow Guard card that can cancel out the Quantum Realm. Goes to 15. I think we'll do this. I think we may be dead, but we're gonna give it a shot. He played both left. Ah. Oh, and then the Red Hulk to the left also hurts, but that's all right. Does Collector work with Arishem? I don't know. He might. I guess it depends on how, or do the cards start in your deck? So, well, I guess the answer would be probably not, since he doesn't work with Thanos when you draw a stone. So I think it would act the same way as like the Thanos builds. So you would need him before he comes down. TLSG, you a real goat. I appreciate it, Drew. If he was in play when the game started. But there's no way for him to be. And then Butter, welcome in. What a name, Butter My Biscuits. What a name. Spider Ham comes in, hits our White Widow, unfortunately. Oh, he doesn't work with district decks either. Might be true. We're gonna skip 1, 2. I guess we could play the pig out, but it doesn't work. Read the card. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't think it works. So we can magic mid. Do we mind if our cards pull over into Astrodim? I'm not sure if we do. I think this allows us to at least fight for Danger Room a little bit. The Gladiator pulls out our Titania, unfortunately. We can't read. We might not be able to. We have Stegron. We can move their Spider-Ham. That seems like it might be a little bit early. But if they play a 3-cost card, it might yank over there. Or if they just magic that location. Yeah, I think we'll see an increase in Hawk over the next couple of days after Arishem's release. But I'm hoping that that doesn't completely derail the card either. So I kind of want to do Doc Ock to the right. With a junk deck, we don't typically want to pull or drain all of the resources so much as tap them out of a location. And so I think we're going to Doc Ock right. And then Liquid Gloves, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Pushes us to 18 for the day. Huge support. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. It's kind of unfortunate. The Cannonball and Red Hulk both pull in the left. Cannonball pushes the Doc Ock over into the right lane where we were needing that space. Unfortunate. We could go Debris Green Goblin. Would be our best bet here. The right lane, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Comes 10 power. We can win the right lane with Sage. Just about winning one of the other locations. Order just in case. Ooh, if they flood 3 cards here, I'd be sad. Prodigy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. No Shang-Chi. Yeah, we don't have the Shang-Chi. We're just hoping that they're not able to get it either. That Absorbing Man's rough. Well, we win mid. How do we know they don't have Shang-Chi? I hope they don't nerf Hawk because of Arishem. No, I don't think they would nerf him. I think they like to have those different release valves for different decks. Because in theory, if Hawk is okay, but just really strong against Arishem, that's the lever that would keep Arishem from being potentially overpowered. And they work in like tandem, where they kind of balance each other out so that one can't be incredibly strong outside of the other. Oh, it didn't win the right because of Cannonball? You might be right. Because we had the Cannonball for the 7 power and the Debris Junk. Yeah. I've been saying for a long time, but the problem was never Hawk. It was those draws being prevented. Yeah, but without... So before Hawk's release, I tried to play like a junk deck that used Korg, Rock Slide. It was super clunky, and so Hawk helps pull it together. But I don't think him himself is the reason that any of those are too good. Yeah, if he's too prominent, we go Rogue Enchantress or Rogue Shang-Chi. Both would clearly cover the Hawk line. Arishem's going to be a fun card to put a fancy border on, if one is so inclined. I agree. Like, maybe we hold our silver border for that. Hawk will run Cosmo. He could, but then you're still looking at winning like one lane. And so it might just become playing around that or playing around it well. So we can cap out the left location with the Titania Sage. And then we just have to recall it back by the end of the game. Yeah, but if you have 2 outs against it, you have a much more higher likelihood with the Arishem deck. So the thing in the right is interesting. Oh, never mind. It transformed, right? From Shuri. So if we Doc Ock... Ooh, we only have 1 turn left. Unless we drew a 1-cost card, we wouldn't be able to do both. Or I guess 2 cost with like a Stegron. I still like the idea of Doc Ock because whatever they play here would be high power. Hey, Pulse, how's it going? How are you enjoying your downtime? Prashan, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. And thank you guys for joining. If you don't know who I am, most of my stuff is on YouTube, but I have been dabbling on streaming for a little while. We're gonna be live all week, and so glad to have you here. We're playing into the chaos of the hot location today with things like junk. We were running mill earlier, and overall been having a good time. Prashan, hopefully your stream went well. He said Panda just watched our replay. Good game, Panda. Always a good one whenever we can play. This could potentially win. We don't have initiative. We pushed our high power card out of here. And then it comes down to which one we need additional resources in. So summoning Titania back brings us up to 15. It brings them down to 7 plus a potential 4, so 11. I think we support the middle with Jeff, and then we Stegron. I got one you'll like, but it's probably best post-hot location. Yeah, I'll absolutely give it a shot. Oh, I should have done it different order, right? Wait. Stegron's not Cannonball. It's not. Stream was great. I'm glad to hear it, Prashan. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully I hadn't caught your stuff until I came back from break. But now I like to lurk in a lot of different streams, and so yours is the one that I check out from time to time. Dad, you said never streamed you before, but love your YouTube videos. I'm glad that you're able to catch us, Dad. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. It's a little bit different pace, not quite as optimal. I make a lot of mistakes because I like to interact with you guys, but I do try my best. Yeah, Pulse Glazer is here. Pulse, I don't know if I saw your response. You can send it, I guess DM would be fine since we have friended each other. The element, you said Prashan left me? I mean, no, he's still here. He's always here. Bane 1, mistakes, I'm leaving. We make our way more mistakes than I care to, but it's better than it used to be. It used to be that I got so distracted that I made a mound of misplays. We try and grab better now. TLSG is the homie. I'm always here. Yeah, he's always there in your heart. Bane 1, you left a comment on Dara's video. By the sound of that, it feels like something diabolical. So the White Widow in the left lane is unfortunate. We have the debris, and we could just go for completely locking them out of that left lane too. The Doc Ock into negative zone feels good. They could also just play for Camartage, and if so, then this tanks our left lane. Ooh, we do lose that left lane. Top of Hercules, there is a Snap streamer named Dara, and his chat explodes every time y'all play against each other. I know who Dara is. They say prepare to be in TLSG's next video.
Hey,
Bring,
welcome.
thank you so
It took
much
you
for
long
the
enough.
Prime sub. In today's video, you actually got, our mash actually got featured. Bring, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. But no, it's always fun playing against Dara because I never know if he's snapping because he has a good hand or if he's just playing or pumping like super aggressively. Pulse, thank you so much for gifting the tier 1 to Prashan. Huge support coming in from you guys today. Oh, you saw that and left a comment? I haven't been able to keep up with them since I launched it as soon as I went live, but I'll read all the comments once I in stream. If you're gonna be here, you can't have ads. We're going to jump out of this one. I think by them playing Cable in the left lane, it was a good move on their end, but they didn't know that the complete clutter was going. Dalek, have you ever heard of one of the best players in Snap? Yeah, we've talked a couple times. Yeah, TLSG and Derek grew up together. We did back in beta days when everyone was streaming to like 10 people. We grew up from the same era when we had to walk uphill 2 ways in the snow just to get 10 viewers on our streams. And now he's absolutely done fantastic things. I'm so happy for all of the good things that have come for Dara, for making that transition to like doing it part-time to switching over to full-time. He has done phenomenally. I wonder if he's coming to... Oh, bro. I had such a hard time reading that Brooklyn Pulse. He had me thinking I was having issues just reading. Walking up hills both ways without shoes looking for subs. That's the way it was back in the days. That's the way it was. We can do TLSG 1, I think. Oh, wow. I can't do my own commands. My bad. My bad. Okay, so they are capped out in mid. Morbius does scale, so we have to look out for their ability to discard cards over here. But something like Doc Ock to the left. We can't do our Green Goblin anywhere, unfortunately. We could do a Titania, but we wouldn't be able to call it back, which is kind of unfortunate. We could always Doc Ock to the right. I think I'm just going to play Nebula mid. That way it starts scaling. Then I think I'm going to hold the Titania. Goblins on Camartage Day. It works with the debris outside of the Camartage. So like, had this not been capped, we could have blocked both of their lanes with like a Green Goblin Titania last turn. And so with this set of locations, yeah, I mean, it definitely is. Outside of that, I think it's still fine. Alpha, I tried the triple debris deck. Wanted to try it since the launch. Well, it doesn't win. I had an okay time with it. It was one that I had some decent success with it, but it can get junked up sometimes. He was mid for sure. Yeah, I think so. If we can drain their resources, we might be able to win the Dracula lane. But I think either way, it does become tough. And with us pulling most of their cards, if they don't have multiple discards to choose from, maybe we don't. There's the 20 power Ebony Blade gone. The double Gambit, but they don't have any cards to discard. And so we are still alive with the Gambit, thankfully. Choosing violence with the deck. We are absolutely choosing violence. So if they can't, I mean, they don't have anything else to discard, right? So 5, 6, 7 brings us above in mid. I think this is just what we go with. I think it's Cannonball and Titania and we win. He can discard whatever they draw. Yeah. He can discard what they draw. But that brings it to 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would be a tie though. Yeah. That's if they let it discard. But the tiebreaker is going to take out a 10 and a 5. We win in power difference? I mean, we could. Proxima would be crazy. Cannonball right? If they play a card, then they can't discard. Kind of like it. Kind of like the Cannonball right. Because if they don't play a card and they're waiting for Dracula to absorb. If you want to lose 4 cubes, But they won't be able to discard. All right, Bane, we're talking about the mistakes. We're gonna play to the right. So now it can't discard. And so now the middle can't go up in value. Whew. Bane, you made me start you made me start questioning everything. Johnny, be good. Thank you. I was just testing you guys. Thank you for the call outs. Yeah, no, it had it had potential, but we'll take it where we can. I'm actually gonna run to the restroom really fast. My final verdict on him right now, he's very skippable. I think down the line with maybe win pool, he might be a thing, but even then, I don't feel like he's gonna make the deck what it is, and so I think he's very much able to be skipped. Even in Thanos, he feels good there, but you can run Thanos without him. It doesn't like break it wide open. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast, and then we will be right back. We're gonna choose a little bit more violence, and then Pulse. I'll check my DMs to see if you send me that deck code. We'll try it after the hot location goes away. Three paycheck month. You said love your content. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad to be able to be back because I still feel like it could have been I came back and everyone had moved on. And so I'm humbled to be able to still create content and to be able to stream and have fun doing what I like to do. I don't feel he could be. He could be good in Arishem, but I feel like he's an easy cut there. Like if you get it on curve, it could be that you draw resources that you could have played anyways, or like it's going to end up on cards that you don't play out, and so then you may not get extra value out of his buff even if you get it out on 2. We're going to choose full violence going in the left. Oh, no. Well, depending on what they played, we might be cooked. If they went White Widow as well, then we win the difference. If they went Jeff, then they could move it out, but they went White Widow. We get the cheeky retreat. The Hawk meta? Yeah, I think Hawk is going to be on a lot of people's mind. As that sounds. I think he's going to be a deck that a lot of people run. I'm thinking you can build Arishem in a way that you might be able to like overcome that bad matchup. Fastos with Autumn Warlock? Could be. But that'd be one very rare, and then are you going to get it out extra early because of the discount? I don't know. It feels hard to lean directly into that. Like I think some games that will absolutely cook for you. Other ones, I think it ends up being like a dead draw. I've been playing a Hawk Nihilist deck, and it's been pretty good. Yeah, even before Arishem. Yeah, no, I think Hawk is in a good spot. I think he's definitely still viable. If you enjoy the deck and the clutter and the using like Rock Slide and Korg, yeah, it's absolutely viable to play. Yeah, no, I plan to run Blob. I also plan to run, I think, probably both Shang-Chi and Rogue to try to address that potential bad matchup. And I think both of those have good value even outside of that. So we have the debris for the double junk or double clutter. I'm wondering if we do Titania. I'm going to hold Titania for now. What cards are you still missing? So right now I'm missing 6. War Machine, Black Swan, Shaw, Proxima. And there's a couple more in there. Cole Obsidian, and then one more. Can't think of the last one. But I have most of the like core build around cards that you would need. I'm wondering if we go... They have initiative. So we could always go something like this. If they were to play into Camartage this turn, we can take away this space. Then we can always recall it back with our turn 7, like Cannonball plus Jeff. Didn't sound like it missing any cards? Yeah, it's not any like key cards for sure. Shaw is the one that hurts the most. But even that one, like I just don't play Surfer. I probably won't play Surfer until I pull Shaw. Blob on 5, Absorbing Man on 6. It just drain all of the resources. So they moved Jeff out. They played Doc Ock mid. Yeah, I would play Cole whenever I do pull him, and I'll play Shaw. But outside of that, there's like one deck I would play Black Swan in. That's about it. I'm actually surprised on how fast you became competitive. So I also invested a little bit more than what most people would. I was able to offset the cost. With like creating content or doing streams. And so it was something that it was a little bit, I think, easier for me to do. I think we go Stegron. I know it's not going to push anything. Oh, actually, it would push Jeff, right? Would push him over to Limbo. They could move him back. On the last... I guess we have 2 turns left. On the last turn, we could always go Cannonball plus Jeff. Business expense? Yeah. Yeah, and like by having those, I can create different builds. I can create more videos. Oh, they can't move him back? Oh yeah, Jeff moved out of mid for the Doc Ock. Oh my darling, you said hi, sir. Is your Twitch channel new or recent? So it's not necessarily new, but I haven't been streaming on it, and so it's, I guess, newer to come back. I think we skip here. Next turn's the Cannonball Jeff, and we just win the left lane. Bonk now to Clog. Yeah, we started with Mill, and then we moved on to Clog. Ooh, a second Doc Ock. They pulled our Doc Ock, and then the second one is unfortunate. They have a Red Hulk. So Sage, does Sage win us the left lane? Oh wait, we don't have any cards. Lose. Second Doc Ock was good. We should have known it. This one, we should have known the second one was coming. And then Pent Up Trucker, you said hello, sorry for bothering you. Oh, you're not bothering me, Pint. I want to offer promotion. Never mind. We're not buying any views or followers. we're gonna remove your message, my friend. But still not bothering me. Actually, don't know how to delete a message. Is that bad? I reported him already. I appreciate it, Hefty. I was being nice to the promo. You don't get nice TLSG. Full-time TLSG win. So we have it's a lengthy sub goal, but we do have a sub goal. And if we hit that, I've made the arrangements that it would be okay to make that transition. Looks like he was bothering you after all. No, yeah, he absolutely was. Where are the mods? So Parzival, I don't have very many mods because I haven't streamed very much. Just ban them. I can do that. You need some mods? Yeah, we do. Let's see. All right, so we got him. He's gone. So I need to remove the Nightbot Discord because that. Oh no, it looks like the Nightbot Discord link may have updated. That one should be okay. So from Hotel Inferno, we lost our Cannonball. That's a major hit. The Medusa. It looks like we're going against just an on-reveal deck. I think we should be able to beat it even with our poor luck, I think. I'm sad the Cersei is gonna start turning 6-drops into Arishem. I play her on a lane with Sasquatch a lot. Yeah, that will be a little bit of a hit for sure. I don't want to Green Goblin into the Ironheart lane because they're going to be running. They're going to be running Odin. Instead, I think I go Green Goblin mid. We have the potential for Stegron left to cap out that middle location. Nice thing about being a humble and good person is that your back catalog is still really accessible, even with the patches. I know you're still working up the time streaming again, but would you ever consider reacting to older videos? Like some older YouTube videos. So I was actually thinking about this the other day. I was scrolling back through some of my older videos, and there's one of my videos that I never released. It was top 5 least anticipated card releases with like the series when Series 3 or 4 and 5 first came out, and they had that resurgence of cards enter the game. I did a video on top 5 worst ones or potentially worst ones, and I never released it because the best one didn't do well. It wasn't really necessarily like in my genre or my wheelhouse. And so I've thought about going back and reacting to that because I think it might be fun. One, probably like a relatively bad video overall, but 2, I think it'd be fun to kind of see what that content that I never released looked like. So we have Sage here that wins us this lane. We have a pretty sizable lead in the right. The left, I think, would be our only issue. And then Ironheart's Nebula could potentially scale up by 1. I think or by 2. I think we're good here. I was wondering if you ever get comments months later pointing out misplays. Not often, sometimes. Which if you notice a misplay, that's fine. It doesn't bother me to see someone say, well, why didn't you play this? Sometimes there's a reason I didn't play that. Sometimes I overlooked it. So I always go back and look at that timestamp to see like if I actually could have improved or not. And the hefty Messiah, you said, by the way, it was crazy to actually match against you this weekend. My in-game name is Fat Jesus. You were wrecking me and then got a horrible Cersei roll. I remember that game. The Cersei absolutely stabbed me in the back. More times than I care to admit yesterday. But no, it was nice. It's nice running into you. It's nice to be able to recognize people that I run into on the ladder. Is Fastos worth opening 2 boxes? Right now, I'd say no. He's very like skippable. I think his overall value, even in games when you get him on curve, is sometimes just not great. And then the +2 power, if they have Mobius, it doesn't do much. I don't have him in any of the current decks that I'm playing. Besides Thanos. Thanos is the only one where he feels like he's probably a good include because you have the organic additional card draw. But outside of that, very, very skippable. I want to see a comment on an old junk deck asking why you aren't running a Nihilus. I haven't got any crazy ones like that. Not yet, anyways. Speaking of backstabs, Shanna put a hood into Sanctum Sanctorum for me earlier today. Oof. That's a rough one. Sometimes that RNG is just going to flip against you. Got to run to do more interviews. Please try the deck I DM'd you. It's phenomenal. Thank you for sending it over, Pulse. I'll check it out whenever if I want to switch over to Conquest or after the hot location. We'll try it. I played TLSG a couple of weeks ago, and for days I scoured his videos hoping to be in them. Parzival, I do play quite a bit like outside of creating content, and so there are some times where you'll run into me, and it's unfortunately not going to be one of those. So we could do this, but I think they play for mid this turn, maybe. You could also go Green Goblin, because I don't think they're going to play 2 cards in that lane. And so then I think I'm going to do Jhin to the left. Bean Man, you said I played him earlier today and beat him for the first time? Are you talking about me? What deck were you running? I honestly probably remember it. You streaming all week during my lunch break? I am. I'm going to be streaming almost like full days. And so definitely if you enjoy it, stick around. We'd be glad to have you. Thursday, I'm not going to be streaming. Tomorrow, I do have... So I'm going to split it up. I'm going to start with Snap. We're going to switch over to... I have a sponsored stream that I'm doing. And then we're going to switch back to Snap before Arishem's release. And then Wednesday's just a normal stream. Friday, I have a little bit of a split there as well. So it's turn 4. We can do Doc Ock to restrict what they can do. I think to potentially allow for Cannonball when we draw it, I think we can Doc Ock to the right. Their mid is pretty capped except for the Nocturne, which can move. The -1 Goblin doesn't hurt us all that much. I switched to your mill deck to try it out with the hot location. Literally first games. Haven't had it. Yeah, yeah, especially when you're really looking for it. There's some times where that will absolutely happen. But the good thing about mill decks are the 7. Yeah, the good thing about mill decks is sometimes, or a lot of times, it can work even without that hot location. It just kind of helps amplify it up. The left lane being Quantum Realm is unfortunate. They can't move anything in mid. They can't move anything in right. So, let's see. I think this becomes a really easy one. Sage is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Plus the 2, so it becomes a 12 power. It wins us the middle location. We win the right. We don't even need, honestly, we don't even need that much. Maybe it's more something like this. We have to look out for Magneto, though, don't we? Magneto pulling some of our cards around. Maybe Doc Ock. He solos mid. And then next turn is like Titania to the right. That makes sure that even if a Magneto pulls our cards around, we're safe. Frank, you said TLSG. I don't know if you ever do deck recommendations. You have an M'Baku deck? I've never been able to feel good with M'Baku outside of like Cerebro 2. So you can send it over and I'll check it out. If you're doing them, you're going to try my Shanna Death deck. Climb to top. Climb from 500 to top 200 playing it. Interesting. So I think I probably played a similar shell, Bean Man. But yeah, you can send yours over too. We'll definitely check it out. So I think our play becomes this. We win mid. This should win left, even if cards get pulled over. I played for 30 days and 60-day videos were some of the most helpful content out there. I want to redo it at some point because I didn't get to finish it, so it doesn't feel like it ever found, like it didn't have an ending. Like it didn't have that solid ending that I wanted because I ended up frying my hard drive and I lost the last 40 days. And so I want to redo it, but right now not enough has changed. The biggest change for that new player experience, because I actually replayed 30 days on a different account recently. The biggest change was this bonus boosters. So now, where before I had to focus on like Conquest for those boosters, now you really don't have to play much. You can play like 20 minutes, and then each refresh, you just upgrade from here. You don't have to worry about boosters at all. That's really the biggest change for new players, which is a big one, but it doesn't help with any like kind of card acquisition. Gamer, you said, GG, the snap kind of gave away Green Goblin. Was hoping you'd play mid when I played Arrow. I'm trying to, I remember our game, Gamer, but I'm trying to remember that specific play. Did I snap into a Green Goblin play? Wait, Gamer, was ours the very last one? Oh, snapped on 2 after the very last game. Sorry, there was someone that I played a couple of games ago. I think it was called Gamer. But the last game, no, I remember that one. The arrow could have been very, very scary. But Kenny, you said I only play M'Baku for my Lunchadora. I think M'Baku, if he was a little bit higher power, would find his way into decks. But if you send over the deck recommendation for the one that you're running that you got an infinite ticket with, I'll try it out. You can send it over in Discord and I'll pick it up. And then Gamer, by the way, good game. I don't know if I ended up saying it, but definitely always a good game. Kind of like the debris here. We have Green Goblin for one of the other lanes. We have a double Stegron in Kamartage if we need to. We're set up pretty decently. Superman, I was trying so hard to read your name, but it was not processing in my head. I said, so happy I got to catch you live. Hope you've been well today. I have been well. Hopefully you're doing well as well, and hopefully your week has started off phenomenally well. I almost think we Stegron to move one of their cards mid or to the right. With the Wolverine, I'm now kind of afraid of like the Killmonger or just the other destroy stuff. It's still 1 card short, so I run Morph hoping to hit that 12 Lunchador. So do you have the White Tiger one? 2 cards. Oh, you run Shang-Chi.
I'm about to juice this up.
So the Moon Girl. Killmonger could be treacherous.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I think that's too risky. I think the Green Goblin is a little bit too much greed. I think we're just going to stick to this. So that's so unfortunate. That was such a solid framework for me to follow. It's good to know 8 months later the advice is sound. Yeah. And they've also been doing a few more like gold bundles, so you may save your gold for that instead of doing like the season refreshes. But either way are going to be very similar outcomes for the most part. So the Carnage to the right. Tavern, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Working on getting into Discord now. But for now, here's Jump Surfer. Perfect, Frank. And so 10 wouldn't quite do it. We could always do... We don't have initiative, so we could always do Cannonball Titania. I think that should be all we need. And then Bean Man, sorry. I see your message, and I saw the tier 1. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Bean Man. Very much appreciate the support. To the right wins. Pushes out the Carnage. Brings them down to 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potentially. If this is the real Mysterio, we would lose to it, right? Uh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This would be 7, 8, 9. I think this is maybe a little bit safer. But if they have some big plays, it may not overpower what they have either. Oh, it was to the right. And so we dodged a potential negative cube play. Ook, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then S. Show Hernandez. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I may have missed the actual message that Hefty Messiah is replying to. I can see that being popular, as it's a very popular thing to do in games like Overwatch and stuff. I may have missed the message that you're responding to there. Oh, there I see it. There were some streamers speedrunning Fresh Files to Infinite runs this season. I wouldn't be surprised to see it continue. Yeah, it's one, you're playing a lot of bots. I know that Dara did it back in the day. He did it recently too. But I know previously, like, I think it's Specimen and D-Money also gave it a shot. I never did the complete speed run, but I think if you're streaming a lot anyways, it's kind of a fun thing to do to break up the monotony of like climbing every day. How do you like the deck? Over half the games on Untapped for this are just me. Which one? This deck that I'm playing right now? If so, I've had this queued up or I've had it built for a little while, but it incredibly well. I like this deck a lot. I had been experimenting with a couple of different Flutter builds, and this one felt like the most cohesive. And so I may have grabbed it off of Untapped, and so maybe your stats on it were what kind of brought my attention to it initially. I also have played it a decent amount. I've had some decent stats on it. I'm pulling them up now. I have 18 games with this one. We're at a 77% win rate, and so it's one that I go back to from time to time. Like, I definitely enjoy Flutter decks in general, and so these are kind of like a comfort list for me. I don't like the Annihilus line. I feel like the Annihilus line starts too late to be really that valuable. But this one I enjoy quite a bit. Yeah, but Cannonball is a win condition. Sage you can probably replace for, like, if you're getting incredibly cluttered, you could always try Carnage or just like a different tech card, but the Icebox ends up hitting our Stegron, which I was planning to use to cap this right lane. It still amazes me how such a sweet fellow like TLSG plays such a toxic deck. Not just plays, but like these are the type that I enjoy the most, which is awful. Viper is unfortunate. And so right now, maybe we could cap them out, but of course, our Stegron is unfortunately not accessible. We can do this. It's the quiet ones you gotta watch out for. You always gotta watch out for the quiet ones. We have Titania Sage, but I'm not sure if we do that ahead of curve. Next turn, we probably want like a Doc Ock, and then our Red Hulk for the win condition. So I'm not sure if we even save these. We're gonna push Titania. If they happen to play one card here, we might surprise them with having it capped out. Oh, never mind. We have priority. That's unfortunate. Debris Demon to the right. So it's either Stegron to slap a card from the left. We could go Green Goblin. But I like the idea of Stegron. Kinda. If they skip or scale here, that right lane becomes kind of scary. Stegron to win? Potentially. But we're also going to lose this right lane. If we had an extra turn, we could potentially swing it. But the Titania White Widow combo definitely did us in. They outjunked. They outjunked us.
Escaped.
But overall, I like the deck, JD Mac. It feels the most like an old style clutter junk deck, whereas the other ones pivot towards like Annihilus and stuff like that. I like the original feel of like the Doc Ock stuff. This is very close to what we used to do before we had some of these higher power plays. And so I'm gonna run a quick ad so it doesn't start in the middle of the next set of games. And while I do that, I'm gonna run and grab a drink. And so then we'll be right back after we grab a quick drink.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
All right, we're back again. JD McDonald, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub while we were away. I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. That pushes it up to 22 for the day. A lot of support. We've had some really supportive gifted subs going around and in the prime subs. We always appreciate to see any of them that we can, or just being here to enjoy the content. So the first location is Lemuria. JD McDonald's is the bomb. Absolutely is the bomb. We have Jeff, and then we could do something crazy like a quadruple debris and potentially lock all the rest of the locations.
Snap! Opponent snapped.
Ooh, that snapback is scary. Or I guess I don't know if we technically snapped back. I think they. I don't know. I don't know whose came in first, but it was a double snap at the same time. So they can have White Widow. Yeah. So with White Widow, we do have the ability to move our Jeff out. And so even though they had initiative, as long as we play something that's going to be more than 8 power, Sinister Jeff is almost a never a good idea. How come? I love Sinister Jeff. It gives me that kind of throttle control over what goes into that location. Could you use Viper to shift over a rock? Yeah, and I tried Viper over, I think, Sage for a little bit, and it just, more often than not, it felt like I couldn't play Viper out. Because if you had other things that were developed, it could potentially be a really bad flip for you. We have the singular White Widow. We have magic to extend the game. A single cannonball here wins, because that would bring them down to 6. And so cannonball could be our win condition in this lane, or just like 1 Stegron on the last turn. But do we want to do... Maybe we do debris for now. Yeah, it's not quite as good as Sinister Vision, though. It depends on how many cards your deck plays. Because if you leave it here, you could potentially be hit by... I guess a Red Guardian wouldn't completely counter you either. But it gives you a little bit of protection from things like a complete cap out of White Widow. It gives you a lot of peace of mind in a lot of scenarios. I think I'm going to magic the right. Ooh, we have to look out for a Nihilist, right? They could Nihilist this turn. We could do White Widow Sage. If they Annihilus, they could always send the Widow's Kiss back our way, which is another thing we have to look out for. Started to win more when I stopped Sinistering Jeff. Also, most of the time when my opponent plays Jeff, I simply overpower the rest of the locations. When I play clutter decks myself. It can get clunky if you have too many cards out on the board, and it makes it hard to like move your Jeffs around. But I think it depends on the deck, because if it's a low curve deck, you might be right. It might be better to not do it. But with something that has a higher curve, a lot of times you're okay. Against the logic, no. I mean, and I think it really depends a bit on your experiences as well. So we're gonna need. This may be our only chance to win. Speaks. Speaks is the right verb. Speaks or talks, or it kind of goes against the logic. I was able to understand what you meant, Ook. So I don't think Red Hulk in the right wins. Stegoron doesn't do us much good. We need a big play in Bar Sinister. So we could always do like Cannonball to the left, but we need a way to... What if we did this? What if we did Cannonball mid, that wins mid, next turn becomes, or Red Hulk mid, that wins mid, Cannonball left, takes out a Sentry. I think that's less risky than the Red Goblin, or the Green Goblin. Cannonball right? What, Cannonball right this turn? To cap them out of the left lane? But then we'd still have to win both of these. We're gonna go Red Hulk mid. Nico. Oh, is that the location change one?
Are ye worthy?
It's unfortunate. So it's gonna rip away Limbo into Panopticon. It's unfortunate. That is an unfortunate 8. For Widow's Kiss left would mean Cannonball wouldn't draw left. I lose more to that Nico spell than anything else. And it's big. When it hits, yeah, when it hits just right, it is so fortunate. You can get so much value out of it. Yeah, they hit the God roll. And you can't anticipate that necessarily. And it's all right. We've been doing really good. That sets us back a little bit. It always stings to lose 8, but how many Sandman Ultron decks do you see these days? Ultron, almost none. Sandman, a decent amount. Or I guess not a decent amount. I see it some. It's probably a few times a season. For Ultron, maybe a few times a week for Sandman. Because Electro Ramp is still pretty decent. It's a pretty decent option. I'm just curious how much of a lunatic I am. Oh, so you're doing both like a Sandman and Ultron? Yeah, almost never do I see like the combo together. Did Regis do a Sandman Ultron video? Is it because that deck is all I got? If it works for you and if you enjoy doing it, then it's probably better that it's not a popular option. Because if it's something that's working well for you, then hold it a secret and ride that train as long as you can. So I kind of like the Green Goblin before the debris. That way we can make sure that it goes off. They can't stop it. I have so few Series 3 and above. And I'm especially with a limited collection, I think that's a good shout as well. Like if it's doing decently for you, absolutely play it up. So they snapped with the crystals, an interesting one. Maybe they're going Living Tribunal, or maybe they can just clear this left lane. Oh no! Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Oh no.
Victory.
I apologize. I apologize, Thursday. Yeah, I think Ultron or even just like a Khazar Zoo is a good cheap deck that can hold you over for a while until you can get some like additional resources. TLSG, you're a treasure. I'm so glad you came back. I'm glad that I was able to come back, and I'm glad that there's people to come back to. And so I'm very glad to be here, and I'm glad that you're here enjoying it. JR, welcome back. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Subterranean makes our draws a little bit inconsistent. We do have Green Goblin, White Widow. So we could start looking to cap out maybe this middle location.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Calibrex Gaming, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. The Kitty Pride always makes it a little difficult to fully cap out a location. I mean, if you want some somewhat useful Ultron deck, you can check out Gilbin's latest showcase. I can check it out. I haven't seen his build from it, if it was recent. I haven't seen it from today. But his are always really fun to look at. They may not always be super high end, but they're always either really fun or at least decently competitive for what they are. And so no, I don't have any issues with you referencing a Regis build. I think he's one of the best people that does it. He always has some really creative takes. So a Sage in Camartage could be decent depending on what else gets played there. I like the idea of Magic and Subterranea. We keep the big house somewhat limited because of how many cards we can flexibly play over there. Will Goblin and Camartage just bring him back to your side? It absolutely will. Because it'll reveal twice. The first reveal will push him here. The second one brings him right back. Yeah, he has some incredible thumbnails as well. And I've had the pleasure of being able to speak to him some outside of like his content, and he's always so incredibly well spoken. Like he almost makes me feel like I'm uneducated, and I'm decently educated, but he's so eloquent with everything that he says and like how he expresses those different thoughts. Whether it be like a good feedback, bad feedback, it is all constructed incredibly well, and so. He's an absolute treasure. Yeah, he's been grinding for a long time. Always stays positive. I know, no matter if he had like hard things that popped up, he's always able to, have that positive atmosphere for everyone. Even if he's maybe not necessarily excited about the game, he's able to be positive and remain like lighthearted, which I think makes his content so like attractive. You two might do some co-op to overthrow the cozy slash Alex slash Dexter stuff. Maybe one day we'll be able to. I know with him it's definitely hard. He has a young one, which I've been in that situation. It's hard to schedule anything. But anything is definitely possible. And we talked about it for a little bit, trying to find some time to do some kind of collab, but that's been a little bit now. And so I don't like it's been a little while since we had those conversations. And that was before he had a daughter, and the daughter definitely takes priority. So we can Sage mid. Gives them us a little bit more value than they have. We always have Cannonball to cover the left if they cap out the big house, or a double Cannonball and Camartage. I think we're just going to Sage for now and see what we draw next. If I'm hearing a TLSG podcast, not necessarily. We were thinking of just doing like a stream, like a stream or a video. But anything is always possible. So their Kitty Pride, not sure how powerful their Kitty Pride was. I think it has to be less than this. We'll see. Does Cannonball win us the left lane? It doesn't. We lose with Cannonball. We just lose this one. Unless we were... No. Even if they did Cannonball to the right, we'd still lose it. They're up to 9? Is that possible without... Oh, 9 total? Yeah. But we lose the left lane. Doc Ock. Cannonball would push Doc Ock out. We'd be losing that one by 1. Really enjoyed your collab with KM. Yeah, that's something that I do enjoy doing, but with the full-time job, it definitely creates... It's hard to schedule. Like, my schedule is awful. And then now with wanting to stream... Like any kind of free time is typically going to streaming, and so that cuts a little bit of that little bit extra that I had. But it's still something that I would like to do more of in the future. So that's how I came across your content, a random short into a recommended video. I mean, so, okay. So you're telling me maybe I need to put my my short stuff back out there. I'm sure I've seen one of his shorts pop up on YouTube and probably watched them without even knowing who he is. Yeah, I probably need to do more shorts. It just... Mirror match? Oh, and on the last one or on this one? It's clear then TLSG needs to go full-time streamer mode. I would love to. I would be honored to be able to do that. If it's in the cards, it's in the cards. I'm gonna try and do a big push this week, because my office is wanting to do a call to return to work, and so if that was the case, then I wouldn't have the extra time to like brew and play and record while navigating my full-time job responsibilities. And so content would slow down considerably, and I would hate to come back and then have it slow down that much. Yeah. But between videos and streams, if the streams are decent enough, then I might be able to. Arishem in one day? Yeah, Arishem's tomorrow. I can't wait. I came back to an ad, but no way. My hand was all top in. Ah, Tavern. I'm sorry. We had a pretty good opening hand. We had Widow, we had Debris, we had a lot of clutter that would have been junking up your side of the board. You've really played a lot since coming back. White Widow, I enjoy White Widow quite a bit. So no, I have played quite a bit from coming back. I've been back for, I think, this is my 3rd season. I came back when Zemo was featured. So I think it's my 3rd season now. What are the odds of you getting Arishem? Oh, my odds are 100%. We're absolutely going to pull for Arishem tomorrow. I love Wheel of Time. Tefu. I'm not sure I've heard of Wheel of Time. So with the right lane, they played Maximus. We have Debris, we have Green Goblin. We could start cluttering this lane up. And then we're going to shuffle our cards after this turn. So kind of like the Green Goblin. With them having Living Tribunal, as much junk and useless stuff as we can get on the board, the better for us. Oh, my screen name is Wheel of Time. Gotcha. That's a Wheel of Time reference. That's an unfortunate gladiator for him. This looks like a definite snap. What do you suggest to buy with tokens? White Widow, Blink, Cersei, or Sage? It really depends on what you enjoy playing. So for me, I play White Widow the most because I like clutter or junk or just limiting the opponent's play space. I think Sage right now is a little bit better in terms of like upper end what she can do than White Widow. She combos really well with Ravonna. But it comes down to what you enjoy playing mostly. I think both those two are good. Cersei's also okay, but she's an RNG card. And so sometimes she's going to stab you in the back. And then Blink. Blink is useful in a handful of decks, but it doesn't feel like she's super prevalent, at least right now. There was a Hela build before the most recent Over the Air that she was good in. But she doesn't feel incredibly relevant. If you like ramp decks, Blink is incredibly good there. But outside of that, you're probably okay without her. They stayed after the snap, which is crazy. Because we could always draw into Cannonball, which gives us an ability to take away power from their entire board. Yeah, she goes into a lot of decks, but Nocturne also goes into a lot as well. Okay, so Doc Ock is a big one. It pulls in our Red Hulk and our Stegron. Stegron doesn't have any room to move any cards over. So we have Cannonball for the right. It goes down to 2. Sage would be more flat power. They take away and win this lane. But they have to have enough power to overcome these other ones. I'm not sure if they do. Cannonball only takes out potentially 6. I think Sage may be play 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 or 12 after this turn with Nebula. I think we just skip this one. Yeah, T7 Sage, it becomes 12 because Nebula goes 7. And so then unless they can really double up on what they have, then we should be able to win with just the Sage. Even if they have a Shang-Chi, even if they have a Shadow King, they win mid, but they should lose the other 2. Don't play anything? Ooh. I forgot about the Shadow. I forgot about the Jeff moving. Yeah, that Shadow King does us in, right? Woof. That's unfortunate. I forgot Jeff could move. The Shadow King over here makes a lot of sense. But had we done Cannonball, it would have set us back to 7 instead of the Sage. So we should have went with a Cannonball had we been thinking it through a little bit better. Shadow King in Quantum Realm makes the most sense. He said spoke both of them into existence. Yeah. Yeah. And then Arthur, you said love your YouTube. Nice to see you on Twitch. It's nice to be here. I'm enjoying the streams. We're climbing decently today. We're actually we lost a 4 and an 8 recently, but otherwise we've been climbing very well today and having fun doing it. And next up we have Roram, which I feel like is featured in a lot of my videos. So a lot of times they like to overstay for us. Played too much mill to not know what's going to happen. Yeah, and that's what makes me the most sad. No, they don't throw the games, but sometimes they'll overstay to see different like outcomes. And I typically don't snap on them when I'm recording or just when I'm playing. A lot of times I just like to experiment with decks, so I don't necessarily snap aggressively all the time. And so sometimes they'll see it or let it play out for an extra one. Is this live or pre-recorded? This is pre-recorded, Straws. We just timed it just perfectly so that we could pre-record our response to your question. No, it's live. No, yeah, it's live, Straws. Did you think it was pre-recorded? So we have Titania. We can't really do much from. We could do the Stegoron, but that kind of hurts us in the right lane. For a second, you got me. My bad, Straws. I kind of think we just don't play. We could do Stegoron to the left, potentially. Started glitching out. He's lying. He just guessed someone would ask that. Maybe. Wait, I only watch pre-recorded or scripted? Well, it's been nice seeing you, Whitaker. We knew this time would come. We predicted it. Speaking of paid actors. So we could do Doc Ock now. Strong Guy's kind of rough over there. We have Red Hulk to win one of the lanes back in our favor. We'll see what we pull. Silver Surfer. Okay. So we're not going to have very many resources going into the last couple turns. Ghost Rider's a good one. And then Lady Sif and Blade. And then Gambit doesn't have anybody to hit or any cards to discard, so he's not going to destroy one of ours. Which is one of my favorite ways to leverage that. So we could do Titania,
Victory.
Debris, Jeff. We could cap them out of that location potentially. Or we just do a Debris. But we do end up getting the retreat. I guess just a Red Hulk to the right would win too, right? I was trying to overcomplicate it. Just Red Hulk to the right ends up winning. I'm going to see which deck it was. So the deck that they recommended looks very much like the... So the deck that Pulse recommended earlier was what I was looking at. It looks like it's very similar to the Athena core that was used previously. It does have Shang-Chi, so it has a couple of different flares, but it still goes super big onto like the Sage, Iron Man, Mockingbird stuff. And so we can test it out here in a little bit if we need to switch. But I have no doubts that it puts up good stats. Calibrex, you said White Widow question. My first good split of her is gold with Rainbow Stardust. I prefer gold on most cards. It's easier to pull or acquire black and white. And so I like gold a lot of the times. They have Iceman Forge. We can magic to make sure the game goes the full length. Because Kamartaj, I think we have some decent benefit in like Green Goblin, even though Doc Ock got hit by Iceman. So I got my custom card for Angela set to Pride variant. Prism Rainbow Crackle. I made the mistake of setting the Pride one to inked, and I didn't realize that that could be kind of rude. Because it's taking the colorfulness of like Pride, and I inked it, and so I only did that once. We changed it after that. We have Green Goblin to the left. We don't have a great hand. Green Goblin to the left really doesn't lock us in because they do have Nightcrawler that can move, and so I'm gonna move this into mid. Do you ever do any meme or challenge decks? I mean, sometimes they're fun to run some. Mainly if I was to do it, it'd be on like Conquest. But I experiment with a lot of different builds. So yeah, that's one that sometimes I do play around with. So the Forge, Ironheart, we have to look out for it, and Odin for sure. Since we can't do Doc Ock, I think we do Double Debris. That caps us out of the left lane, but we're looking to win one of the other ones from there. Oof. Oof. That's going to be rough. We could maybe Doc Ock mid. That doesn't win it alone. Red Hulk mid. And Odin would quadruple retrigger Ironheart, so it's not a guaranteed win here either. The double Cannonball would be decent. We could also potentially get Jeff. And this is going to grow a handful, so I'm going to hope that we can overpower it. Wait, they Odin already? Stegron? Stegron wouldn't clear anything for us. It can only move to the right for Stegron. Why'd they play it out this turn? Kind of wild. So this would be end up being what, just 3? 3 power here. This goes up to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21, this is 11, so we'd lose this one by 13. We'd lose. We'd lose the point differential. Red Hulk's +3 now. It used to be +4, but it's +3, so it'll go to 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We tie mid. We clear these 2 here, bring them down to just 3. We lose. We lose the tiebreaker, right? 11 is 13 power. So we lose this one by 13. Sage, right? Sage going to be bigger? Yeah, no, so the +2 brings left lane up to 11. And so we lose the left by 13. What does this go up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5, so it's 10, 20. I think we lose this one. We lose another 8 cubes because I couldn't make up my mind. Yeah. So mid still stays a tie. Yeah, it's true. But with Cannonball, it would have been 10 power. We would have lost here by 7, or we would have won here by 7. We wouldn't have won the tiebreaker. You guys troll talked me into a stay. I should have made up my mind faster. Ooh. We're gonna run a quick set of ads. Stegron Sage. Stegron right was a tiebreaker tie. Stegron yeah, I can see it. It was a bad one. We're gonna run a quick set of ads. That's one that has everyone thinking about different calculations. I'm gonna run a quick set of ads real fast as we queue up for our next game. Let's see. We have clutter. Card in this one still needs upgraded. This one, we don't have enough for a split though. I've split debris so many times. Steg mid, Sage right, 20 mid, tied right, and still lost the tiebreaker. Yeah, I think there was a lot of ways to. I think there was a lot of ways to lose a tiebreaker or to tie one lane, but I don't think there was a way to overcome all of them. I want to get debris either gold or black and white, but I've split it so many times it just hasn't happened. As opposed to an 8 cube loss. Yeah, we should have retreated, and it's fine. We're still hovering around the same even after that one. Pusher, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I did see your comment on the video of when I ran your requested deck or your recommended deck. But welcome in. Hopefully you had a great stream. Glad to see you. Next up we have Quack. We were doing fantastic. We started the day off so strong. And then I dropped a few awful ones. We dropped a few unfortunate ones. 2 8s and a 4. So now we're back to about even. Everyone welcome in. If you don't know who I am, I'm TLSG. Most of my stuff came from, I've been playing since beta, doing a lot of like daily YouTube videos on Marvel Snap, and I recently pushed back over into the streaming side of it. Is this a brew or a net deck? What, the debris one? The debris one, I think someone else, I think it got pulled from Untapped. So I think it's more of a net deck, but it has a couple of like pieces that I've tried different slots in. So Sage, at one point I had Viper to get a little bit more clutter or clog. A couple of things. You said thank you. You had to send the people over. This deck looks fun. Yeah, this one I like, especially for the hot location. But I think even outside of that, I think it has some decent potential. We could potentially clutter right. That might become a bit problematic because they'll get the free raft resource. So if we don't end up winning right after everything is said and done, then we lose this tiebreaker. We could Doc Ock mid because we do have the Cannonball as that kind of backup line or replacement. I think we have a better chance of winning mid than we have of winning right. Stegron right, Sage right. Wins right by 9 points. We lost left by 9. But we wouldn't have been able to tie middle without playing... I played Titania there. So unless we could have an extra energy, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Okay, so the double debris gets pulled down. They have the Nebula in the right, but we do win mid. And so all we have to do is win the raft now.
Snap.
So I think we go with this. We also have the potential Cannonball to push Mockingbird out. Wait.
Kneel before Galactus.
We're getting absolutely roasted today. Cannonball was the play, I guess. Oh, we should have cannonballed. We should have known the Galactus was generated. Anyone know when alliances come out? They should be, I want to say along with like Deadpool's dinner. I wanted to say it was like towards the end of July. It was big. It was big brain. Oh no. We start. Yeah, I think it's towards the end of July. We started off so strong. And it's all just come crumbling down. That's all right. Yeah, I did see that you can see their highest achieved ranked, but it stops after infinite, right? Hot locations give me nightmares. I enjoy this one because I enjoy both mill and like junk style decks. we've been getting sweated super bad. So we could do Jeff. We can also kind of save it for a little bit later. Now if they made infinite, it will show the rank. Really? I thought I clicked on one and it just said infinite, but I could be wrong. Hot locations are there to boost Conquest player rates. You might not be wrong. We do have Magic. We have Jeff. I kind of want to save this left lane for like a Stegron. And I'm seeing the Lizard. I'm actually thinking we take away Sewer System because I expect to see a Luke Cage at some point. Oh, you have to have made it to the top 5 for it to show. Oh, so like it shows their highest achieved rank, like highest leaderboard rank. Interesting. I haven't messed around a whole lot in it. I still kind of want to play Stegron into Krakoa. But now with the snap, I almost think we Stegron to the left and make sure that they can't rip away Limbo. We'll do that, and then we'll do like Doc Ock into Krakoa. Ooh, they stormed the left lane.
My hand.
It's for alliances to get ready? Yeah, I can see that. So they could have a Legion here. Legion would be rough. Is there a way we beat the Legion? The last couple of losses have me so scared. I don't think we beat a Legion play. And I think that's the only feasible follow-up to that snap. That pulls a lot of resources, but nothing great for us. Cannonball wins mid. A double play won't do it. We lose mid by 1. I think I'm going to retreat out of this one. Dock to the right. I think they're going to Legion into the flooded lane. That feels definitely like what they were setting up for. Was the Legion, because once they saw Limbo and they had Storm in hand is when they snapped. It was when they snapped on us. Arishem is going to be great content. I can't wait to play it. I'm hoping that it's as good as I'm building up to be in my mind. Man, we're dropping games left and right. Yeah, I think Arishem should be fun. I'm curious to see how competitive it'll actually be. But I think regardless, it'll be a really fun one because that lack of knowledge, whenever it does generate something that's good for you, I think can create such a big cube equity if you can capitalize on them. Because they're not going to be anticipating the Galactus to be generated, so you can get 4 and 8 cube games out of it. If you press it whenever it's right. But Uki said, by the way, I read recently about a lot of people returning to the game just to leave it because of the atrocious game economy. You seem to be doing really well. Maybe a video, something like how to return to the game. So I think the return to the game, so what Marvel Snap does really well is it creates like FOMO. It creates fear of missing out for like the new card release, the new variant, those sorts of things. And so you have to whenever you come back into it, it would have to be with the expectation that like you're not going to have all the new cards. You go into it because if you have to have all the new cards to have fun, you may not actually be enjoying the game as much. You still need a decent collection. Luckily for me, I had a really deep collection before going on break. I think had I been missing even more of those core pieces, it would have been harder. So yeah, I bought a few bundles to help advance that progression. Because I was able to offset that with content creation. Had I not been able to, it would definitely have been a slower curve. I would have stuck to good decks that I knew performed decently. And then kind of slowly built those different cards as they were in spotlights or as I completed daily missions, that sort of thing. It would have been a lot slower, but it would have had to be a game of patience for sure. Can I ask why you want to break? You can. You can always ask. So I went on break because between juggling a full-time job, it was essentially full-time content creation, and raising my daughter, things got really hectic. I felt like I was burning a candle on both ends. And then additionally, I had my dad pass away really suddenly. It was like a self-inflicted thing that instead of dealing with, I created more content and I kind of just pushed it down, and it got to the point where I kind of just like broke down. Things like responding to an email were so overwhelming, and like it was weighted so heavily that I just couldn't do the things that I needed to do. And so at that point, I unintentionally took a step back. I kind of just shut down. And it turned out to work for the best. But ooh, he said laundry. Yeah, we took a break to do some laundry. I don't know a good play here. I almost want to just retreat. They have our cards. I don't know a good line here. The magic to the right feels potentially wrong, but it lets us extend the game. So I am going to steg to the left. It could be, but I don't know how we win outside of that. They have the discount on the cards from when they played Loki. They have our Cannonball, potentially Cannonball, Red Hulk. And so I think just winning in general becomes really difficult to do. He said, sorry to hear that. Glad you're doing better. Yeah, it definitely took kind of putting things in, setting priorities and make sure that I took the time that I needed to reflect and kind of come back. 21 years ago when I was 8. Yeah, it doesn't get easier. It just, you kind of learn to manage. And with it being so suddenly, I think has made it hurt worse. We're gonna retreat out of this one. I don't like anything that's going on in this game. I was trying to figure out a good line. I don't like any bit of it. Yep. And this was something that I did that he was really excited about, was like creating content and just doing something that I loved. Because growing up, like I always really enjoyed video games. I told people I wanted to be a game designer. And so this was something that he very heavily supported. And so, yeah, definitely let the legacy live on. We need to win a couple of games. We have lost a tremendous amount of the upside that we had. We may switch back to mill, honestly. It's just Freyberg. Thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
I appreciate
enough.
the support. Hopefully you're having a great day. Glad to have you here. We're gonna go ahead and play out Jeff. We have Magic, Green Goblin, so we have a little bit of clutter, but not a whole lot. He said, I felt it. My dad was 35. Died same day, 6 hours later. Hospital with leukemia. Yeah, it's tough. Not having that, you know, proper time to like have those last conversations is really, really tough. But you do learn to manage and move on. I think a double White Widow to the right. They could potentially have a White Widow as well. If so, then we'll outscale them with the Nebula. Baron Zemo and Mojo World is going to pull Sage or Debris. Debris caps them out of the right lane as well. So we win that one. We just have to be able to win one other one. I think between Magic, we have Stegron. Potentially cap them out here. I kind of think we Green Goblin this turn. We have Magic for next turn. We know that they're going to be opting to do some kind of like Doc Ock shenanigans. I think we snap into this one. Because I don't think they ever cap out Shadowland this turn. If they do, then a Doc Ock to the left is going to draw us resources or play resources there that we need anyways. So that I still have trouble identifying bots. So they said that there weren't any bots post-Infinite. And they're running a mill deck on the hot location day. So I would be inclined to think that it's not. But I've also been wrong before. So we could either Magic to extend the game. We need soundbite redemptions. I need to look into how to do that, the Whitaker. But yeah, no, I think that would be a fun channel point redemption. I have been looking to add different ways to add channel points back in. So if we Stegron to the left and they happen to Doc Ock in mid, then I guess we pull Cannonball, Magic, Red Hulk, and so it should be fine. If not, then we cap them out of mid. We just have to play like Cannonball, Red Hulk, something. We could Magic mid as well, but since it's a mill deck, I'm worried about a Doc Ock. And so they may play the Magic mid for us anyways. And if not, then we should be able to, yeah, Magic mid. The Cannonball comes down, which pushes the left location. It pushes their Doc Ock left. Brings them up to 20. Our Red Hulk plus whatever we get on turn 7 should be fine. And the untapped tracker actually broke with the bot identification. It doesn't identify them anymore. I guess that was the goal. Yeah, so we ended up capping them out of one location. That's all that we have to really focus on at that point. We have the Doc Ock, and we limit their spaces enough. And so between the two options, we had, like, if they Doc Ock to the left, then we'd have a pretty good sizable lead there, and they'd be capped out in mid. Broke more. I don't think it was ever that accurate. It was decent at like lower collection levels for sure. But yeah, it may have just been broken more. And then Silly Nilly, sorry, I just caught your message. I've watched your YouTubes forever. Glad to catch you streaming. Snap got better when you came back. Thank you so much, Silly Nilly. I'm glad that you're here. Glad that you're enjoying the content. And hopefully you enjoy the stream as well. I definitely think it's a little bit different paced than the videos. But hopefully, I think the positive vibes are the thing that kind of carries over between the two for sure. Yeah, no, it doesn't identify bots anymore. Anywhere in the game. The last patch that they did, or I guess maybe it's a couple of patches ago, it ended up breaking that functionality. It identified the obvious spots. So if you didn't know how to do it, yeah, but outside of that, it didn't. So they do go with Magic. I'd assume that it's, I mean, maybe it's a mill deck and they just held their mill cards. Stegron can move one out of mid. Magic doesn't do a whole lot for us, but Stegron isn't necessarily great either. But I am going to play it. Maybe we put a -3 Green Goblin to the right. Since the new season, yeah. Yeah, it's fairly recent within the last couple patches. So with the snap, they could be... They may be mill, yeah. And so Red Hulk is an unfortunate pull for them. And then Debris would be beautiful. White Widow is another unfortunate one. They're completely capped out of Camartage. We win that location, we just need to win one other. That's an unfortunate It's an unfortunate double tap for Gladiator, which we'll absolutely take. That was a godlike Gladiator. Yeah, that was the worst Gladiator they could have ever gotten. Snapping wheel when you pass on 1 or 2 is a choice. It's definitely a choice. We could do Doc Ock mid. That opens up the potential for Cannonball. We could also do like a double debris. Kind of like double debris. But they're going to aim to do Doc Ock this turn, right? So maybe we Doc Ock as well. Will Arishem be just fun, or will it be surprisingly good? We don't know for sure. I think I'm leaning towards... Ooh, the Beast first was great. Shang-Chi is inevitable. I'm leaning towards it might be decently viable, but I'm hesitantly saying so. Like it could also be that it just is awful. But I think we'll have to definitely wait and see. So we have Cannonball. Sage is also a good one. We could do this number, which becomes 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 this turn. And then Cannonball pushes the Red Hulk away. Unless they change Limbo, which would, according to our luck, Debris Cannon. We could have done Debris Cannon. Debris and then Cannon in mid. Yeah, Debris to the right, Cannon mid would have been another way to go with it. But I think this one wins just as likely or just as easily. We take out their big power here, and we... Ooh, wait. Will Cannonball push Titania? We would have found out.
Victory.
I played better when it said everyone was a bot. I was fearless. Sometimes that's how you got to play. Do you see Loki Mill doing good? I think Loki Mill would be tough because you need ways to generate cards. So it would be a weird maybe potential strife. It maybe like light end on the mill stuff, but then feels like a cheaper Loki deck. I don't know. Like it might be. There might be some cool ways to build it. Maybe I just haven't experimented with them. It does push Titania. If they didn't fill the middle location, would be the biggest if. Because I think most of the time they're going to play a card. And then Hill Ram,
welcome.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub, pushing us up to 25 for the day. Huge support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day. So Black Knight ending up in deep space is super unfortunate. Because now when they discard a card, they're not going to get that generation. I kind of like just playing Titania there. We grab some tempo back. Yeah, rest in peace, Prodigy. We have Magic, Stegron. We have some good resources. I think we're just going to do this for now. Mantis is God tier and deserves to be 117. Mantis, as she is right now, is awful. It used to be at least playable, but now it's definitely awful. I think Green Goblin into like a Magic into Hala is going to be our play. Karnax would end up transforming it, which I don't necessarily care for. Rayolo, you said, hey, Mr. TLSG, I've heard a lot about you and your legends. Thank you for being here, Rayolo. Swag, thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day. And if I missed any of the other messages, I apologize. I didn't mean to miss any of them. But Deadpool Dinner is going to be a timed event, so it's going to be a new game mode, but it's only going to be available for a limited time. But you're going to be able to snap like 8 or 16 times, something ridiculous. Some kind of crazy number. The max points will be able to go up to like 2 billion or something crazy. But it's going to be how you unlock Cassandra Nova in not this upcoming season, but the one following that. So the August season, I believe, is what it is. And then Robe, you said happy to see you back. Hope you remember to always take care of yourself and family when you have the chance. I appreciate it, Robe. We're definitely doing this with a little bit better balance this time around. And so I appreciate the kind words and you just being here. And being here when I came back. Hopefully you've been doing well. So we could do White Widow to try to clutter this right lane and stop them from being able to play anything else. Sage might be another okay like alternate line, but it also feels like it might be a little rushed. I'm going to do it, then we'll see. Okay, so Blade to the right, discards the Infinite. If they have Hela, which I don't think this deck does, I think this is more of a Sandman deck. But we'll see. So the Infinite left, we're going to have to just avoid that one. We have right locked in. I think this turn becomes... we could always do a Hail Mary with like a Stegron, or we could do Cannonball to push out the Infinite as well. So maybe it's like a Stegron into a Cannonball and a Prayer. It's either that or we stack both in mid and hope we're able to overcome their high plays. But I think they'll have like a Magneto in their arsenal as well. No, the shard shouldn't have been able to be generated. Black Knight is in deep space. Cannonball, and then we can do Steg plus Debris. Yeah, I like the Cannonball. That's going to push the Infinite. But then the only bad thing is they know that they're fighting for Tarnax after that. Would be my only like hesitation. So they skipped on turn 6. Namora gives us a little bit of flair over there. We can do the Stegron. We push a card plus the Debris. Both are going to be random. Let's do Debris first, just in case she jumps into Deathlock. I want Stegron as that backup piece. Got down to 10k rank and now sitting at 30k. Just can't get a break. And sometimes, so I think the biggest thing that I have to tell myself is that the rank doesn't really matter. Stegron won't push. Surely Stegron first. Wait. Oh, Stegron won't push with the Debris. All right, I got you. For the push, I agree. If it turns into Deathlock, though, we're just gonna end stream. Okay, so the Nocturne rotation to Groot. That is a good change. Gambit is scary. Okay, we're still good on the right into Cyclops. That's a good one. Cyclops moves. I wish it would have been Groot. Oh, Lockjaw. Does that rotate into like a... Does that still rotate? Or no? It does. Red Hulk? Jeff. What a weird...
Victory.
There were too many moving pieces to that one. Calculated. The push did win us. Had Cyclops still been here and I reversed that order, it won it for us. Yeah, exactly how we planned it. To the T. Oh, wow. We'll take it. We'll take those. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be back. We have a little bit more time with this location. I'm gonna see if I can get back down to below 300. I miss old Lockjaw Casino. Me too. Old Lockjaw Casino had a special place. So, do we have any Leech decks? I don't right now. I'm thinking Leech might make a comeback in Arishem decks, but right now I don't have it. I'm gonna run to the restroom. We'll be right back. Had never even thought about Leech and Arishem. Yeah, it puts him back to 4 cost. And so you'd be able to use him earlier. And so I've brewed a couple of builds with him in it that I think are going to be kind of cool. We'll see. I'm kind of excited about Arishem. I wasn't at first, but the more time that passes, the more excited I'm getting. All right, we're gonna climb a little bit more. We can always switch over to Conquest if we want. I have 2 infinite Conquest tickets, which I think are gonna be more than enough to take one home. I hope. If not, then we can always run some emergency gold. I have a lot of gold tickets. You're making me excited for Arishem. I was sort of whatever when Pulse first asked me a month ago for Snap League. I ranked him like 3rd best. Yeah, I wasn't excited until I started brewing with him and like looking at what possible plays I could go with. And I ended up cutting all of the like RNG based stuff. So like Quinjet. I ended up taking out that out in favor of some more like, consistent potential high rolls. Because ideally you don't want to play many of the cards that are generated. And so I think it'll be fun to see the different builds that people come up with, and I'm excited to see how it goes tomorrow. It's gonna be one of the first cards that I've brewed with live, or like I've played and brewed with live as soon as it came out. How'd you brew with him? No, just like theory crafting stuff. Boomer. Oh, if I did this, I would be excited if I did the spotlight. But no, I didn't get to play with it. I haven't actually played with the card. I've just theory crafted for it. So I think Nebula and Jeff. We have Stegron, which could push one of these over, but I'm not sure. I mean, if there's space, we could always potentially push it over, leaving that Widow's Kiss at -8. I don't have them like I guess built out. I typically will build out the shells on either Snap.fan or Marvel Snap and just have them saved in like a draft or like take a picture of it. But typically I'm working through all of my slots anyways, so I usually don't have a whole lot to pre-brew. Said I'm pretty stoked to brew. I think there's two or three of my decks, and oh, that's nice, Space Wax. Probably getting tired of me. No, if you're putting out exciting brew stuff, I'm sure that they're not getting tired of you at all. We could do Doc Ock left. We could try for a prayer of a Doc Ock right. And we have Cannonball to maybe steal us the Onslaught Citadel.
Opponent snapped.
I'll give you the one coming on Friday if you wanna, if you want before it gets overrun. Yeah, if you wanna send me the deck code, we'd be excited to try it. Killmonger, yeah, and Surfer. Magic came a touch too late. I don't know that it's auto include, but I'm including it in my first couple of drafts popcorn. And I guess I could build out one of the decks that I've been thinking about and kind of talk through the different things that I'm excited to try for Arishem. So Red Hulk wins us left, a Killmonger or Silver Surfer. I think we're done here. I don't think we have a good way without it going to an extra turn. We're gonna back out of this one.
Escaped.
So let's. I'll pull up the deck builder, and we can see. This is gonna be one of the ones that I try first, because I think it's gonna have probably the highest chance of being consistent or good. I have to find one to delete first. I didn't have much luck with this one. All right, So we'll take away the deck tracker. Both deck trackers. And we'll move me up here. All right. So I think Wave is going to be phenomenal. Not that it's going to be every single game that you are able to utilize it, but if you can get Wave down on 2, and that lets you play any card for free on 3, the opponent can't play anything at all. And so then you get a big tempo advantage against them. I think another big one is going to be Blob. I think Blob will help you reduce your deck size. Cuts out it, not as far as giving you better outs, because it's going to pull your cards as likely as it is theirs. But if the opponent's running something like Hawk, if they're running something like Korg, Rock Slide, it can potentially eat those dead cards in the rocks as it's pulling its way up to 15. I do like the card generation of Coulson. So with Coulson, what that's looking at like is if you can get this on turn 2, turn 3 you'll be able to play a 4 cost, turn 5 will be a guaranteed, or turn 4 would be a guaranteed 5 cost. And so you get a lot of really good curve, and I think having that early can potentially be valuable for that like RNG side of it. Wave assumes everyone isn't also running Arishem. That's true. If it's always mirrors, then I think Wave gets cut, but yeah, no, I think Wave is, well, not Wave. I think Coulson is going to be good because if you happen to have it early, that's like a consistent, you know that even if your Arishem luck was bad and you drew all 6 cost cards or you drew all 1 cost cards, you're at least going to have a 3, 4, 5 curve. So I like him in this one, and I think with that and with having him in it to also kind of mitigate the bad RNG, we have Loki. I don't think I put Quinjet in this at all. I think we end up cutting Quinjet. I like Loki. I do like Shang-Chi. You're not going to draw it as often, but I think you have access to so much additional energy over the course of the game that I think it's valuable. What else? I like Legion. So having him down early can be really detrimental. I'm not sure if I go Mockingbird either. So Mockingbird was in my original list, and my original had like Quinjet and Mockingbird. But ideally, we're not going to play very many of the randomly generated cards. Ideally, we would want to be able to play ours. So I think Bird will be fine, but I'm not sure if it like ultimately stays in the deck or not. Absorbing Man, I think, gets a little inconsistent because you don't know when you're going to draw one of those like good on reveals. Sunspot, we'd always be worrying about Killmonger or Shadow King, or those cards that would offset it. So while you do have extra energy, I don't know that Sunspot fits the build. If you play Loki, I don't think you need the additional discount
welcome.
from
It took you long enough.
Kerheim, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm so excited to have you here. And then what else are we looking at? Because I think those are like the ones that I have at the top of my mind. From there, it's kind of filling out the rest. Cersei could be cool to offset some of the downside. I think it looks like a Sarah control without the Sarah. And it could. That could be how it ends up being. Because ideally, you want to be able to play the cards that you draw to find those winning conditions. And I don't think Jubilee or Iron Lad, I don't think those ever make the cut. White Queen, I considered White Queen, but I ended up liking Coulson a little bit better. Because I think White Queen gives you some good insight on turn 3 versus turn 4, and it has decent, like, kind of flat power. What else were we looking at? think I had Leech in there because, again, being able to do that a turn earlier offers so much value against so many different builds. And so at turn 5, it's a bit late. On turn 4, I think you can justify it. Let's see. I don't remember how I bring it home, like what those other... one would be Arishem. We'll put Agatha in it as Arishem. That's the Arishem spot, so I don't forget about it. And I think we have room for more... I think we need other potential big things to have those... I think to have those potential big hits. So I don't know if that looks like either Red Hulk or Magneto. But I know that with Cassandra Nova, it gets kind of cloggy. But I do think we need something like either Red Hulk, Magneto, one of those two to just be like a big body. But Magneto's Disrupt, you may be able to justify, because doing that on turn 5, you can stack their Wongs, their Broods, those cards that may not be ideal to have stacked together. But I do think we still need another upper end, so something we can do on the last turn. And so, again, like either Red Hulk or like an Eliath, I think is going to be a good one. And that leaves us with, like, I think maybe 2 spots we can kind of flex in. But we probably need at least one lower end card. And to go with the Loki, I like Snow Guard. I think if you're going to have Loki in it at all, I think it goes Snow Guard. And then maybe Rogue fills that last spot. To go with an extra tech. Because I think we're going to run into a lot of Hawk decks. And I think by having Shang-Chi or Rogue, you double your chances of being able to pull into one or the other. Blink could be a good call. So maybe it ended up being like Blink over one of these two. Kenny, you said, shh, don't tell anyone. I've been secretly streaming at work, way past my lunchtime. Kenny, I've done that. What inspired this list? So I originally went with like Quinjet and stuff. I've seen a couple of different like posts or ideologies. That's where the wave idea came from. And then from there, it's looking at what gets better value if you can curve it out early. So I think Loki is always that kind of like backup line if your RNG just sucks. And so then I think Blob helps thin out your deck, make a potential Hawk more manageable, but I think you definitely need ways to deal with it. And so I think either Enchantress or Rogue to handle the potential other flip side. I don't think we go Quicksilver or Domino, because that still takes up one of our 12 spots, and I'm not sure that that's worthwhile. And so this is what I would in picture. This is Arishem, of course, not Agatha. You could do Vision for that flexible power, and it may be that you don't get enough value out of these two, so you go with the higher value. Let's send it now. Agatha cooks. Why not Crystal? So with Crystal, you have a worse chance of drawing into like your cards versus knowing that they're going to get one that they built into theirs. And Frank, I think M'Baku has a lot of potential because you have a lot of extra chance to not draw him. But at 1/2, it just didn't feel enough. Like it didn't feel worthwhile enough. Like if he was higher power, absolutely, he makes the cut every time. But I don't think at the 1 cost he does. Ghost Spider because she's the best. But the content, yeah, and you can also build it in other ways that like lean into that RNG, where you go with like Quinjet, you go with a lot of like shield or card generations, you go Fastos. But I just don't think it gives us enough consistently. We do Lockjaw and just rotate through all our cards. You might be able to build one. Wait. Someone said, sorry to say this, but I think I can't watch this for no longer. User? Okay. That's okay. If you're not enjoying it, don't stay. I mean, you don't have to stay here. It's definitely not going to be everybody's thing. But if you do enjoy it, I appreciate everyone that is here. But I'm not going to hold anyone against their will. Yeah, Lockjaw could be fun. I think there could be some other fun ways to build it, like that leans into that chaos of Lockjaw. Maybe we go Cersei. Maybe we even go with Quinjet in some versions. But I like the idea of this for like my starting place. And then see how the randomness or the chaos feels from there. But this is kind of a loose idea of what I was thinking for Arishem. I didn't plan to build it out early, but here we are. We needed a break since we were losing. Yeah, Loki and card generation. And so that's why we have the little tiny bit of it, but we don't go too heavily into it either. Are you also streaming on YouTube? I got to hear the explanation of this build. Yeah, no, we're streaming on the video on demand channel. Yeah. Pain one. Sorry to say this, but I think I can watch this for longer. Have a nice time. I appreciate you staying and watching longer. If you enjoy, we're glad to have you here. Oh man. But let's set back up the untap. But no, we are dual streaming onto YouTube as well. Yeah. So like I think Loki helps you on those low rolls. So if you get something that just is unplayable, then it kind of helps even out the potential downside. Cube ASMR, picking up the copy paste. I'm glad that you can watch longer, Cube. What's interesting about this card is I think that the combo packs of running certain cards together won't be as important. Yeah, so I think they're still really important. Like I've seen some people say it's a complete District X game, and I don't think that's quite it. But I do think they're a little bit less important than what you would normally see. This needs to be a redemption. Sorry to say this, but I can watch anymore. Yeah, I think the Alliance cap's going to be 25, unfortunately. I'd like to have a big cap and be able to have everybody in it, but yeah, it's the Brood Snap. It's awfully brood of them. But can we overcome that? I know they'll have the extra energy, but if we have the extra space, they could have Absorbing Man as well, but that still puts them pretty limited. So we'll see. I'm willing to stick it out, at least for right now. You have more than one Marvel Snap channel? Yeah. So in my panels down below, there's a video on demand one. That's the one that I either stream to or I have the post-stream recap stuff on. So Debris to the right gets them pretty close to Clog. They will have Killmonger at some point, which is what I'm a little bit afraid of. Ooh, wait, we can just play Debris mid. I don't know why we would play it to the right. We're afraid of Killmonger because Silver Surfer is always going to run that, especially with Nova already showing on the board. We would have to get lucky and cap them out before that would be a chance. Cersei to the left is crazy and not what I was expecting. Hellcow, no Absorbing Man, and no Red Guardian. It could have been worse for him, but that US Agent pull was awful. US Agent into debuffing these two cards. Super rough. We do have magic, so we can extend the game. No Absorbing Man, so we know that there's a limit on what they can buff. We can't cap out the right lane yet. But between Magic, Red Hulk, Doc Ock, or Cannonball, we might be able to make it happen. Live all week. So I was actually off work for the 4th. I'm off the whole week. And so I decided, since I'm off from my full-time job, I might as well Sage left wins. Yeah, so we don't even have to do super big over there. I decided since I'm off from my full-time job, we might as well get some longer streams in, because I've really been enjoying being able to interact with you guys. And so we definitely... I wanted to take the opportunity when I could. So we can just Sage left now. If they do Killmonger, they would have to do it this turn. Otherwise, we're capping them out with White Widow. I think that's going to be Yeah, if they Killmonger, they open up space. But if they don't do it this turn, we're going to stop them in the right lane. Sage doesn't solo, though. 2, 4, 6, 8. Ooh, yeah, it doesn't solo. We would need something else there. Which makes this a little bit scarier. We need whatever we play this turn to win, so that we can focus on the other one. 2, 4, 6, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 doesn't do it. We would be reliant on... Maybe... I guess we have Cannonball we could play. Why not Zoidberg? Is this Zoidberg? Ook? I'm doing White Widow to try to cap them out left. This should get higher than Zoidberg, I think. They do play for it, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll retreat after this one. I don't think there's any way to overcome the extra big buff that happens here. They're still stuck in the right lane. They're just not stuck in mid. And so Titania Nebula is not going to do it. This would win us one. We don't have the means to win the other. We'll back out of this one. 2 Bites, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're glad you were able to join us. We're a few hours in, but it's been a fun stream so far. We've been having a good time. We started off incredibly, which is so opposite of most of my streams. We started off really, really strong, climbing really well, and then had a couple of unfortunate 4 and 8 cube losses, and so we're down for the day, but up in spirits. And that is the mantra. That's the theme of most of my streams. Canada Day long weekend capped off with a TLSG stream is great. 2 Bites. I'm gonna be live pretty much all week because we have Independence Day this week, and I got off for the entire week because of it. 2 Bites because of White Widow and Kamartaj. That would be a reason we're seeing a lot of 2 Bites around. I'm a Knight. Good game. Were you in the last game? I'm a Knight. Last week is for climbing. I'm so spirited right now. Pumping about 200 SP. Yeah, I mean, if you've hit infinite, then you don't even really need to climb. You're good as is. Yeah, no, that was a good game. The Killmonger was unfortunate. I was hoping you either didn't play it that turn or didn't have it, and we could cap you out before you had a chance to. I figured the debris was coming at some point. Yeah, you were just unfortunately for us, but fortunately for you, you were able to play around it. You top decked the Killmonger. That was huge. 12-inch vinyl lover. It took me a minute. I had to really read through your name. But hello from US. Welcome all the way in from Germany. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And so the double debris, we do have double White Widow in mid as well. And then they did Gladiator into the Nexus. It will kill the Green Goblin, unfortunately. Unfortunately for us. Fortunately for them, though. And so we could always double White Widow as long as... I mean, I expect a Doc Ock, I think, realistically here, right? So if we return fire on turn 5, not this turn, but next turn, I think if we return fire with the Doc Ock in the left, we might be able to scale bigger than they could. Oh, they have a Jeff. Okay. I can't wait for this hot location to be done. We're almost there. We're almost there, Sowie. We're this close. We're at the finish line. So do we want to throw priority? We can throw priority with Jeff. That way we can set up a cannonball on the last turn. Which I think is good enough for me. Enchantress has been helping a lot with Kamartaj Wong plays. Are you... So I haven't had much issue with Wong, especially when I was running the mill deck, or with just like the junk stuff. But if so, then yeah, Enchantress I think could be big. Okay, so their cannonball comes in mid. It actually caps us out to the right, which is unfortunate. We are protected to the left, which I'm glad we played there, making sure the cannonball couldn't kind of steal it away for us. Do Stegron, it would slap one over. We could do Doc Ock. Be 2, 4, 6. It'd be 12 power in just the Sage play. So Red Hulk is going to be better raw power in mid. Next turn would be move Jeff, play Cannonball. To find a way to win in the mid. Much Dutch. Hello TLSG, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. I'm really glad that you're able to jump in and join us. And so we still have... We don't have initiative. So whatever they play... They move Jeff out. Ours is 14. I think regardless, we should be able to overpower this middle lane. So we're going to lock this in. We might be hemorrhaging some more cubes, but... Hey TLSG, big fan of your YouTube content. Great that you're back. Bloodjack, thank you so much for being here. I'm really glad to be back and that I have an audience to return back to. The incoming Goliath would have been diabolical. We would have we would have switched to Conquest for sure.
Victory.
But I'm glad that it wasn't the Goliath. I would like to build an Goliath deck. I just haven't found anything that was consistent enough to really, besides ramp, to feel like it was worthwhile. We're moving in the right direction again, which is good to see. Sinister London is also nice. Do you prefer ladder or conquest? I personally prefer ladder. The main reason is that you see more variety. I like both for different reasons, I guess. Be more political. I like both for various reasons. I like ladder because you see a lot more variety. It's more like playing your cards optimally whenever you don't know what the opponent's locations are. For Conquest, the thing I like about Conquest is that it's a different type of strategic. You have to try to outthink or outplay what you know your opponent has. So you're playing around their deck at that point rather than just trying to play your cards in the most optimal way. And so that one, I like that piece of that strategic element. What I don't like about it is how long it takes. In like gold, you could potentially be locked in for like hours.
Hey,
and so
welcome. It took you long enough.
that's the piece that I don't like about it. Dark Moo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Glad that you were able to catch the live and that you're here to enjoy it. We're pretty locked on the left lane. They did use Agent Coulson. We could do Jeff as a way to protect a location. We could cap them out with like Nebula Titania. Make sure that whatever they play this turn is the last card that they would be able to play. We wouldn't be able to recall the Titania back, but we could play something big in its place. That kills you? I mean, yeah, it might. Yeah, we'll just do the double Jeff. Double Jeff, maybe next turn would be, you would be stuck mid, yeah. Maybe double Jeff, maybe magic. Claw is big. Wow, and they stacked into the lanes they need them to be in too. Unfortunate for us. Would it ever be worthwhile? Do this. No, we would lose right, yeah? Because we're moving 3 out. We'd lose this one by 1. We could do the Stegoron slap, or we could do magic for now and see what... Yeah, Stegoron would slap one over, but I'm not sure if it'd be enough. We could also try to wait for like a cannonball, which again, I don't know if that wins it for us or not. No, I think we're kind of dead in the water here, regardless of what happens. Double debris. They had just enough space to do it. We're gonna jump out of this one. We'll jump into a different one. This one, Doc Ock to the left, wouldn't have anywhere to populate, so then they just win here and here. We could put the big power play in mid. We've already retreated. We could put the big power play in mid, but then it comes down to we're losing these other two. Maybe you pull Carnage. Probably not. But maybe. We'll give them the fist bump. They played it well. They didn't play much out. Maybe in anticipation of the debris. But you're playing mid. So which one? The double to lock them out of that middle location? It just would have still been really restrictive on us. It's always Coulson to blame. Always. Always Coulson to blame. But it's okay. It's all right. Some ideas to Arishem tomorrow? Wait. What do you do when you're not streaming? I imagine he was a really cool high school teacher. I'm actually, right now, I'm a data analyst. And so, well, I don't know. Did you get hit with the ads? Gosh, I don't want to go through my explanation if you got hit with ads. I'm gonna wait a minute. Yeah, Coulson's really good value. As far as the shield cards, he's definitely the most valuable because he gives you that curve.
Opponent snapped.
Nothing could have been better than getting Claw there. Yeah, Claw was huge. And where it stacked was also huge. Yeah, both Alex and I think Pulse Glazer is also. Ad was only 10 seconds. Huge. I'll wait until they're for sure all of them are done. And then I'll talk about the data analyst. Yeah, the White Widow over there is tough. We could potentially win that one with a Jeff if we draw into it. But with the snap, I figured they were excited about Space Throne. We just unfortunately didn't have any way to herb against it. Did you work with Power BI? I do. I currently still work with Power BI. Jeff was beautiful. And since our Space Throne is capped, we have the guarantee here and here. Love it. Yeah, and we top deck the Jeff. And so we could get up to 6 power in the Space Throne. If we play Jeff, let it duplicate, and then move him over. But it should be over now. Got your name. I apologize. Swatch. When I'm not streaming or playing Marvel Snap, I'm typically in my full-time job. I'm a data analyst. So I look at a lot of metrics and numbers. Yeah, he could also have Jeff. But we have quite a bit of clog, so he may not be able to duplicate it. If he does, we're gonna see if that's it. But it's a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of data and metrics. I look at those and I transform them into like easy to digest metrics for our leadership team. So I'm kind of like the middle ground between Wong is a little scary. I'm kind of like the middle ground between like our systems and our leadership team. We can do a double debris. Do we want double though? We'll still have a space in the right lane to play. They won't be able to duplicate their Jeff. And so even if they play one directly here, we'd be able to power it up or overpower it with our Jeff. They won't get anything great with Wong. If he Odin's Wong, he gets Goblin back. Goblin back he does. But the Wolfsbane would be big. We're going to do debris so he won't be able to. Cannonball smack the Wong. Yeah, but we have so many turns left. I think cluttering them is better. I don't know if that's the play. Iron Lad could be scary. Black Panther. Wow, that's big.
Wakanda forever.
Big one. So on 6, we can always Red Hulk. On 7, we can Cannonball. And we'll have initiative, which is a little scary. But by having this fluttered, we know that... Or do we even do Red Hulk? Maybe we save the Red Hulk so we potentially lose initiative if they do their Black Panther this turn. But I think our Red Hulk goes over the top of it. Meltdown Kid, you said see you later. Next Prime sub is all yours. I appreciate it, Meltdown. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully we'll catch you later. I know that you just couldn't watch anymore. You had to leave. So I think Cannonball will stop an Odin play. And I think that's what they would have to rely on here to win. So Cannonball will turn their Panther into a rock. The Green Goblin doesn't have space to come back. And so an Odin doesn't do them what they need to do. We found an 8 cube for once. It has been a long stream of getting absolutely swindled and handled.
Victory.
Feels good to find the other end of the 8 cuber. I'll try to learn Power BI. If you know Excel very well, Brunov, it's if you know Excel, it's fairly intuitive. If not, then it would definitely feel foreign. Pete Lyric, we finally got an 8 cube. That's what matters. Yeah, Jeff is... And I've had some people ask, like, why is Jeff still in builds? When there's, like, a Nocturne out or other cards. He's so flexible. Some light programming with Dax, but nothing too intensive. Quick. Yeah, the BI is the easy part. It's very intuitive if you're kind of familiar with the Excel or other data software. A little bit of SQL, a little bit of why is our data so bad? I've been there. Like when we're looking at it, they're wanting us to really be able to justify some measure that you can kind of tell they're biased towards wanting it in one direction, and the data just doesn't support it. I like that you can shove him into the throne room or whatever that location was. Yeah, the space throne. Yep. He's incredibly flexible. What's your verdict on Pixie? She's fun, but a lot of the really greedy builds are kind of like that. They're greedy. But I really enjoyed her in that kind of more mid-range, like Cersei junk style. I think she's a card that can offer some kind of surprising in-games that make it hard for your opponent to pick or decide if they should stay or not. You said, I'm a data scientist, and my wife just transitioned to data analytics, so I feel your pain. Yeah, you absolutely feel the pain. So Dark Dimension is scary. This is going to be the Surfer list. Runs Killmonger to clear our rocks. We may have to run from Surfer. I'm not sure that we beat Surfer. Stegron doesn't really do us much to further our position. Not going to do much in Dark Dimension either. Unless we can just stack some ridiculous power to the left. Might be the only shot we would have. We have Cannonball, which would clear here. We don't have magic to extend the game, so we're never going to overpower what's here. We'd have to rely on like a Sage Titania. Sage Widow Titania all on the right. But if they have Killmonger that they hide in Dark Dimension, then ours would lose anyways. My hot take, Spider-Man 29.9 kind of cooks. No one ever expects him. He can, but he's so inconsistent. And I think that's the same reason like Stegron isn't overpowered and Cannonball still would see more play. Is because it's a random card that he destroys. You might end up destroying a rock. And then, you know, he doesn't really cook as much as you would like for him to cook. So they've already dropped Killmonger. They can't clear that. Something like Jeff. We would have to do... Unless we did Titania, Jeff. Sage, Jeff pushes Titania back, Sage pulls it back, and we get the 5 if that's a unique value. 2, 4, 6. It's still only 6 over here though. And so a potential double trigger of Silver Surfer really wouldn't bring it the rest of the way home. And if they don't cap out the right lane, Stegron's going to stab us in the back. Yeah, if he was targeted, it'd be super good. Like if it was like the highest power card in the lane, he would be crazy good. People would run him and Heimdall and just like the most random decks. But as a random target, by the time he comes down and gets moved, his impact is a lot of times limited. Sometimes he's going to win you the game and absolutely cooks for you though. Calibrex, she said, I play casually from my perspective, and now at season level 96. Been told that's high. I took off 1.5 weeks only doing missions. That's pretty high. If you only bought the base pass and you didn't buy like the premium that gives you the extra levels or anything like that, 96 is pretty high. I think I'm at like 80, maybe 70 or 80. And that's still playing quite a bit. He'd be busted if he killed every turn. Yeah, he would be all over the place. You could potentially duplicate him. There'd be a lot of crazy ways to abuse it for sure. So they get our Red Hulk, we get their Doctor Doom. But the plan is to not let them play the Doctor Doom or get value out of playing the Doctor Doom. Let's go Green Goblin. We have Debris that we'll use next turn to clutter Necrosha a bit more. The highest I ever got was like 118 back when I'd play like 8 hours a day. I definitely don't do that anymore. Yeah, and at a certain point, it's diminishing returns. Like, I know that I've played so much at some points where I'm like, wow, why am I still playing? Like, we don't get anything for grinding higher on rank. But I just end up playing just out of that habit, or just wanting to see a few more turns and a few more results. Yeah, so even if you finish number 1, there's no incentive to like heavily grind. And I think that's the thing that holds me back from really wanting to like play it like in an obsessive amount or try to play only the best decks, is that it, you know, after that it doesn't matter nearly as much. Like even if it was unique cosmetics or titles or avatars, I think that would be enough to incentivize some people to push for it. So the Sandman comes down, but we did extend the game, so it's not going to completely derail us or limit us. Do we like something like Red Hulk right? And then we could always either do maybe Doctor Doom. We have Cannonball that we can do next turn. We'll see.
Are ye worthy?
Yeah, I think they definitely push more towards like a casual like aspect. So the Odin does, wow, re-trigger Sandman, unfortunately. This looks like a full ramp deck that just didn't get their ramp off very early. So we could always Doctor Doom, but that doesn't win us mid. We would need to look for something that won mid. And so this would do that. Then Odin would be another lane's problem. Maybe we do. Maybe we stick with that. A leader, I don't think ever does it. I'm comfortable with the Cannonball. A Wild Chi. By Slowly. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Jeff mid as well. We can move Jeff to the mid for good measure. They can move Jeff, but I don't know that any one singular lane does it for him. Bye Slowly. How's it going? Hopefully you're having a great day. Quickfinger, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The notification.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I appreciate it. That pushes us up to 28 for the day. Huge support. I hope you're having a great day. And so the Jeff to the right, and then what do they go with in mid? It could be something just really high power, which might be kind of scary. Oh no, the Jeff move lost it for us, right? The Jeff move mid. No, it would have been a tie and then a point differential. And we would have won the point differential. Yeah. The Jeff move. We lost with the Jeff move. That's unfortunate. It's okay. If we Cersei the 6-cost card, then it will become Arishem. Is Arishem launching at 7? If so, then yeah, it'll go up to guaranteed to be Arishem. Yeah, Space Whack. It's fine. It's good. Yeah, if he's 7/7, then it'll guarantee Cersei will guarantee upgrade your 6 costs to that, which is kind of unfortunate because a lot of times I like to play it into a lane that has a 6 cost, but those would almost all strictly be downgrades now, unless you play it onto something like Arnold Zola. Then it could give you some value. Lucky Flip, glad to see that you're back in the chat, and I'm glad to be back. I've been enjoying it. It's been very humbling having an audience to return to, because it could have just as easily been that everyone was like, "We've moved on, we forgot about you," and so glad that you're here. Glad that you are enjoying the content, and that I'm able to be here to create it. Stegron doesn't do us much good, I guess, yet. Sage in Camartage ends up being really good. I think just out of tempo, I'm going to play Stegron to the left. Mono JS, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. That Gambit is scary. It takes out our... What did it take out? Oh, our magic. That's that's fine. We can lose our magic. We're not upset about that one. And clutter cards would be nice. We've missed both of the ones we can play into Camartage. I almost want to play Sage into Danger Room, but I'm just going to play this for now. How's the double reveal effect treating everyone? It's about to be over. It's been both good and bad. It's been one that we were climbing like crazy, and then kind of got halted, and we lost a few 8-cubers. So it's been both fun and frustrating at the same time. So if we are confident we can win one of the other lanes with like a Red Hulk or a Cannonball, or Red Hulk plus Titania, then I think this is our play. This caps them out mid. Our Sage gets pretty big, and then we're just looking to win one of the other lanes. I just had a losing streak, so came to de-stress while a little and watch videos. Well, Mono, I hope that we were able to provide that kind of de-stress. Sometimes it's absolutely needed. Sometimes you definitely need just to be able to breathe it back through. Are you a Cerebro enjoyer? Cerebro 3, I think, has come a long ways. But in general, nah, not really. Like Cerebro 2, I think, has some consistent power output, but it's very limited. It has a pretty big ceiling. Cerebro 3, I think, has a lot of play around. Don't be sad, buy slowly. Cerebro 3 has a lot of play around. It can be, it's definitely a mind deck, and being able to play around and juke out your opponent. And so I like that one, but the other ones, they just don't feel like they have enough consistent pieces to be competitive against most things. Cerebro 20, all it takes is one win. I want to get Sage with tokens, but I feel like she's almost certainly, I feel like she might get nerfed. She's been in the limelight, but it seemed like they were okay with her stats where they were.
Hey,
that could change.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
As we start seeing kind of more that utilize her engine. But as of right now, it felt like she was okay. Sage is going to be in cache soon. I hope so. Lucky Flip 23, thank you so much for the Prime sub and being here to enjoy the content. Ravona might need to be nerfed too. Cerebro, most of the Cerebros I think are a little bit too telegraphed. Cerebro 3 I think is the exception to that, because it has so many resources that it can utilize. In the Valkyrie, sometimes you have like Grandmaster to really kind of take people by surprise. You also have the counter cards in like Shang-Chi that you can really lean into heavily to be able to find ways to win. So I think other than Cerebro 3, it's pretty telegraphed what you can do and how much you can do. But Cerebro 3, you can build it so many different ways that it's hard to know one way what their plan is or their in-game plan. Tomorrow, Hawk and Red Hulk gonna be insanely overpowered. I don't know that Hawk is gonna do it. Schwash, thank you so much for the 6 months of tier 1 subs. Huge support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the content. I don't think they're gonna absolutely. I know Arishem's coming out, but I think you can build around it where it doesn't. That's like 1,000,000 cards. Yeah, but I think there's ways you can build around it that it doesn't just completely derail you for sure. But the general consensus seems to be that, yeah, those are the two that rhymes with socks. Schwaks. Thank you for the sub. For the 6-month sub. So they're capped out in mid now. Green Goblin over here definitely feels risky. Double Sage is always good. We could also just like throw a Stegron here for the free raft resource and know that between Sage and a few other cards, we should be fine. Green Goblin left. Easy peasy. They didn't play over there. We could have hit him with a Green Goblin.
Wakanda forever.
The big Black Panther, but Cannonball could do us well. I kind of want to keep Mount Vesuvius. Maybe we just magic the left lane. We don't need anything to double trigger necessarily. Magic extends the game. We can easily pull in for mid. I think a Doc Ock on 6 would be able to be good for us. Doc Ock left could be the play, but I'm afraid of.
All hail Hydra!
That's a big Arnhem solo.
Wakanda forever.
Out of one head, 2 more shall take its place.
He would have been completely capped out. So I think now is the Doc Ock answer. We lose right. We're just looking for a way to win the left. We need the cannonball. We need the cannonball so badly. So I'm a little bit afraid of that. We could also do. We don't have initiative, so we could do this. And if they play one card, they're locked out. Doc Ock, I think, is a little bit scary because we don't know if we have anything that can deal with high power things. With this, we'd be able to recall Titania back to our side. They play one, we trust. Do we trust enough to force them? I always feel bad with a Mount Vesuvius game. That's a risk they took, staying past turn 5. We're going to snap into it. We trust that much. There's the one. There's the one that we trust. Oh, Wong was the Wong decision, my friend. We have the Titania Green Goblin double duo combo, blocking them up completely in the left lane. That's unfortunate, and they have to stay for the 4 too. They don't have a way around it. So I think Cannonball would hit Wong, and then She-Hulk mid. Titania comes back to our side. And that's going to clear more than the Doc Ock. I feel bad now. One of those that I enjoy the deck, but I feel bad when we do someone super dirty. All right, Wong's gone. Titania back onto our side. We'll take mid. Take the 4. We're on the upwards climb right around the time the hot location is going to end. They didn't choose to be completely clogged out, Ook. Just because I like running diabolical decks doesn't mean they they need to feel the full brunt of it. But no, the Wong play was definitely greedy. It looked like maybe it was a negative deck that just didn't hit the negative. Toxic Snap Game. That fits me to the T. There's Mount Vesuvius again. Maybe we can lure a Dopus body into staying. With the mill deck, we have to be a little bit afraid of what they can do. All the Wong cards in all the right places. So we do have our Jeff. We can debris, but with them being mill or completely mill, we have 2 cards in our deck that would not fall to a Gladiator when they play it. White Widow would be a fine replacement. Magic. So if they play Gladiator, we're okay with just about every outcome. Gladiator here would be best thing I could hope for. If they Gladiator to the right and they pull White Widow plus like a Doc Ock or Red Hulk, we'd be really happy. But we'll debris to the right. That will start cluttering up the left lane. No, they just take it away. They magic. So a single debris trigger. We have the Stegron. We have Sage plus Titania to lean in on. We can clutter up 1 more additional space. And so I think Stegron in mid, and then we're looking to cap them out of the right lane. That way we can lean more into like Cannonball into one of the other places. Cable may end up pulling a Red Hulk, which is kind of scary. Did Mount V become a hot location? No, it's just one of those that it happened to be back to back. This becomes scary because we could potentially be in for some big cube losses if we overstay here. I think something like this would be fine. If they decide to Doc Ock into Limbo, this would be more than the 10 power they can provide, or they can fight for. If they Doc Ock one of the other lanes, we'd be okay as well. I feel like we're going to lose or win some pretty big cubes. Okay, so the Doc Ock does come down. That drains a lot of our resources in mid. But not the Doc Ock to the left. We can outscale the Doc Ock to the left, but it's kind of unfortunate. Our Doc Ock will pull some of their cards. There's the Gladiator. Kind of hoping... Ooh, magic. And then we do have a card over to the left. So we win left. And we win mid, right? Oh, that's so unfortunate. They can't even retreat. So unfortunate. I feel like you have to.
Oh, snap.
Snap next turn. He can't retreat, so he's stuck. Aims the game. That cube was calling to you like the Green Goblin mask. Absolutely was. This has thinking finish him. An enemy was just made. That was unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Blue Marvel. I would cry. I would cry. I would cry if a Blue Marvel came out of nowhere like that. Ah, Dopus body. I feel bad. That was 2 brutal games in a row, and I feel bad for that one. They have the dope body still, so they should be fine. But just like that, we climbed back to way below where we started. No, he could play. He just knew he had lost, and so he just didn't do anything. Must be so satisfying. I really do feel bad. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. I don't know. You snapped like you did not feel bad. I promise I feel a little bit bad. We're going to run to the restroom real fast. So I'm going to run a quick ad break, and then we'll be right back to finish up the hot location, and then we'll switch up to something else after. Gotta go to giggle. I didn't giggle a single time in there, I promise. Didn't even crack a smile. We'll run this one up a little bit more. Even with some sloppy play here and there, we're still up atrociously. Did you wash your hands? Absolutely. Sorry to say this, but I think I can watch for longer. Alebrix. Is that gonna be a thing? Thoughts on Arishem? I think it's gonna be a little. It's hard to say for sure because it's such a unique card. Have a nice day. I need to copy that message. I posted it in your Discord. You posted that message in the Discord? I think Arishem is going to be a little surprising. Okay, I do have it. I was gonna copy it just in case. I think Arishem has some solid potential at being able to potentially be a surprising threat. So a lot of people are looking to build Arishem in a way that leans into the RNG, so like Quinjet, and I think that's possibly the wrong direction to go. I think more so on the line of like what's going to be consistently good, especially if we get it out ahead of curve. I think is more so the direction that I'm going to try and that I think has the most promise. But of course, we'll see. We'll see when he comes out. But I think I'm excited for him. I'm excited to try him. Yeah, I think Fastos. I don't think for me Fastos doesn't even make the cut in Arishem because my goal is to not have to play those cards. Or to not have to play the random cards. And so Arishem feels like it might be a bit of a letdown. So Doc Ock to the right drains us of what we have. We have Doc Ock in mid, and my thought process was so that we have them completely cluttered on a lane that they can't move out of. That way we can focus on one of the other ones. Not necessarily draining as many resources as we could. Titania is unfortunate, or I guess it's fine. We weren't looking to drain as many resources as possible, more so be able to focus on a couple pinpoint locations. So I'm going to move Jeff out. We're going to play Green Goblin left. I don't see them ever capping out the left lane this turn. Maybe. But I feel like that gives us the best chance to find a way to win. Outside of that, they'll have to do like Shang-Chi in Kunlun to be able to swing that one over. Now he snaps without regret. What I felt bad about before was that they don't have a chance to retreat. That's the part that I feel bad about. The magic is an unfortunate play over here. So this one, he has a chance to retreat. Rakumar. Rakumar can decide to leave. But I feel bad snapping into Mount Vesuvius games where they're stuck and they don't have a chance. They have to just eat the cubes. That part feels bad. Outside of that, no, I don't mind snapping. I had Fastos at the second ranked card for this month. Was definitely wrong. At least I got Thena right. Thena's incredibly strong. I know that that's the point of the location, but that location is one of those feel bad locations. Like if it never existed, I'd be happier. Because with that location on the board, if you're not completely confident you can win before turn 5, and you think things might go south, typically I'll retreat at the end of 4, or before 4 ends, because after that it's too risky. He said that's why we differ. I love the Mount Vesuvius rope into snap. Brings me so much joy. that is where we differ. Space, ever so slightly at least. It actually defines Marvel Snap. Yeah, there are good ways to play around it, but falling for the trap definitely feels bad sometimes. So it looks like it's either a move deck or a Phoenix Force deck. I'm hoping that it's more in line of a Phoenix Force, and we can get them to draw into the White Widow, or into the Widow's Kiss. We could potentially look to play Red Hulk early if we ended up going like Hope Summers. Hope Summers would allow us to do Stegron next turn, Red Hulk, and then we have the Cannonball to lean in on. Sorry to say this, but I think I have a meeting I need to go to. Have a nice time. So this looks like maybe a full move deck. So maybe snapping is not ideal because Sanctum Sanctorum is definitely an easy win. But Stegron, or we can go Magic instead. With them having multiple man spread, I think I changed my mind, and we top deck Doc Ock. I think we go Magic into like a Doc Ock and see if maybe we can make it where they can't play at all. It's the Phoenix Loki deck. That would make sense with the cable. So they may not be able to move into Sanctum Sanctorum. If so, Stegron may be our play.
You are mine.
There's the destroy piece of Vibranium. So we may be okay. We could go Doc Ock for Disrupt. In my opinion, the BK Loki Blink deck is better than the Phoenix Force Hybrid. It might be. You might be right. We could either Magic to extend the game, and we do have 2 cards here, so it could reasonably be something like this. Unless we think this is the play. But I think they have Phoenix Force, and that's why they snapped. I'll risk it. We didn't get punished. Order? Oh, yeah. The order probably, yeah. We probably should have done Magic and then Green Goblin. High Infinite, it's so frustrating. You'll win an 8-cuber and go up like 6 ranks. And even higher Infinite, you'll win and go up like 1. I'm not to that point, but it's a possibility. Do we try like a Doc Ock? Because we have to assume they might have Shang-Chi or some other really strong stuff. I won an 8-cuber and went from 160 to 153. Yeah. Yeah, it's... And then you lose one and it feels like you go down like the whole spiel.
Escaped.
It's unfortunate, Eliath. That's a big oof. Yeah. Big oof. But yeah. Yeah, the Eliath got us. With limited spaces to play, we weren't able to do anything about it. But I know, like, some of the higher ranked people like KM or Safety Blade, they'll win a big one, and sometimes they don't even move rank because sometimes there's that big of a like an SP or MMR gap between the two. Seeing so much Eliath again, yeah. I could use some help deciding on my next token purchase. So Sage, Sasquatch, Namora, or Nocturne. So Sage or Sasquatch, I'd say probably not core anything. Like he's fun in a couple of builds, but he could usually be replaced. Namora, I think, is for me really fun, but it's really only in like a handful of builds, so there's not a lot of flexibility. Sage and Nocturne can slot into so many decks so well that those I think would probably be worth the token purchase, but I don't know which one I would put over the other. Nocturne, I feel like, is one of those really flexible lane control cards that I probably put into more of my decks than Sage, but Sage is a game winner. You can play so many high power plays with just the Sage that it might be worth her instead. It just kind of depends on what you look for in a card purchase. But those are the two that are most flexible in what they can do. Namora is going to work with Symbiote Spider-Man. That could be true. The one Symbiote Spider-Man is the one that you can create a copy of him, right?
Snap.
I feel like Sage is the biggest winner from the Leech nerf. Yeah. Yep, I agree. I entirely agree. So if they play... Ooh. Maybe I do this order. Just in case they play one card, it'll send Titanium to their side. He merges with the card there. Ooh, that one. I think it'll also work with the one that creates a copy. It's an activation effect. And so I think he'll also work with that flip side, whatever Spider-Man that one is. Scarlet. I can't even take a guess at which Spider-Man that is. So the Kitty Pryde comes down. The Green Goblin does go over. We get the big Apocalypse. Do we ever try to Stegron into mid? I know that they have Kitty Pryde. Easy win. I mean, I guess if we played Red Hulk into Quantum Realm, it still gets this bonus. I was thinking of an easy way to win the Quantum Realm. Yeah, and I tried to preface that whenever I was playing it by saying that Leech kind of holds it back, but it's hard to really anticipate how flexible Sage was going to be and how much better than like a Wolfsbane she would be. Because on first impression, it was just a little bit higher ceiling than Wolfsbane, but she's so much higher than that, giving so much flexibility to so many different kind of styles of play. Yeah, and I did run her in Bounce when she first came out, and that one did phenomenally. And then Nomad Farmer, thank you so much for the second month as a Prime sub. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the content. And we do lock them out of mid, and then now I think it becomes a rather easy win. Because even if they get some extra collector costs, we have the 6 from Apocalypse to cover here. We have the Sage in the right lane. Yeah, I think this becomes a much easier win now versus what it was before. I wish Sage wasn't a 3 because of power creep. Yeah. Yeah, this Devil Dino variant's kind of cool. I guess I've never really looked at this one. But yeah, Sage being at 3 is kind of wild because it's such a flexible 310 in most situations and can go higher than that without like any kind of setup. I like that you're trying to snap more. Yeah, yeah, we're in a good spot. I was trying to snap more. Mystique left. Mystique left could do it, depending on if they finished capping it out or what their hand looked like. What can I do with my 4K channel points? I'm looking at ways to figure out what to do with channel points. Before, there were some kind of cool ones. Like I had a camera effect that would turn on. I would turn into Mjolnir. That was kind of scary. We had like a deck recommendation one, which I may go back to, but it pulls away from the stream. I also had like a one-on-one redemption setup, so we would go into like a conquest, but that takes quite a while, and so I don't think it was super engaging to all of the other ones. So I don't know. I'm looking for other things that can add. They went heavy to the left. Why? To add up for the collector? Very interesting. They stayed for the 4 too. Speaking of card costs, I wonder if Shadow King will ever be nerfed. Him being at 2 is still kind of wild. He's very flexible at 2 for what he can do. I mean, I use him a lot, and so I like it. But I think the justification is you can run something like Luke Cage to stop his ability. Yeah, he started at 4 and was awful. At 3, he was decent in like Surferless, but was still kind of iffy of when he would get played. Wow. So automod went off. Reset? Okay, I'll check it out after this. Gammon. Okay, you're going around the automod. Gammon, I'm not sure what I did to you, and I apologize. But no, and Dermpling, that's actually the third message they sent. The first 2 got caught by automod, and so. And so they're going to be banned for being sassy. All right. We're going to go ahead and play this one. Stop roping this guy. The hot location is over now, yeah. I'll check the shop for the rollover. I will get banned for sass. Which is weird. I streamed for like a month consistently. It was like, I think last August. I didn't have to ban a single person. I've had to ban one the last 2 days. We're just coming in and like spouting nonsense or just rude things. It could have been one of the dudes from one of the Mount Vesuvius games. So like, ugh, it is what it is. So they snapped. They have Killmonger or Lady Deathstrike. Can we beat that? Nah, we're gonna retreat out.
Escaped.
The Jane Foster bundle? No, they did a Jane Foster bundle. I just bought a Jane Foster bundle, but I think that one was a money one. Lady Thor gold bundle is looking good. Let's check it out. So I already did that one. Summer Vacation Jane Foster. For 4,000 credits, how does it compare for normal gold spending? Not great value, but I love the variant. She's the GOAT. It's trash value. Like, is the web one below is good? Yeah, the web one I like. And I may end up. I don't really need the gold though. I like the variant, so I may not need. I may pick it up just so that I have it, but I don't know. Is the She-Hulk one coming up? If I ever played Helicarrier, that one, I like that one. I never play Helicarrier. Yeah, the steampunk cable, we saw it in game earlier in stream. The steampunk cable also looks pretty good. Wait, there's an album for steampunk? All right, HG. we gotta keep it PG, HG. Is the steampunk just got released? I probably have none out of it. Oh, I have 2. Get a card back? It's kind of cool. Actually, I kind of like the Apocalypse one too. And then I would like the emote, but I'm not gonna buy 12 or 10 super rare variants to unlock it either. 'Cause I bet there's one rare. There's 2. But most are gonna be super rare, unfortunately. Yeah, you don't get a key, you don't get any tokens, but it looks like the emote. Like, I would enjoy the emote, but it's definitely not worth investing that much into, unfortunately. I'm also still a little bit sad about the Peach Momoko one. For all the Peach Momoko fans, where it was 12 completely new, or the album was completely new, so you ended up with like 0 out of 12, even if you had all of the ones previously. Quick finger. We'll catch you next time. Thank you for being here and hanging out for a little while. So do we want to switch up decks? I don't really have much else prepped. We'll run this one for now. Check your Discord. Albums are great for gamification. Yeah, I like, because it gives me a reason to want to buy some different variants. You said you sent it. Where did you send? I guess what? The deck discussion? Is that where you sent it at? I'm in the Discord. I'm just... Oh, a private message? Oh, you sent it as a direct message. Gotcha. Okay, not in my server. There we go. I found it. All right, we're going to stop Rope and Dopa's body now. Like a DM. Yeah, I gotcha. Are you playing any Conquest this week? I think I'm going to play a little bit tomorrow when Arishem releases. Like, I'm considering doing a couple of, like, tester games and then just launching into, like, an infinite Conquest run. This is guaranteed Loki or Infinite at least by 5. Interesting. We'll try it out. Loki decks definitely aren't my forte, but it might be worth experimenting with. So we could do Wong. That might be the Wong choice. Although we could always Wong, end up getting the White Tiger down. And we'd lose Odin to Mindscape. Maybe the right play was just like a White Tiger, though. So Iron Lad ends up hitting Echo. Interesting. So it looks like another, like a similar deck to what we have, but they have better early game development. We're gonna go Iron Lad. Best case scenario is like Iron Heart. And then we're gonna have to lean into like the White Tiger from there. He said lots of fun lines. Big cube equity. How has it performed for you, Spacewax?
Victory.
Take it. We did avoid that Iron Lad in mid for sure. 70%, 40 games. All right, we'll get a little sneak peek of what. And you said he's featuring it on Friday. We'll build it out. We'll build it out. I'm having a hard time like conceptualizing all of it, but We'll delete the old U.S. Agent mill. That was my original, but I think U.S. Agent's value has gone down considerably. So let's go. The store manager, you said I sent you a deck that I was playing yesterday that Regis featured. That Regis featured yesterday. That was fun. Pull that one too. Let me see. We have the. I'll pull that one up after I build this one out. And so this one is a kind of cool take on a Loki build. So it has more flexible play lines than it looks like what your traditional Loki would be. And then we have the Ghost Rider here. Link to Discord, the scene. There we go. I need to set up separate scenes for being in here. We almost have it built out. We have the Loki, pull in Blink, and then Infinite. I'm probably going to navigate this one awfully. We're going to give it a shot. I'm going to queue up for this one, and I'm going to take a look at your other message, store manager. So this one, it's the Ultron Sandman that was being talked about. It gives us a use for Alliance, which is nice to see. It has some really early... Does it have early board development, or is it just looking to build out like the Blue Marvel into Ultron? Interesting. I definitely want to try that one out too. We'll try this one for a little bit, and then we may switch to that one too. As a general advice, S4 equals buy with tokens, S5 is open with Spotlight, or am I missing something? I think the... I think, for me, anyways, what I typically go with is cards that I enjoy. So, like, I wouldn't pull Hercules for 3,000 at S4. I would rather just wait. So I'd rather use my tokens on something that I really want. And so I don't know if it's more efficient to do it that way, or to do like the 3K for those Series 4 cards. But at least this way, I know that I'm going to get something that I like. I peeped your list earlier on Glazer's deck list on Snapzone and really enjoy it. It's this one. We'll see how it goes. I mean, at least it's playable because of Quinjet. But we got Agatha. So the Lady Sif, what did that discard? Oh, we're going against Hela. Okay. We're gonna lock this in. We might go Loki, because we are going to have a big discount on the cards, so we'd be able to play their big cards. So if we pull into it, we might want to go with it. This is back when SD wasn't trying to nickel and dime the player base. Yeah, so almost everything releases into S5. So I think really pick the ones that you want. We have Snow Guard, Black Knight. We could look to do like a Blink next turn, potentially. Blink, it's an Infinite. Oh, Ghost Rider and then Blink. That's true. It'd be a guaranteed Infinite. Unless we draw into it. Deck tracker gone? Oh my goodness. Let me move this back. And then deck tracker's back. Oh, those are the wrong ones. There we go. Deck tracker's back. Yeah, the Infinite would have been there. Since we didn't draw into it, would have been the right call, because now it'd be the 1 out of 4 for it. Yeah, a lot of this is about what's in your hand deck, considering Your blink. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that. So with it as is, blink wouldn't do us much good here. I mean, it'd be really. I'm gonna blink into mid and see what happens. I think the play of the Ghost Rider into blink definitely was it though. Into Lady Sif. It's sad to say, but my advice is if you just got to S3 recently, treat the game as beaten and stop playing. I think you treat it as. I don't know that you treat it as beaten. If you enjoy it, definitely keep playing, but just try not to fall into like the FOMO of I have to have these cards. That blade is huge, not Sif. Ooh, it was blade, right? Wait, why is the blade huge? What's this? Hell cow. What did we discard? We did a Snow Guard and that. I think this is a retreat.
Opponent snap.
Oh, he's being sarcastic? Okay, my bad. My bad. 2-power Ebony Blade. So blink flipped one, I don't know.
Escape.
Yeah, the FOMO is definitely real. But you have to try to actively play against it. Like, there are decks that have been good for months that are still good, that don't require new resources. My bad, also sarcastic. That don't require new resources. And so the biggest thing is you end up chasing those new cards and those new things, and you don't always have to. If you find a deck that you enjoy playing, so like if you enjoy Loki, you could have kept almost the same 12 cards since it was released, or I mean, since it was changed to not work with Collector, and you'd still be fine. It's finding what you enjoy to play with that will keep you going, rather than I need the best deck, the best new thing, because that changes day to day or week to week. Yep, and if you fall into like I just need one card, you can end up. It's a Loki deck with a BK package that pretty much guarantees what you get, taking as much RNG out as possible, while leaving the good RNG like Valentina, Coulson, etc. I've been tracking how much I spent. Yeah, so especially when the game first launched, like when Series 3 and the Quinjet makes a 3-cost shard if you discard it. Oh, if you discard the Infinite. Gotcha. When it first came out, the Series 3 and 4 were so hard to pull that it was a gross amount of money to keep up. It's not as much now, but it's still very much consistent. You go for Conquest, and is your deck relatively good for Conquest context? So this one was ran by a Space Wax, or recommended by Space Wax, and so I don't know. I haven't played it enough for to really be able to gauge. So I'm not for sure how it fares in Conquest. I think it's flexible enough that it'd probably be fine. But I don't know that for sure. I haven't experimented with it enough. So the Nico into Agent Coulson should help us guarantee a Loki if we want it. I think. There's going to be a proper breakdown on Friday where he runs through it all. Yeah, yeah. Agent Coulson giving us the Cersei. We didn't have any space, so it just ended up drawing it. So it's going to be a mill deck. We did draw their Doc Ock. We have to expect counter cards. With a double clutter? Wouldn't have expected the... So it's a clutter deck and not a mill deck. We can always Doc Ock, see if we drain their resources. Do you like move bounce? I don't have Hercules. Blink gives us Loki. Blink destroyed Coulson. Or, I mean, Nico destroyed Coulson. So Blink wouldn't give us anything. Because I played Agent Coulson after Nico. Tomorrow? Swift man. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be doing Arishem. There is a sponsored stream lined up for tomorrow as well. But it's going to be before Arishem's release. And so I'm excited. Excited to see how it goes. I stopped giving maintenance to my kids in order to keep buying bundles. Ooh. Buy slowly. You have to fight the FOMO for sure. Blink doesn't do anything. Lockjaw's kind of crazy. We have to use all of our energy each turn to be able to make sure that this does not scale. Blink would rotate into something, but I kind of want to save for Cersei. So this would be 3. Then 4 is not great. I still kind of like the idea of a blink. We're going to blink and see what we get. We have to use all of our energy to be able to make sure that we win in mid. That would be the only chance that we have here. And so the Loki would give us some resources to use. Yeah, that's more than enough. There's a chance it's Loki, yeah. So the Red Hulk, the Polaris, or Red Hulk and Debris, both of which I think made to it for us. They have to play 2 cards, one being in the left to recall Titania back, and then they could, what, Cannonball? But we have a lot of mid-range power here already. I don't know, Polaris pulls Dagger? Yeah, Polaris pulls Dagger. We could go with something lower like the Debris. I think Debris would be what we'd have to go with. Yeah, it'd be a 50-50 between these two, and so I don't think Polaris is it.
Opponent snapped.
Debris is at worst the same power as Polaris. Yeah, that was a super late snap. Heavy in the left. Iron Fist, fine. Polaris is fine. Maybe because it took me so long to find a lock-in, like a play to lock in, that they thought we didn't have a way to win it. We'll take the 4 where we can, but I'm guessing. No, I don't think we were being sniped. I think I just roped so long that they were like, "We got this." Take it. Yeah, and playing 2 cards to the left, Titania would have came back as well. Polaris would have won, even pulling Dagger out of mid, yeah. So either one was okay. So far, so good with this. Oh yeah, I would say almost. I would say it was likely on the rope. That's what I do. If someone's taking too long, sometimes I frustrated snap them. We get the potential duplicate. If we duplicated Black Knight, could we have 2 20 power Ebony Blades? If of course we drew into Infinite. I kind of think I'm going to play the Nico. Next turn could either be a Quinjet to get even more. Play Quinjet this turn, or play it next turn. We just played Quinjet on curve. Oh, next turn? Okay. Yeah, we can copy the Quinjet so we have like really cheap resources through Cable, Agent Coulson. Bar Sinister is a bit scary. 2-cost Shard. Yeah, 2-cost Shard. The Agent Coulson resources are really big. So I think we set up this. They were trying to pull from mid location to lose your mid. Yeah, and keep Titania on their side. Yeah, with the Polaris. But the debris, that... I'm a knight. That's a good call. The debris clogged that left lane, so Titania wouldn't have bounced over. Polaris would have pulled something. I see what angle they were going with, for sure. We're getting a whole bunch of small stuff on the board, which scares me. Yeah, the debris definitely won it. The big Thena morph into... I was hoping it would be morph into Lady Sif and they would discard something good. But that should be fine. We disabled the locations. We can play for Bar Sinister now. We could do this. Let me go ahead and play the Hawk. We cancel him out for one more turn. Yeah, we can play into Bar Sinister now. And we cancel it out. Maybe we cancel it out next turn. I think I'm going to hold it. It's only 1 cost. Beta and Hawk's not bad. If we did something like... we did something like Hawk into smaller Hawk, we can get 2 of them here. Then we'd be looking at something like Beta Ray, Blink. Maybe that's not our play line. Beta Ray would flip into Infinite. Hawk into Tua. 3-cost Hawk is nasty too, yeah. We could try for the beta, but I don't think we ever win left. I think the double Hawk into a smaller Hawk is what I want to do. I'd like to be able to do like a Beta Ray plus Blink to guarantee flip into Infinite, but I'm not sure that is our play either. We got the 1 and 3 for the Infinite. Yeah, we could gamble on it for sure. Your rack right into Blink is BRB. BRB right. BRB left into Blink. What's BRB? Beta Ray. We can't do both, unfortunately. Didn't know TLSG was into Tua. Well, I didn't know either. We haven't discarded anything. This becomes 1 out of 3 for Infinite. I don't think we win left ever. Blink the Bear is Ghost Shredder or Spaceman. Yeah, well, it's one of these two. So it's a 50-50. Yeah, Cable's a 2-cost. This one's 3. I think we do this in case there's a Juggernaut. But if there's a Juggernaut and this flips into what we want, then it won't matter. We're going to do this. We're going to ship it. The Nocturne, the big drop in the right. Let's see if we can pull a miracle here. The Nowhere was almost bad. It was almost devastating even. Ghost Rider. Fortunate.
I am Iron Man.
The big win. That was a big win left. I think SD will ever revert Hawk and Zabu. I think Zabu for sure. I think they're looking at potentially changing that one because I don't think it's as relevant now. I think there's more powerful things. But Hawk, I'm not sure. Yeah, would have lost either way. Yeah, with the Iron Man Sage, we just weren't able to hold it down. Seems like he's clearly headed to activate. He could, Wheaton. I could see him being activate instead of like an ongoing. You sent a message, a DM on Discord. Wanted to let you know. All right. Oh, the message request. Perfect. We'll check it out here in just a minute. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I think Zabu as an activate makes a lot of sense. We have Valentina. We have the Loki line. Let's see if we're able to hold this one down. Said this hand is actually great. Maybe I don't play enough. Why is it so great? You have the Infinite in deck and Blink / good stuff in hand. Okay, that I see. You always want Infinite left in your deck or to discard if you have Black Knight. Yeah, activate's a one-time use. Beanman, lurking. I appreciate you lurkers as well. So we will catch you here in just a bit. So with the collector, I'm not sure we want to go Loki stuff. We could always just play Helicarrier. No. Do we play Ghost Rider into the Infinite flip? Helicarrier Snow Guard? That's below Shang-Chi range. That's decent. Both your call. I'm going to gamble on not drawing into Ghost Rider, or not drawing into Infinite this next turn. If so, then the Ghost Rider is silly, but it's a 1 out of 5. And so the Swarm discard is big. The Corvus hitting Proxima is also big. Jumps to the left, and then Apocalypse. Those are huge hits for him. So we're going to have a big collector to overcome a big Apocalypse. All right, perfect. Yeah, that was a absolutely huge turn for him. And so Blink will guarantee flip into Infinite. But it's still, I don't know if we overcome like the upper high roll of maybe what they can do. If they have another discard card here, they'll be able to do quite a few things. But I like the idea of doing Blink, guarantee into the Infinite. Dracula is also another really good one. And then the advantage that their deck has is that they can spread power into the other two lanes, which is really helpful for them. We get Ghost Rider back, so I think we just all in stack mid. Swarm. They could potentially do a MODOK, which would help the collector quite a bit. But I'm okay risking it. I'm guessing there's swarms coming down. You miss 2 power if you do Sif. You miss 2 power if you do Sif and 1 drop. Sif discard, Blink, and use Ghost Rider works too. Gotcha. And so would you get more power that way? Is this a loss? Yeah, this is a loss. A big Morbius as well. Morbius and MODOK. Really big turn for him. Willie, I mainly lurk, but I have to say you're the nicest and most sincere snapper that I have ever watched. Thank you for being you and having such a chill stream. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here and having just enjoying. Like when I watch streams, I'm mainly a lurker, and so don't think I think any less of any of the people that are lurking. So I just enjoy the game and enjoy that I can share it with you guys. If this card Blink, then Ghost Rider brings back Blink. Any Blink Sif for if not Infinite? More. Gotcha. We need drama in the Snap community. Man, I can't handle drama. I can't handle drama in my life. Drama stresses me out, and so I live a very very easy, go with the flow style of life. Hey TLSG, any valid sub for Valentina? So I didn't build this one, but Valentina seems like she works really well in tandem with like the Quinjet and then like the 2 alternate playlines you're going with in either the Valentina or the Loki. So Mirage, yeah, space. Mirage would be the closest one. Linsanity, I'm having a great Monday so far. Hopefully you are as well. All right, let's stop roping. Let's go Nico. I have to forget that we need to play and not rope everyone, especially against Ralk. Ralk is one we play quite a bit. We don't want to rope him. So Lady Sif could be good if... Ooh, Lady Sif gives us the guaranteed 14 power shard, which I think I'm okay with. Uh, 15? Wait, why is it 15? Nerfed? Oh, I forgot. Okay. No, you're good. I was so confused why it was 15. Rolk, yeah, so not a chat drafted deck. So I actually was talking to Rolk, and he gave me access to his chat draft like bot, so we can do that at some point. It was definitely something that I was excited about trying. I think we Ghost Rider resummon the Red Skull. Otherwise, their board state is pretty slow. They haven't developed much. Yeah, and so he connected with me. We're gonna launch it at some point, potentially during this stream or this week when I'm streaming so much. I think it'd be something really fun to do, something a little bit more interactive. So maybe instead of the Ghost Rider, we should have went Coulson last turn. But I also like being able to do Quinjet. Ooh, with the... Wait, I'm not sure what the Martyr's for. Martyr with Killmonger. It's crazy. Could be Galactus, but I still don't understand. I guess Galactus gives you... Yeah, there's the Galactus. Galactus would give you, like, Martyr. If you played it after Galactus, it couldn't jump somewhere and lose you the game. Are you streaming any other games this week? I am. So I have a sponsored stream tomorrow for Star Trek. Star Trek Command. And so I'll stream that one. But that's the only one I have on my list right now. Otherwise, it's just going to be purely Snap. Yeah, and now it's an easy one. We'll give him the fist bump. It's always good to go against Ralk. It's very fun, the chat draft. Glad you two got connected. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't got it set up, but he gave me access to it, so whenever I have a little bit of downtime, I plan to try it out. We're having a rough start with the deck so far, and I don't think it's necessarily the deck. I think it's definitely the pilot. There's a couple like that Galactus one was rough, I think, regardless. But I think we go Black Knight. What I do like about this deck a lot is being able to manage the cubes. You're not really gambling as much as it looks like you are to the opponent. Gotcha, because there's a lot of control levers on it. So we do have the Infinite, so if we get a discard mechanic, then perfect. I think I'm going to go Nico, then Agent Coulson into Blink would be a guaranteed either Ghost Rider or Loki. Maybe that's not the play we go with. Yeah, you haven't gotten a shard yet. I know, it's still a rough go of it. So now we have Loki, but I think we still think we Coulson. We don't have Quinjet on the board, but I think that should be okay. Quite Gone Jin, he said, hey bro, was climbing like mad with Sandman tempo till this hot location. Thoughts on what to climb from 96 plus? I don't have Sage, Thena, Cersei, or Namora. I think, so the hot location's gone now. I think Sandman tempo, if you were having luck with it before, I think it's about like mitigating and finding the deck that you like. Because there's a lot of decks right now that do really well. So we have Thing, we have Loki that might be worth a shot. Yeah, go back to it and see if it works for you now that the hot location's gone. Since we don't have anything else ramping up for us, it could always be Valentina into hoping that it's Lady Sif, but that feels like a big prayer. I think we have to abandon mid, but they're more developed regardless. You know what's not doing well? Hela, is it not? I thought Hela was in an okay spot with like Corvus, but I could be wrong. Why did they play Electro? I guess they don't need to play more than one card. They have Blue Marvel into like a Gilgamesh. We did top deck Lady Sif, unfortunately. And the cards we got from them are awful. We're gonna retreat out of this one. I'm doing just fine with the Hela deck. Yeah, I thought Hela was in an okay spot. We knocked out their Gilgamesh, but these two, we can't do anything against these two. Oof. Rough one.
Escaped.
We're gonna send a few more, and if it doesn't turn around, we may put this on the back burner, and then I'll do a little bit about testing it off air to see if I can find the play lines. We have a 20 power shard, so I'm gonna snap into it. He said I haven't seen it this bad. I mean, leave it to my RNG to push the boundaries of what a deck can do on the low end. So we have Black Knight. We get Valentina. A Quinjet would be okay, but I think even without it, this is a decent opening. We have Scar, which is going to be even deeper discounted if we have the shard on the board. They have a Black Knight of their own that comes down off curve. They typically run Hela, I think. And so it may not be an exact mirror. The whole idea is mitigating the RNG. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see how it be structured around that.
There's no strings on me. Can you understand me? Opponent snapped.
Well, whew. I don't think I've had a good X-Mansion split in so long. Oh, that's awful. That is rough. Payback from Mount Vesuvius? It absolutely was. At least you can retreat, though. We had such a good game plan on that one. You can't turn down the negative RNG. Like you can't be mad about it either. It happens. And I'm sure there's been times where it happened in reverse and I giggled about it. So you just shrug it off. We'll see if we can find another good game plan here. We do have the Valentina. We have Agent Coulson to pump up potential Loki. Let's see what we can do here. Galaxy Warrior, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm glad you were able to catch the live as well. We're gonna be going really hard at this week, or really heavy this week, and so it's gonna be like it's gonna be like 6, 7, or 8 hour streams just about every day, except for Thursday. And so if you enjoy the streams, definitely stick around because it should be fun. So it's a destroy deck with the Arnhem Zola. So I'm not sure, unless they get some good destroys going, we may decide to go with like a Loki line. Agent Coulson doesn't do great things for us yet. It'd be 3, 4, 5. It'd almost fill up our hand, so it might be worthwhile. We'll see. I assume you're picking up Arishem? Yes. We're going to be picking it up. We're actually going to be playing it live when it comes out. And so we'll be experimenting when it first comes out. So that's exciting. Looking forward to the additional streaming days. Yeah, so I was off work, and so I thought it was worthwhile. Valentina and Nico, moving the Valentina into the Lechigia. I thought that might be a good line too, but I wasn't sure which direction we would necessarily want to go. And I was mainly thinking of the potential upside. Scroll could be fun too, you're right. Scroll to copy a null, and then Loki to pull another one. We always Zola the scroll. I mean, I guess we could have played it into Lechigia, right? And it just doubled up on the scroll. Could have been possible. The Lady Sif. I think I want a Loki now. Maybe I don't even play Nico. Because we want the high rolls. We want Death and Null. Let's see. Carnage comes down. It's a big Carnage in Danger Room. We really need to see the Null though. Null would pull it all together and make it possible. There's the Null. Big Null. Got their Zola as well. But it comes down to winning one of the other lanes, which I think is tough. Because if they don't do Null, then this is a lost lane. I think we lose this one. Even if they play Null mid, then we lose that as well. Yeah, I can't see a way to win. Unfortunately. This one's going to be a back out too. I think, Space, I think you may have underestimated how bad I am at playing Loki decks. I've played very little. I don't think I've even split Loki a single time. Let's see if we can turn it around. We've got... I'm tanking your... Destroy. Destroy's always been pretty good. It's not new or exciting, so it doesn't get covered often, but it's one that's always viable. Same thing with like Shuri decks. They're decently viable at all times, depending on what the meta shifts towards. Let's see how badly I'm tanking your stats. Whew, 1 in 7. We're 1 in 7 with your Loki build. We have to turn it around. Next up, we're going against Spider Jess. What a perfect time to be able to turn our luck around. I suck at playing Loki, but I love playing like Shield Dino decks. Yeah, I like the Shield Dino decks too. If it's Nico and a location change, then it'd be an instant snap. But it's not. Alright, let's go with Cable. We'll steal one of their cards. They probably skip this turn to make sure that the Collapse Mine clears. Good game, TLSG. The Super Scroll had me sweating. Probably did me a favor with the retreat now. Yeah, Space, I'm killing your untapped stats. But I didn't have... So had you had a null, you could have just played him in mid, and that would have stopped us from winning with the Super Scroll. I was sweating. I couldn't find a way to consistently win on that last one, Mike. But definitely a good game. So I like the Quinjet into Valentina here. That'll give us a discount on Absorbing Man. We could potentially do a second Valentina. And it'll give us a discount on the resource that Valentina gives us as well. That we will not be using. Never mind. It's not going to give us a discount on anything because Mobius comes down the turn we drop it. Not seeing a great path here. We can always do something like this. We get some okay cards on the board. we might have to ship this deck and just put it on the back burner. I haven't seen such terrible luck in a series of like 8 games in my life. I mean, when in doubt, leave it to us. We can always make it. We can always make it happen. Because Loki, we don't get a discount on the cards, so then it just becomes playing their deck, but probably worse. This can switch into Ghost Rider, but our yeah. I'm gonna send the blink, but we are up against, it looks like maybe like a Silver Surfer deck. They haven't snapped is the only reason I'm not retreating yet. Bear left, and then lose the other 2 lanes. Oh, I was about to. That way we just lose them with like dominance. Anyone have a link to the Discord? Yeah, so ! Discord. Should pull up the Discord link. I need to cancel out the Nightbot one. I'll do that now. That way it stops doubling it up. Ooh, I didn't lock it in. That's my bad, Spider Jess. That's my bad. Beanman, you said if you're flushing this deck, you should play my Shanna deck. Does it run like Lady Deathstrike? And you're in perfect. Lady Deathstrike. I ran one that also ran like Death. I think there's one that was floating around that had Null in it. Oof. We're gonna put a back burner on this one. And I actually might run the one that Regis featured today. And I had a couple people say that it did good, or that they enjoyed it, that it was fun. If anything, maybe I can tank those stats too. Let's see. I'm gonna delete this one out. I have it saved in the Discord, so I can build it back later. You know if Regis had a deck code in his video? He typically does, right? That way I don't have to build it out one by one.
There's nothing more.
Oh, that's the deck tracker. Oh no, there's no link in it. All right, we'll build it out by hand. He did? Just getting him the extra view. It looked like he had a link to his tracker, but not necessarily the deck itself.
Is making his...
The source, maybe? Oh my goodness, I'm blind. It was under deck list. All right, there we go. Let's give it a different avatar. That was our issue with the last one. We didn't change it up from the default base. You and Regis definitely my favorite content creators ever. I appreciate that. Regis definitely has one of the best approaches I've ever seen to content creation. Such a positive and humble person that he's willing to help out anybody, no matter you know, how big or small. If he can help him out, he typically will. And so I definitely love all the good things going for Regis. He's definitely a good one. Blink push Ultron. And so I didn't watch the video, so I don't know the ideal lines. We're gonna see. The last one didn't go well. I don't think it can go worse than 1 and 8. Is what we went with the last one. We'll see though. And so looking at it, what are the main lines? I'm always worried about Jubilee and Ultron. Yeah. So looking at it, what are the main lines we're aiming for? Dazzler, of course. A lot of times you're going to stack all into one lane, right? TLSG was also the nicest streamer, but it changed. He likes mill decks too much now. I do enjoy a good mill deck. I just posted my disruptive move deck that I've been straight cooking with lately. And so I'll check that one out as well. This deck really works the best when you draw Ultron early. You don't accidentally cheat it out. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the Jubilee Ultron in this game. So we can Nocturne. We could change one of these locations, but I'm not sure we dislike... I'm not sure we dislike Kiln, though. So they're snapping for what? Athena? Potentially? Athena, Kitty Pride stuff in the right lane? What's the Ultron for? Just like I guess a big finisher alongside the Blue Marvel. Okay, the Eliath was unnecessary. Bit rough. A bit unnecessary as well. So we have the Sandman. Jubilee is our only play here. But I think we always lose in Kiln now. I do snap on Vesuvius.
Iron Man.
Any chance I get. See, their morph could have been Ultron and could have won us the game. But instead they got Eliath. So Jubilee would switch for Blue Marvel guaranteed. Either that or... That Red Guardian pull was devious though. We would need to be able to play something else there. I think blink into Blue Marvel rather than the Sandman. Blink Blue Marvel into like an Ultron to finish it out. Because they'll be going with like Jug, a couple other plays. With Sage and Mockingbird. Sage, Mockingbird, Sage, Juggernaut. I could see both of them. So the Nocturne, Mockingbird left. Ooh. So it's going to scale by more. That's going to be not enough, right? I think the snapback may have been hasty. So even if we did that moved over, he's going to be able to play 3. He can always scale the Athena, which is unfortunate. Because we could also go like an Eliath. Nocturne cooked you? Yeah.
Escape.
Not a good start. We're gonna turn it around. Oh man, we may have to go back to comfort list. All the ground we gained, we have given back. Yeah, the morph was what really did it. The morph definitely cooked us too. But then we cooked ourselves by snapping back, so there was that. Let's see some mill deck fun. We might have to switch back to like a diabolical mill deck to be able to gain some ground. Been watching your YouTube, your stuff and YouTube, and was ashamed I wasn't subscribed yet on Twitch. Well, I appreciate you being here, you finding the Twitch. I haven't been streaming all that much, and so it's still a relatively new thing over here. But I appreciate the support and that you're here to watch the absolutely awful RNG we've had. I've cooked myself with snapback several times. It feels like I'm being too aggressive and it's causing me. Yeah, but then I also hate whenever I like underread a situation and underreact. I just like doing that too. So it's definitely a weird balance. Oof. So the debris is a little scary. We have both Jeff and Nocturne that can move out of mid. So maybe we throw... Do you want space for like the blue marvel? Maybe we move Jeff, we play Dazzler there. We can move Nocturne to play blue marvel on 5. And that would give us a potential fighting line for either like an Ultron, an Alioth, or something similar.
Oh, snap. Opponent snapped.
That's not what we want to see. We don't want to see the immediate snapback. Makes me question everything. All right, we're going to go Dazzler. We're going to lock it in. That's potential 8 cuber. Super giant. Very scary. Very scary stuff. We know we'll have initiative going into the last turn. And so we could always drop Blue Marvel then. Hide the Jubilee. Jubilee could be it. We could blink into Jubilee next turn, but I guess we'll hide the Jubilee, right? Yeah, so if we... No, you're right. We would have to Jubilee and then blink. But I want to play Blue Marvel into mid. So I'm afraid to hide Blue Marvel in case they do a Negasonic. Hiding blink? How come? I was thinking this for like a potential Negasonic though. I'm afraid of Negasonic too. We're gonna do the Jubilee. We'll have priority next turn. So we can do Blue Marvel into mid. We're gonna do the Jubilee and see what happens. They did play a card into this lane. If it's Negasonic, it happens first. It could be Enchantress, maybe? This pulls us something in the right. We could have done Nightcrawler and shifted the Nightcrawler. Oh well, it's fine. Let's go with this. Faster, you said, TLSG, I'm finally here watching you live. It's an honor. It's an honor for you to be here. We have been getting absolutely cooked. And so hopefully you're the good luck charm that I need to turn this around. Why did MODOK Hella run Giganto and not Blue Marvel? I don't know. Yeah, Super Giant is one of those cards that you just don't know how the rest of the game is going to go. Just played a Gold Conquest match with this list. Oh, the Ghost Rider one. Won the match, only lost 4 cubes in 4 rounds. I went like 0 and a million with it. And so the Ghosts, super interesting. Okay. Cannonball, we should be fine, right? We're not fine. We're not fine. Had Cannonball pushed it to the left, we would have won the point differential. But we lost the 50-50 there too. It was a good one. Like, it was a really good play. Out of all the things that I thought would happen after Supergiant, that was not one of them. That was not one of them at all. I didn't see in my like 9 games. I didn't really draw the Black Knight, Sith Rider, Infinite stuff. Take OP's cracked deck. The one that just beat me. Yeah, I think the word abuse auto-modded it. I pushed it through though. The deck always filled it when I played, and when it didn't, it lost to combos with Onslaught. And the one time we got Ultron out of X-Mansion, yeah, we've had some pretty poor luck. I made dinner and now you're top 400. We were top 200 before, Mystic. We've been going one direction, down. So we have the Nightcrawler that gets destroyed. We could protect Space Throne with like a Nocturne. You'll get back there? Yeah. Should I get Cannonball with tokens? Probably not so much now. Like, he's fun. If you like junk or like fill their stuff into other things style decks, he's still usable. But he's not as dominant as he was before. I think we protect Space Throne with our Nocturne. Big Gladiator. If that pulls Ultron, we cry and quit. Okay. The Big Gladiator. And we outshine that. We have the Dazzler. Jubilee is kind of scary at pulling our Ultron. It's the 1 out of 3. I think we have to do it to develop the board. Yeah, so Space Wax. Space Wax was the one that recommended it or shared it. Let's see, not to be mean, but TLSG did miss some lines, but he did have some. Yeah, I definitely missed some lines for sure. Yeah. I think we move the Nocturne to try to block against, I don't know. Let him cook. I think we move the Nocturne to block against the Doc Ock, but then we still potentially lose, right? Man, you luck today. Sandman would fill up our board, and we already lose right, and so then all it would take would be like a big, maybe Red Hulk. I don't know. That may have been the correct play. So the Baron Zemo Cable. So third. Why did they play for the lane they already won? Because 13 power goes into 16 power. Plus the 8, 24. We would win left. No. With the Widow's Kiss. So 16, this is 20, so it's 28. They win left. They win left if that's where they Red Hulk. They win mid too. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So the store manager. I know that I'm letting you down too. Because I know that you said you were able to grab some good wins with this one too. That's not the case for me. And so how does it deal with decks that go really tall? Because I feel like it's really susceptible, even outside of like bad draws, for this one. Have you played the small ball deck that KM talked about yesterday? Small ball, is that the like debris cannonball stuff? This is how I felt when playing the last couple of days. Yeah, we have our doggo back there. She finally made an appearance. Did you not make an offering to the RNG gods today? No, I sure did not. I should have. I guess I did, but it wore off. This is the one that gets anxiety for storms. Kale, can someone answer a question for me? Why does Arnim Zola split all cards into 2, but Wolverine is split into 3? Because Wolverine regenerates after he's destroyed. So Arnim Zola splits the original Wolverine, he regenerates, and then it creates the other 2. We have the ability to Jubilee. We're looking for Blue Marvel or Blink. I'm heavily looking for jokes on the Loki player. Oh, Dazzler's unfortunate. But they don't want our cards. Our cards are interesting to say the least. So we could always Blue Marvel into an Ultron. We could do Sandman so they can only drop 1 card, but I'm not sure if we would win off of that alone. I think we need the Blue Marvel for the extra power, potentially. But I'm going to Sandman. Okay, so it's the Phoenix Force Loki line. Got the Human Torch back, which is big. Because that's going to move out of Strange Academy into Tinker's Workshop and then can move again. Oof. I think we're cooked here too. Bean Man, I haven't lost to it once. I think I'm about to lose to it. Because they can play 1 card, but they can move all over the place. And so this would be the direction I would think we're going. But I'm not sure it gets us where we need to be. Surely this is the last game we lose. Surely. Couldn't be any other way, right? I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. We're gonna cry a little bit. We're gonna let it all out, and then we're gonna come back. I may play a little bit of Mill or something that I feel comfortable with. To get a few wins, and then we might switch back to that Loki deck. I think the Loki deck might be one that I want to explore more, and maybe we just had some bad luck that we need to work through. But we're gonna run. No, I think there was. Go countermill. We're gonna run this one a little bit when I come back. I'll be right back. Tanjo has been playing it. Oh, I know Tanjo was absolutely crushed with it. Anything that has Loki in it, I know Tanjo knows the ins and outs of. A lot of BK and Loki players, yeah. So, we're gonna grab that one. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. We're gonna run a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back. All right, let's run it for a little bit. We'll get back on the pony, and then we'll run a little bit of, I think, that Loki deck. It's one that it feels like there's some pretty cool lines, and maybe I just got a little bit unlucky with it. So we'll run that here in just a minute. You posted the Supergiant deck, the one that we lost to a second ago, with the cannonball. Is that the one? All right, next up we have Dumb Eep. Let's see, we'll start with our Spider Ham. No, it's one I made a few seasons ago. Ooh, nice, I'll take a look at it. I have this cracked list. Yeah, the Athena Angela shell is super solid. Have you been keeping track of the Cerebro Zero nerfs? I have not, Mystic. We have not kept track of them. I'm honestly not much of a BK or Loki player either. I think you might like the Shuri Cersei. So I played that I played that on Friday, and I actually had a video on it Saturday. So yeah, that one I think is fun as well. It has its ups and downs for sure, but definitely a fun one to play. We have Shadow King that would offset the pig, so I don't think we even need to throw Red Guardian. All right, let's do this. It looks like the version. Maybe not White Widow. I don't know. It did run the Ravonna, Shuri, Taskmaster. Oh no, that one has Cersei. No, I hadn't ran that one. That was a morph, right? That was a super unfortunate morph for him. It was a... I could have hit Red Guardian, and we would have been toast here. Now, as long as we fill up the middle location, we can win. We can just play all of our Jeffs over there. And then we just need a good card for the left lane. So we pulled their Sasquatch and their Nocturne, which is nice. I like the idea of a big Sasquatch. We have Red Guardian, Shadow King. Their big play. This looks like the deck that wants to do like Sage, Iron Man stuff. And so an Iron Man here would actually be kind of scary. Juggernaut might be also a little bit scary. So it might be that we Sasquatch, but... we're going to do Gladiator first. See what it ends up hitting. The Kitty Pryde. Wow, they're duplicating the Kitty Pryde. This here is a wacky looking game of Marvel Snap. I agree, Hujay. We do take out their Athena. So we know we're looking at potentially Iron Man to the left. Potentially Juggernaut. So Iron Man plus one Kitty Pryde. I don't know that that wins them the left lane. A Sage over here could be okay. We have initiative, so White Widow could stop them from doing quite a bit of what they want to do. I think we go... that's 2 White Widows and a Sasquatch. I think that should let us bring home that middle location. Okay. We get a win. We get a win under our belt. Been a few games. So it feels good. It's a whole uphill. I mean, we hit rock bottom. There's only up from there. That's all you can do. All right, next up we have KM Worst. Said it was our last loss. I wasn't kidding. I mean, we're gonna be throwing some big games then. We do have the Grandmaster. We have Cable. Have our magic to extend the game, which is really, or the middle limbo, which is really some of the big pieces you look for early in a mill style deck.
Snap.
I really feel like mill is the best archetype in the game, but is only good in Conquest. I don't know. I've won several like 4s and 8s out of people like misjudging how big of a swing that last turn play can be. That is a beautiful Cable pull. So now we know it's some kind of destroy deck. I almost want to go Gladiator. Don't we want to go downhill? Oh, because it's easier? I mean, we're not afraid of putting in the work. We're gonna go uphill. But yeah, the saying definitely. Yeah, mill decks are also great for figuring out the opponent's decks. If we can hit a null, then we can win. It's also really good for like a Doc Ock, because then we have Shang-Chi to counter it. And having their death, I think, is really good. I wasn't
in peace.
I wasn't expecting the Galactus, but I'm glad we pulled it. I was hoping Fastos would fit into mill. Yeah, so I actually had Fastos in Red Guardian slot, but it just didn't make the cut. Like it just didn't feel like it gave us enough. And Red Guardian was so good for like all of the potential Iron Man pulls and things like that. Yeah, so this is probably like the Ultron kind of gimmick deck, which I think is kind of funny. So we have the Grandmaster we can play. We already have a turn 7. So I don't need to throw Limbo or Magic onto the board. We don't have to waste our turn doing that. We get the Cable instead of the Gladiator, so we get one additional card, being their Wave. Okay. I mean, it's not a what a transformation. What did this transform from? Blink? Rough. Super rough. We do get the Shang-Chi. We take out their Doc Ock, but whew. Yeah, blink to pull the Ultron into Doc Ock. Unfortunate. The good thing is we win mid fairly easily. They could have Killmonger, which would clear up the drones, and then their null would look absolutely stacked. We know that they don't have the death, so they can swing one location. They also have Destroyer built in. Just trying to find. Can White Widow be replaced? Yeah, White Widow is mainly for like cluttering up their last couple of remaining spots, but I don't feel like it is necessarily core either. You could probably do either like a Yondu or look for another counter style card. What is counter mill countering? Wait. Oh. Counter mill, I put in like the Red Guardian. At one point I had Enchantress in it. Before it was called Fastos Mill, and that didn't make sense. So we changed it. Alright, so the Red Hulk. And then we're gonna top deck our Shang-Chi's gone. We're not gonna top deck our Shang-Chi. We'll see. I'll change the name of it. Counter Mill doesn't fit it. You said I'm comparing against the 62% win rate Zemo deck. Yeah, so the Zemo deck I think is also good. This one I took a couple of those pieces out for a little more flexible counterplay. So this is... so this one leans more into... well, the Red Guardian leans more into being able to adapt to what you pull. So sometimes you're going to Doc Ock and everything's below Shang-Chi range, or they hit an Iron Man. So this gives us another out to potentially deal with that. So the null on the right, I think, absolutely does it for them. How do they win one of these other lanes, though? So the Destroyer, the Ultron, the null, they have Killmonger. That's not going to clear anything on our end. What else is in the deck? Venom? Venom left would be 16, 17, 18, 25? Venom, Killmonger, Goliath. So Goliath could just go mid. This would put us to 25. We would win the difference if that's the case. Double drop on the left. That's scary. Yeah, no, this is the Galactus deck. We took out their Galactus with what is Venom? It's Electro Venom. So what is it? 27 left. Oh, I forgot. Oh man, I forgot Null bumped up when they destroyed cards. Oh, it's been a rough day.
Victory.
We shouldn't have won that one. Whew. And then Zon. So the deck that I'm running, we'll take a 33% chance. So you said we're not losing anymore. We take those. So the main idea with this deck, it's the magic gives us an extra turn. So we're looking to mill them out of resources and cards in their deck so that we have the last turn to decide like where to most optimally place our cards. And so magic definitely gives us a better out than what it does for the opponent. Let's see, let's switch over to, I like the Ghost Spider combo. We're going to do that one a bit. Run the same deck. But yeah, no, so the main idea is you do something like Doc Ock, which clutters their locations. You use like Cable, Gladiator, Spider Ham to make their plays inefficient. And then you're looking to counter it with something like White Widow, Red Guardian, Shang-Chi, Shadow King. No, Zon, you're fine. You're fine. Mill is definitely something that has recently come up. Happy Canada Day. Murky, happy Canada Day to you as well. And so Iceman hits our discounted Red Hulk, so it goes back up to 6, unfortunately. If we change a location, we want to make sure it's not Titan, because that would end up being almost unplayable. Unless we extended the game and played it as our only card on the last turn. I do like White Widow to the left. A lot of times I like to save it if we have a better line. But I think potentially clogging up that left lane might be nice. We'll go Gladiator. There's a chance that our turn 4 play doesn't reveal it either. If Mirror Dimension copies Lemuria, which could be problematic. And then who? You said this deck is very good at knowing if it's going to win or lose. Yeah, and you also can a lot of times win by a very small margin. No Baron? Baron, so a lot of times we have very limited space. So I ended up cutting Baron for like some counter cards instead. So this one doesn't as consistently drain them of all of the resources. But what it does do is it offers a few different ways to like counter their play or their cards. And so no, we don't have Zemo in this build. So I think just the Widow's Bite. Next turn would be Doc Ock left, since we don't have magic. And then we're looking for a way to win from there. I'm really not sure if I like Zemo in the Zemo Mill deck. Yeah, a lot of times it felt like that was my worst card. And I've played a lot of Mill. It felt like that was my worst card in the deck, was because like a lot of times it was either going to cap me out and I had to risk what it was going to pull from their end. Yes, it helped mill an additional card, but it just didn't feel like it was worth the risk a lot of times. Because sometimes you're going to pull something like Shanna, and then you cap out your entire location and you lose because of it. The Beast is unfortunate. That pulled in, what, Iceman, Black Widow, and then the Widow's Kiss. So with this being the last turn, is that fine? They wanted to dodge initiative, which they did. I'm almost considering something like Gladiator move over and then focus on these other 2 lanes. Red Guardian right. Red Guardian right stops the Beta Ray, so that's nice. We could do from there just like a cable. Or Grandmaster. It doesn't stop the beta. It doesn't stop the beta, but it doesn't double as much. And so it's going to double 4 instead of... So it goes to 8. It doesn't stop it, but yeah, you're right. It doesn't stop it, but it lowers the amount that it gets doubled from. So unless they have an Odin for it. I'm going to Grandmaster, see what we pull. Ooh, that's a hefty double drop in the right lane. Widow's Kiss, Werewolf, Black Widow. Fine. Hawk in the left. Is that Werewolf gonna stab us in the back? Werewolf did it. It's close. Closer than it probably should have been. What's another decent card to replace White Widow? You can go something lower end. You could always go like a Yondu. Up until recently, I had Yondu in my builds. Up until recently, I had Yondu stacked in, and I think for this one, Spider-Ham actually gets cut. That was for the hot location. Or I think Yondu gets cut for like a Red Guardian or something similar. So Yondu's okay. It gives you a better chance to mill their entire deck, but it gives them a better chance to draw into like those playable potential outs. You have Herc? I don't have Herc, but I'm going to pick it up tomorrow. Zippy by day. Great stream today. Looking forward to more. Hope you can kick that job to the curb. I hope so. I hope so, Zippy. They're wanting us to return to office, and the way that they did it with such... they did it very rushed. And very unsympathetic. So I have my son home for the summer, and a lot of other people, like, they didn't give us much turnaround to find a way to make it work. Is there a good way to counter the mill strategy? So not necessarily counter it, but there's a lot of decks that are okay into being milled. Something that is high value but below like a Shang-Chi range. So I even think the Namora like one-piece deck, so something that runs White Tiger. Those tigers are so difficult to deal with, and so I think that one does incredibly well against it. Yeah, I'm excited for Arishem tomorrow as well. I think Arishem might surprise some people with what it can do. I'm hoping. I'm hopeful, anyways. I have a couple of ideas that I'm kicking around, that I'm brewing around, that I think should be pretty fun. Thanos is good against mill? How so? I know you can't mill everything, but you can pull their cards, make it clunky. So if you pull multiple big hits, you have the Shang-Chi to swing it. I'm opening for Arishem and his Spotlight and splitting him a bunch. As a free-to-play, Linsanity. You're not even going to wait and see if he's good? You're just going to rip it? I mean, if it's a card that is enticing and you like, absolutely. Absolutely go for it. We can go White Widow Grandmaster, or we go Gladiator. So the first card that they played was Jeff, which we hit with the Shadow. I think we're gonna do this. If we hit White Widow into mid, that's a pretty big win because they'll have to play something big over there. Pixie can be good, but I expect it to be tricky. Yeah, Pixie's one that it has a very big like deck building curve. Like if you don't build it in a good way, it can definitely hurt. So we do hit the White Widow. They have Wong over there, and so I'm gonna try to hopefully make sure that that's the Wong decision by going Doc Ock. We could also go... Oh, we can't go Red Guardian because we can't play it there. Never mind. We're going to do Doc Ock. Snap? All right, we'll snap. Yeah, no, I'm definitely excited for tomorrow. I think he's going to be fun. You said I open every card. Doesn't matter how good or not. As a free-to-play, you open for every card? I thought you said free-to-play, right? If so, that's wild. Stage is big. Namor is big. Oh, you were joking with free-to-play. Gotcha. See my Pixie, Arishem, Agatha, Thanos, Loki deck. That one's going to be a wild ride. So we do have Shadow King, which will offset the Widow's Kiss. They're locked in here, and so a Shang-Chi wins it for us. We could also just Shadow King the left, which makes it 0. And so I think what we want to do this turn, we get some good value out. Maybe it's something like Gladiator, Shang-Chi left, or Gladiator, Red Guardian left. Next turn would be Shang-Chi mid, and then a Shadow King left. Love the Gladiator variant. I do too. I think this one, I think it's an incredibly sleek one. So Ironheart right. They could do an Odin onto it. And I love this stream. So chill. This is how every stream should be. Educational and chill. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I don't feel like I'm a very charismatic or entertaining person. But what I can do is play Snap, and I'm pretty level-headed, so it's very like middle of the ground. There's not a lot of like incredibly highs. I don't think you're ever going to find me on a screaming stream. So I like the look at this. Even with an Odin to the right, I think we're perfectly fine. Yeah, the Odin comes down and pushes mid up some more, but it doesn't hit mid, or yeah, it could have bumped up mid some more, but it doesn't. Shang-Chi is going to take out the Sage. Should swing that one back in our favor. Shadow King is going to make the pig an unfortunate 0. And that is what we're on the climb. That's why I like mill decks. You can do so much, and you have so much knowledge that you can really make those educated like snap decisions. Rage compilation. I mean, I used to play Call of Duty, and I used to play League of Legends. In both of those, there were some rage-inducing moments. And so if you ever found my old videos, there's some Call of Duty ones still out there. I'm sure I raged on some of them. But no, and I played League as well. And then Angstglow, you said your streams feel exactly like your videos, and that's great. I appreciate it, because it's a lot slower pace a lot of times. And that sometimes makes me nervous, I guess, or anxious that it's not going to be like entertaining, because with the fast pace of the videos, I'm not able to do that consistently, because I like to talk to you guys and I get distracted by doing that. But I like to still kind of have the same kind of analytical thoughts while we're playing anyways. I used to play that daily, all my free hours into that. Yeah, yep, me too. Whenever I was finishing college as well. And it was like I would come home from work, and on lunch break I would fit in one game on like a 45 minutes of lunch, because I enjoyed it that much. But something when you're playing it that much eventually becomes a little problematic. Doc Ock in the right is huge. We can potentially cap them out. We know that we have their Kitty Pryde, making it tough for them to do. Ooh, and it resets their pig to 0 and right sizes our Spider-Ham. Oh, but Luke Cage comes down. We do have the right lane locked in place. This takes away Ravonna. It doesn't take away Athena anymore. So League with Dara. Does Dara still play League? I mean, that would be fun. I haven't played in a long time, so I'm probably awful. But it'd definitely be a fun one to do. I think we play Kitty Pryde to the right to protect the right lane. But we're going to start with like a Red Guardian and a Kitty Pryde. And I think we snap into this. Even with like a Juggernaut, Iron Man, I don't think they have the means to win this one. They do have a Nocturne in their deck somewhere, right? Cam, who glad to finally catch you live. I'm glad you were able to catch us live as well. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We can either change Strange Academy. They may do something like Nocturne into this middle location. I think that would make the most sense. And so I'm going to go ahead and Magic in mid. In League, you were that lonely support guy. So I really liked playing the jungler. Like that was the main role I played. Outside of that, it was top lane. Whenever I played, I played before the jungler item update, which turned it into like the different knives depending on your path. And I used to take the jungler item on a Hecarim top lane. There was like one season where that was just absolutely like ridiculously strong. No, Lee Sin was way too technically like precise. I was awful at Lee Sin. I liked Hecarim a lot. In jungle, I kind of switched around depending on the season. But once Ivern released, that was one that I definitely went towards the most, was Ivern, to play that kind of supportive role. All right, so we're winning decently now. Next up, we're up against Meow, and we do get Hotel Inferno, which helps us mill a little bit of their deck. Spider-Ham could derail what they're wanting to snap into. Let's see. Have you played Elden Ring? I have not. I would like to. I think it'd be a fun one. Ooh, Mockingbird was a big hit, and Killmonger was also a big hit. It's one that I would like to play, but I think it would take so much time, like such a time investment, that I'm not sure I could really commit as much time as I would want to, or it would end up taking away from everything else that I need to do. The last big game that I played was Baldur's Gate 3, and I played through Honors mode. That was the first mode that I ran through, and I was able to eventually beat it. Almost died a couple times on the third act, and it was incredibly nerve-wracking experience. But I enjoyed playing it quite a bit. So they played Brood. I'm assuming they do Absorbman into Luke's bar. So we could either do something like Cable Grandmaster, Cable Grandmaster, and then next turn would be Magic plus White Widow, which I think is the direction we go. I haven't played League in so long. My last memory was the Sona rework that every Sona player hated, and I may not even know what rework you're talking about. I quit shortly after like Ivern came out. That Nova is an unfortunate gladiator pull for sure. I would definitely watch you play some Elden Ring. It'd be just waiting to see when I raged would be what that would amount to. I'm gonna go Magic White Widow. We do have Shadow King, which will be able to offset like a Silver Surfer, a Nocturne. It would be able to offset like a Silver Surfer bonus, but with Nocturne in place, I'm not sure that we are able to stick it out. In ancient history, Vel'Koz has been out for a while. When I ended up quitting, I know they came out with the ultimate like the DJ Sona skin, and I had a problem with spending too much in that game as well. So we don't have initiative. These will go back down to 2, so it's 2, 4, 6. But we don't ever have a good lead there. Do any of the lanes ever get above the limit we need? So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be the only lane we could potentially Shadow King, and I don't think it's good enough to stay.
Escaped.
Elden Ring is a game to complete slowly, bit by bit, like a Hobbit book. Yeah, and one of those games, like when I get into those games, I dive like fully into them, and so I'm not sure if I'd be able to slowly play it. It'd be something that that would be all I'd want to do until I finally played through it. Like Baldur's Gate, I think I played it was 3 weeks. I think was my entire runtime, and then I haven't picked it up since. And so I enjoy it, but it's something where I really dedicate that time and then end up moving on. But we're going to run a quick set of ads before we jump into the next set of matches. And I think I might run a gold conquest. I think we might see what we can make happen in Conquest. And so we're going to run a quick set of ads, and then we're going to transition over, see what we can make happen. We'll be right back, you guys. What content creator? Oh, Niji. I'll respond to that message, Niji, here in just a second. And Galaxy Warrior, how we doing with Mill? Mill was doing pretty decently for us. I think overall we ended pretty positive, but we had a pretty rough go of it with a few other builds. And so I'm trying to decide if I want this shell for my mill deck, or if I want one of the other ones that I've been playing around with. So like sometimes I like US Agent. I'm not sure if Grandmaster really fits what I like to do consistently with it. So I'm wondering if we do something a little bit different on it. We could potentially cut it and just put back Yondu. I think the Grandmaster sometimes is really good, but a lot of times it's just kind of okay. I think I'm going to do that before we jump into Conquest. And I think the ad should be almost. Don't forget to do the Shaw mission. I don't have Shaw unlocked, unfortunately, so I can't do the Shaw mission. And I've known a lot of people that enjoy Skyrim as well, Lucas. That one I dabbled in, but I didn't dive as full into it as some other people. But we're almost done with ads, and then I'll respond to Niji. So Niji asked, what content creator are you most afraid to verse in Snap? I don't know if you guys watched the Conquerors event where I got invited to do the live stream. It was the only time I've played against Owie, and I feel like now I have to be afraid to play against him. For a while, it was Dara, because he's so aggressive that it was hard to know if he had a good hand or if he was just pumping it. And so Dara had me rattled for a while, and I think for a little bit I had a hard time going up against Jeff. AM Best was one I didn't see for a long time. I think they all had at one point or another. Like I was a little bit like not scared, but hesitant or just kind of anxious going against them. But Dara was definitely at the top of that list just because of his aggressive style. It made me nervous for like no particular reason. It just made me incredibly nervous, and so he would probably be the one that was listed up there on the top. Hook, welcome in, or I guess I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out today. Hopefully you have a good sleep, and hopefully we can catch you tomorrow. So we can take out. We don't get a lot of value in this matchup with the Red Guardian, unfortunately. We will, over the course of the game, get some pretty good value from like mill stuff, but I think it'll be one that we have to kind of snap strategically on. Project Pegasus re-trigger is kind of crazy. There with the worst hand in Marvel Snap history. Yeah, we snapped this. Yeah, and that's why it is so scary for me. He's a wild card. And I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like you don't know what is going on. So he could have a really good hand, or he could just be full of rocks, and you have to respect it either way. So yeah. So with the extra energy, I think we go Red Hulk Magic. We should definitely win the left lane out of that. We could potentially angle for like a Doc Ock, a Shadow King to kind of counteract that Gilgamesh. So we'll see. Blue Marvel is expected. The Ant-Man, I expect a Khazar and a Gilgamesh to finish out the rest of the locations. So the extra energy from that left lane feels like it was not. Feels like it definitely shouldn't have been like the focus of that turn. Because usually zoo decks have a relatively low curve, and it's easier to like play out their cards on curve or on energy or however they want to, versus us, which needs a higher energy curve, or needs more energy to curve out our cards easier. But we're gonna see if we can hit their Gilgamesh with the Spider Ham. Yondu's gonna destroy one of the remaining cards. I don't know if we can ham. I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Sleeper, every time I play Aoi on ladder, he's so aggressive. Makes you do plays you shouldn't. Yep, that's the way it was with Dara. He's so aggressive that I'm in my own head rethinking those lines. And so I think I'm on a different server than Aoi because I don't remember ever facing him, but it sounds very similar. And then Bobby, you said TLSG here live. How's it going? Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad you were able to find the stream, jump in and join us. We're glad to have you. All right. Oh yeah, yeah. We can ham their hawk. That's right. So I thought you were talking Odyssey. I thought you were talking about a dark hawk instead of the the snow guard one. So it makes more sense now. But no, you were absolutely right. So we're hoping for Shang-Chi as a top deck. We have the 1 out of 3. Or if we pull a card that can't get destroyed, like a 1-cost card, it might stab them in the back in Monster Metropolis. Because of Kyera, pulling Gladiator, if it hits one of their 1-cost cards, it won't be able to destroy it. But we'll see. A mill deck I can play without Baron Zemo? Yeah, Baron Zemo, I ended up cutting in most of my mill stuff. Because a lot of times our board looks like this. It's very, very full. And so Baron Zemo always felt like the card I had to hold back and ended up being just 5 power most of the time. Because I'd use it when there wasn't enough space. Donkey's taken a very long time. If they do, for some reason, play Gilgamesh in Monster Metropolis this turn, we could potentially Shang-Chi if we top decked it, but it would come down to whatever we ended up top decking. I think this is the slowest. Victory. Maybe they disconnected. Yeah, they definitely disconnected. That's unfortunate. We'll take gold wins where we can, but that one's an unfortunate one. Yeah, so Red Guardian I think is really good. It closes that gap against the Wong stuff, against Iron Man, which we've been seeing a lot of. So I thought somebody told me that you could see the infinite rank. Maybe they also said you had to be top 5,000, so maybe they haven't hit that mark. I mean, we'll take a gold Conquest win where we can, but it feels bad for someone to like crash out. So Red Hulk could reasonably be just another big stat stick, but it just goes so much bigger than anything else that that Red Hulk is typically going to be your better option. Except we have Magic Toes Enjoyer. We'll see if we're able to bring this one. The good thing about mill decks is we get a lot of information incredibly quickly. So we're able to know like what their deck typically is going to look like. So I think while we figure out if they have Nocturne or not, we hold the Magic. I'm going to hold it for now. Get a better sense of what they're running, and then maybe we play it next. This is the Galactus stuff. The Galactus Destroyer stuff. Pretty sure. We move the Jeff, we keep that protected in the left lane, and then Doc Ock can give us some really good stuff in the right lane. I think Red Hulk will be getting nerfed again, though. I feel like it has to. He just can scale so much higher than anything else for that cost range, even though you give the opponent that information. He's just such a, like, most of the time I don't end up going Red Hulk unless we've like capped out their locations. Oh, their Galactus can be 7, right? So maybe it's just the Doc Ock drains all of their remaining resources. Ugh. The Galactus can be 7 because of Wakandan Embassy, but it can't go off because of Ultron. Oh, Galactus in the right. Interesting. We'll take it. So resetting this leaves them at just 6. So as long as we get Shadow King by the end of the game, then we're absolutely fine. Otherwise, we're pushing for 7 power here, which I guess this is it too. No Zemo. Yeah, Zemo a lot of times felt like I was fluttering myself too much. Wait. Move Doc commit. I don't think we should have to. It just has to beat 11. And so this one, and then Shang-Chi, right? Why would we need to keep it? We have an extra turn. Oh, I've already snapped. Yeah, I snapped before the Doc Ock came down. And so this clears out with Shang-Chi. This clears out, and it leaves only 10. And we clear that pretty easily. Why not? But I mean, I guess that's true. You could leave it just because, but if they stay, they're crazy.
Victory.
Oh, I wasn't relying on the draw there either, because we had the Red Hulk, we had the Shang-Chi already, and so we had that. We had it pretty covered. Man, Quake can be absolutely devastating. When it's a deck that's not like needing it or expecting it. All right, so we take out their Destroyer. Which is kind of unfortunate. It allows them to play it. Lucas, so tomorrow when I get Hercules, I'll definitely be playing around with like a move bounce deck or like a Phoenix Force Hercules deck with like Living Tribunal. I just don't have it Hercules yet. So I haven't been able to build one because I don't have it. Yeah, it's important to the deck, but we're in a District X round. So right now it doesn't. Like it's not going to do anything. It just allows them to play it instead. I think normally, yeah, normally I agree. It'd be a good hit. They get Echo, we get Nocturne, which is not bad at all. We can change Jotunheim if we want. White Tiger and Odin is also a pretty solid 1-2 to finish up the game.
Oh, snap.
We're going to snap into this one too. I'm going to play Namor. I know that Echo is going to take away the ongoing ability. That's fine. From there, we're looking to do like a White Tiger and an Odin. Because we'll get 2 8-power monsters across the board. I dropped 6k on Red Guardian this morning. Red Guardian's a really flexible one. I'm a fan of Red Guardian. I think it definitely depends on what the meta looks like. And so right now with so many low-end things that are so impactful, like Iron Man, you have the Wong stuff. Red Guardian can absolutely derail those entirely. So I think White Guardian or White Tiger, Red Guardian, both mid. That will re-trigger Red Guardian, which I think is going to be decent for us. They have Hela for sure. If they have Hela after all of that like randomness, I'd be so sad. But Odin to re-trigger it, give us a decent push here. If the Tiger goes to the left, then they're going to have to swing every lane.
Are ye worthy?
They stayed. The stay is kind of scary. Okay, white tiger to the left should be okay. Nah, it's just a big 16 power pig.
Victory.
Had the tiger went to the right, we would have lost that one. So it went down to a 50-50. I had tokens forever, and I needed to get something. They were they were burning a hole in your pocket. Unfortunate. Unfortunate locations for him. Kamartaj, we top decked the Yondu into the White Widow. Is going to be really restrictive. They can, of course, do like Destroyer. They have the Venom. They don't have the Venom, never mind. They don't have the Killmonger to clear out any one cost from like an Ultron. The only thing that would clear it would be Destroyer. I was hoarding because everything I bought before got nuked. Yeah. I'm using 6k on Arishem because there's no way I'd waste keys with the other options I can get. So I need Hercules. I haven't unlocked it, and so I think Black Swan as well. Ooh, I need to get a couple more. I think I need to get a couple more keys. So we could either magic the Bar Sinister location. We could do Jeff, but I like magic here just in case they do something like Destroyer 4 times after doing some kind of ramp component. Yeah, so I need all 3 of the cards featured. I don't have Black Swan, Hercules, and then Arishem. So I'm gonna need probably 4 cards or 4 keys for tomorrow. Black Swan is Monkey's best friend. Yeah, there's a low end build that I want to try Black Swan on. Really I just want to have it unlocked. So we do still have to look out for Galactus, right? Because that didn't get destroyed. They can play it this turn if they have it. Let's go Gladiator to the right. If we pull something we can't destroy, then Galactus still can't go off. Do you think the new gold bundle is worth it? I don't know. I haven't really looked at the like bit for bit value. But I think it's a relatively low conversion cost. Like, I think most gold bundles are going to be about... Oh, wait. Okay, no, that's fine. Because we weren't able to destroy what they did, it didn't matter that we didn't have 5. Is Black Swan the one you couldn't ever remember the name of? That one and Kyera. Kyera was another one that I couldn't remember. Just from what they were. So Destroyer's already pulled. A Null would end up being pretty big. They don't have Venom. We can drain almost all of the remaining cards that they have. But we'd be looking for the Shang-Chi to overcome one of the lanes. We could also Doc Ock to the right to lock them in with everything over there. But I think it's going to be left. Double -4 Null. Octo right. Leave their good cards. Yeah, I was thinking that could be a possibility. Ultron's an okay one to see. That means we are guaranteed win in... to wave. We're guaranteed win in mid. We just have to get Shang-Chi. Oof. It's a little scary. So 1 out of 3 Shang-Chi top deck. Because 10 power here, 13 power if we top decked it wouldn't put us where we needed to be. Red Guardian doubles triggers and then moves in mid. So that would end up being... Bring them down to what, 28? So we'd still need 14, which Red Hulk would be just under that limit. I mean, they don't have anything in there. They don't have anything left in their deck. And so it really comes down to if we can top deck Shang-Chi or not. That's not Shang-Chi. Do we think they retreat here? Do they ever run away? I'm not going to gamble it. But I think there's a chance they retreat. Well, no, they just locked it in.
Escaped.
I guess, yeah, if they're at 4 bars of health, going down to 2 versus staying at 4. You'd almost want to just send it all there. The bundle, yeah, I think the gold bundle is like a bad conversion value. But yeah. And so it's, oh, I didn't realize it was exactly the same as if you used them for just like a gold credit line. I'm probably going to buy it because I'm about to spend some more credits. So I'll probably end up buying it, but I don't think it's a great one. Like the gold bundles are typically around like 105, 110% currency value, which is still not great. But at least it's a little bit more than if you were just doing a flat conversion. We get our Doc Ock. They Doc Ock and pull our Ultron. Their Ultron out of our hand. Be kind of scary. Kind of like Gladiator to the right. We drain them of almost all of the remaining cards in their deck. I don't think we'll win the right lane. But I think that's okay.
Hey, welcome. It took you a while.
Anulo scored. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support. It's been a little while since I heard that. I heard the notification go off. Brings us to 31 for the day. Huge support. Appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I had about 18k just sitting, so decided to just get it for the credits. Yeah, and I'm about to convert those credits anyways, or the gold into credits, and I was just going to do a flat conversion. That way I could try to angle for getting all the keys that I need for next season, or for tomorrow, I guess. All right, with Doc, they have our Doc Ock, so it could be scary and pull our Ultron. But we'll see. I know we took out most of their stuff. We could potentially pull into like a destroyer. Of course, Null is going to be crazy big. But we'll see. Do we snap into it? Yeah, we'll snap into it. I know that they have our Doc Ock, and so it might be that we just lose mid if we pull it or if they play it. You could pull into a good order. We could. Or we could pull into a bad order. All right, so Null, their Ultron, and Galactus. Goliath. Ooh. Not the play that I was expecting, but the play that we needed, because we do have the Shang-Chi this time around. They can get your Shang-Chi because your Icebox. Ooh, they could have, couldn't they? But we only have to beat a handful here, so I'm going to do this, and then we'll Shang-Chi the next turn. For tomorrow, is it too much coping to run in Arishem, Blob, and Hawk? So I think Hawk may be a stretch, because you're not going to be playing any enablers for him. But Blob is absolutely going into my Arishem deck tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. The Gladiator pulling 3 cards that it could destroy or kill was kind of wild. In the Blink, Wave, and Venom. Everything else was big, which I assume they had in their hand. Doesn't Ultron just eventually win mid? I mean, yeah, we could play it mid. And that would win mid as well. I guess I guess you're right. We don't need to be overcoming the left lane. We could just play it in mid. But Magic Toes is going to rope us instead. So we could do this and that would win. Yeah, that would win mid. We could lose left and that'd be fine too. But I do like the idea of destroying their stuff. That leaves us with 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll go over the top of that. See if they rope the full turn this time. I'm playing Arishem with Enchantress, Echo, and Rogue. I don't want to see any Hawks. Yeah, I don't think I'm putting Echo, but I'm definitely doing 2 counter cards. Either like Shang-Chi and Rogue or Enchantress and Rogue. Or Shang-Chi and Enchantress or Shang-Chi and Rogue. Because I do think there's going to be a lot of people trying to ruin the fun by running those Hawk decks. And then Rari said, sorry for the repeat message. I didn't see it before, so I apologize. Do you have any plans for the second YouTube channel with other games? I really enjoy your playthroughs. I'd like to, but those take a substantial amount of time. So it's something that I enjoy doing, but eats away. So it's typically about 60 hours of playthrough, about 60 hours for editing, if not maybe a little bit more. And so it takes a long time to sift through it. And if they were all kind of similar to like the first one that went off, absolutely. But it's a lot of time to spend to get like 15,000 views. And so I'm not sure how much time I can necessarily dedicate to it. But especially if I go back to Office, because then it's really going to be just pushing to juggle Snap content while doing the full-time job.
Victory.
I'd like to, because it's fun. I like to be able to explore those different games. But I'm not sure how frequently I'll be able to upload, unfortunately. He was definitely Salt Master. He ended up retreating out. Let's see. Yeah, highest rank. Infinite. Don't burn yourself out again? Yeah. Yeah, I want to be able to do it, but it's another one that like cuts into eating a lot of that additional time. So we're gonna run a quick 1 minute of ads, jump back into the Conquest match number 3. That should finish about the time that we're able to jump in. And so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back really, really soon. Lockjaw, M'Baku, Arishem. So I would actually be okay with like M'Baku in an Arishem deck, but at 1-2, he just doesn't feel like he adds enough value to warrant the spot. Just see what Blob is eating is fun for me. Yeah, and I think Blob eating, like being able to potentially thin out even more with like the rocks or the negative junk, I think is going to be a pretty good, like somewhat defense for all the Hawk runners tomorrow. Next up, we have Prometheus. I run into Prometheus from time to time on the ladder, so this one should be a good match. We're going to slow play this first turn since we have a couple ads that are finishing up. And then we'll play it normal. So we have the Yondu, it's the Nico, okay, and Ant-Man. So it looks like Gilgamesh Zoo. So let's go ahead and we'll White Widow to take up some of their space. It does get buffed up to a positive one once everything is filled up.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Alex Rez, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. That puts us to 32 for the day, which is still really, really big. Especially for a Monday. You guys continue to surprise me every time we come in and we start streaming. So we take out their Ant-Man with the Red Guardian in the left. The Atelan is going to cause us to shuffle our cards, which I think is fine. And then the left Murder World is also fine. So we can do, I think, Gladiator to the left. We have Doc Ock to pull their cards, but without a turn 7, it becomes kind of risky. Tavern, still at it. We are still at it. At least for another almost hour is what it's going to end up being. I have a meeting that I'll have to go to once I end stream, but we still got a little while.
Taking aim.
Been enjoying the stream. Love how you explain your thought process. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and really glad to just have you here and to know that you're enjoying the content, because I definitely feel kind of lackluster at times. That double Ant-Man is unfortunate in the left lane. We could magic to extend the game, or just kind of rip it and hope for the best in maybe mid. But I think they play a card into Murder World this turn to get the Hawkeye bonus. And so I think Doc Ock's going to give us more value in the middle location. No Zemo. Zemo a lot of times ends up feeling like he takes up too much of my space. You were gone for ages. We missed you. I'm really glad to be back. I didn't know if I was going to return to anybody that would even want to see my stuff. So I'm really glad that you guys are here and still enjoy the content. But Baron Zemo a lot of times ended up feeling really awkward So like, especially against like this matchup, sometimes you're going to pull Shanna. That's going to clog your board. And you already are working with a relatively full board state anyways. So it becomes really like, there's that strife. And so I didn't feel like he benefited the deck so much. So instead I went with like a counter component, like a Red Guardian. Those of us who love your content, love it for the chill vibes and awesome puns, of course. Of course, the awesome puns. We couldn't have a good stream without it. So the Khazar comes down, that bumps up their left lane. We have the Shang-Chi, which should swing mid back for us, and then Shadow King. Almost, I forgot about the Ant-Man that I hit with Red Guardian, so it almost stabbed us in the back, but it reset their Kitty Pryde as well. So we were able to grab the early 2 against him. Isn't Shadow King negative points? It should have been. But the Kitty Pryde made it where it was fine. It's not that just that he's wholesome. He's cracked too. I don't know, Tavern. You were gone for a little bit. Whew. I got absolutely handled for like 10 games straight. We lost so many cube points. I was trying out a couple of different decks and they just did not work. We can actually watch your stream around our children. That's another big point that I make an emphasis on. Like this is how I conduct myself, like around my daughter. And I want the stream to be able to be something that if she found it sometime, I wouldn't be embarrassed of like the things that I was saying and how I was behaving. And so it's definitely something I'm cognizant of. You're a unique and much needed part of the Snap content creators. It's definitely a different vibe than, I don't know how much he does anymore. But Molt was someone that is so passionate, but he wears those feelings on his sleeve. And so a lot of the times that'll come out as like negative or just not how you would typically want it to come out. And so I think there's strengths to all of us. So a Doc Ock into Strange Academy into like a Kingpin could be kind of scary for him, right? I think we cable Kingpin, and we see what that looks like from there. The Shanna hits the rocket, which is great for him. And then Iceman, Iceman hits our Doc Ock, which is unfortunate for us. Well, the Kingpin is not going to do as much for us, but Jeff, a double Shadow King. We can Jeff and then Yondu. See what that looks like. I've tried to love Molt way back to his OG Clash days, but it's like a toxic relationship. Yeah, he's so passionate though that it really draws you in. And so I can definitely see the appeal, but I think in extended situations it might get to be a bit much at times. So if we magic Red Hulk to the left, we just need to win one additional location. I think we magic to the left, Red Hulk to the left, win the game. Got a magic? Yeah, we have to have a chance. We absolutely have to magic. So they do lock themselves out of mid. That's going to be more than what we can overcome. Potentially Gladiator plus Shang-Chi plus Jeff move, I think would give us the Gilgamesh win. I think Molt just turned into what we all feel like when we get tilted. That could be another, yeah, that could be another one. All the big Snap streamers are decent people. Alex, Jeff, Dara, Dex. Yeah. Yeah, I like Dexter for his really like chilled vibes. And he's cracked too. Like he's really good at the game. Jeff, incredible insight and just years of knowledge for like the realm or the space. I don't think we win this one since we didn't top deck the Shang-Chi, unfortunately. Because this... 9, it'd be 19. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Nah, not quite. And then Alex, I haven't watched a whole lot of his stuff, but he has a really good vibe as well. And then Dara's that, like his whole aggressive playstyle is so mesmerizing to watch. And how quickly he can kind of think through his lines. Kind of nice seeing a more wholesome streamer and not raging or swearing. Yeah, that's definitely
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
right up my alley. Snap Glazer, yeah. Pulse Glazer, yeah, he's good too. Systolic Jim 97, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm glad to have you here. Love the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So our Spider Ham hits their Blue Marvel, which is a great hit for us. The Peak is an awful hit for us, but could potentially be bad for them as well.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, hitting Blue Marvel was huge, but getting hit by the Peak was also not our peak line. I feel like I'm watching an Old Spice commercial. They have Mobius? Mobius Snap? Yeah. They can have the one. You're my favorite Snap content creator. Glad to have you back in the Snap scene. I'm glad to be back. I didn't know if I was going to be able to. Like, just dealing with some of the, like, somewhat burnout, somewhat just, like, personal stuff going on. I didn't know if I'd be able to come back and if I'd have anyone to come back to. And so I'm very fortunate that we are able to be here and just creating content and still doing, you know, decently well at it. And so I'm very, very grateful for you guys. So the play in the left lane, from what we've seen, we took out their Squirrel Girl. I feel like that has to be an Ant-Man over here. Iceman wouldn't make sense. So we can expect that they're going to fill this one up. I think we cable to try to get one of their big resources potentially. Yeah. Khazar is a huge one. And then if we can Gladiator hit Blue Marvel, then we'll be absolutely stacked. Mogwai, yeah, I've watched a few of his streams. He's another one that kind of wears his feelings on his sleeve. A lot of times he can keep it in check, but there's some times where it's just like all over the place. And so he's always entertaining. That's the big thing. Ooh, the rocks are kind of unfortunate. We do have the Gladiator, depending on what we can hit here. Mobius, okay. Mogwai, yeah. Yeah, he went to Magic the Gathering was the last I saw. Ooh, Ebony Maw in mid is atrocious for him. Now we just have to win here. They don't have Squirrel Girl to push anymore. Oh, I already snapped. I snapped into once we destroyed the Squirrel Girl and pulled their Khazar. I snapped in before the Gladiator play. But no, yeah, this one would definitely be a snap hand. And so I don't like. Blue Marvel pushes us up to 11. Pushes it up to 14. Something like this. I don't think they have another card that can go wide. So I think they have to retreat here.
Victory.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for quitting either. Same thing with I know Rarin played for a while, ended up quitting, and like made a video about why he quit. And I get it from those. They definitely have different lines or different games that they can focus on or want to focus on. So the Lake Hellas in the left, they snap because of the 1-cost cards getting buffed up there. We can potentially rip it away with a magic at some point. I don't think we're scared enough to retreat. Ant-Man there is big. Maybe we fight for the middle location. If we have initiative after this turn, then I think Red Guardian into the Ant-Man is a good idea. Pulling the Mockingbird is also play hard for the other two. At worst, we just abandon left. Yeah, I could see that too. Especially if we like Doc Ock, pull so they don't have that Gilgamesh to go over the top. But I think Gladiator Mill, Gladiator Pull mid. There's so many cards in a wide deck that don't do great against Gladiator. Blue Marvel is beautiful. Probably the best thing we could have grabbed there. And so America Chavez pulls the Ant-Man over, which is kind of unfortunate because they'll be able to play for that middle location this next turn. And then the Hood. So we have initiative. We take out the... Once they stage a card, the Ant-Man bonus won't be Ant-Man. I still want to fight for that location though. But I think maybe it looks more like this. If they play a card there, ooh, they don't. So they're not going for the extra card draw from Asgard. With the Widow's Kiss in the left, they're now locked into the left lane. And so that gives us a finite amount of power that we're fighting against. The Doc Ock, the Iceman hits our Doc Ock, unfortunately. We still don't have magic in the bottom two of our deck, which is so unfortunate. How do we win from there? I think we have to abandon left. I think it becomes something like this. It doesn't matter what we draw next turn because neither of them are going to be great options. Not having magic definitely hurts here. We're going to try this Mockingbird to the right. We could, but I kind of want to see if our Spider Ham will hit like a Gilgamesh or something big. There's the Gilgamesh. Beautiful. The Mobius comes down. Shadow King does right size this, but we could have Spider Hammed to the left, and that would have given us a potential play over here. Yeah, the 9-power Gilgamesh, we have initiative. Yeah, it's a pig now. Oh, and it's free for him. But, I mean, what would they do on top of it? We took out their Blue Marvel, so Khazar would be their other line. Or Eliath, if we haven't seen it yet. But they can play that alongside something else. All right.
Escaped.
We'll take the 4. That puts us down quite a bit. We still have 3 to bring it back. And I'm okay not snapping early on this one because we have 3 health. If we end up retreating, then we're still alive, and it takes 2 off of them each time. So I'm okay letting this one run for just the 2 for now. Mockingbird right was probably winner. It might have been. You might be right. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. That's my biggest blind side, is not paying attention to the cards that we get generated enough. I haven't touched Conquest for a long time. I don't play it a whole lot. A lot of times in like Gold, I'll do a few each season, just enough to get the rewards. And then I pretty much abandon it from there. So I think the middle location becomes really difficult for us to win. Gilgamesh, we would need to pull somewhere else. Their pig is also safe in nowhere. As long as their Iceman doesn't hit our Doc Ock, we're okay on the curve. I think I'm going to Crossbones. Instead of Cable, instead of Red Guardian, I think we use the Crossbones. Get some good power going. We know that they don't have like a Shang-Chi. Mockingbird's big to the right. Kind of think we Doc Ock, pull everything. And then we just need a big way to overcome this left lane. And so Red Guardian is decent. We have the White Widow to potentially clog one of their spots. I think we're okay against the snap. We know their entire deck. The pig symbol is actually Squirrel Girl. So we know what their entire deck is consisting of. Lock them out of left. We could have done that too. The big Gilgamesh. The big red Hulk from the Great Portal. And then Squirrel Girl and Shadow King. We just need to be able to win left now, right? Oh, yeah, the pig symbol is Mobius. But as far as the tracker goes, it's Squirrel Girl. That was the one card that's not showing up here. Do we even need to Shang-Chi right? We can use all of our energy both turns. Something like this. Yeah, we would need, what, 6? 3, 4, 5. Oh no, the ads are going to run. I apologize, guys. I'll slow play it to figure out how this one ends until the ads are done. For whatever reason, running the 1 minute of ads didn't push off or delay the timer. I try to play a few Conquest games each season. Yeah, I typically get the variant, and then I don't play a whole lot of it after that point. So there's no way we can beat it, unfortunately. The Gladiator to the right is fine. We win that right lane if we used all of our energy, or it ties if not. And then no Shang-Chi. Unfortunately. We're going to go ahead and send it, you guys. The ads are done. Yeah. I like the gameplay of Conquest a lot, but the amount of time matches, yeah. Yeah, no, because the Khazar Zoo is really good. We got unlucky on the game where we drew deep into our deck and we needed magic, which lost us a pretty big kind of tempo. And then that last game, not having Shang-Chi definitely hurt as well. And so we have time to run just a little bit more. Make sure we give him the fist bump. That was a good match. The Khazar Gilgamesh deck is really good. Sometimes Mobius ends up being like Rogue if you're seeing a lot of ongoing cards, but it's not super exciting either. All right, I think we run a little bit more of the Black Knight Loki deck. You guys were swearing up and down that it was good. I went 1 and 8. I need to redeem myself. Well, let's build it again. I don't have the code for it. Unfortunately, I deleted it. I have all the searches right here. I'll rebuild it. See if we can do better this time. It's a deck that definitely interests me. Like it's interesting with how many potential play lines it has. That I think it's definitely worth exploring a bit. And what are we missing? Of the Infinite. No guard. Blink, we have Cable. Oh, Black Knight. All right, let's give this a unique avatar. Go Ravona for this one. Ravona and the Loki. We'll give this one a shot one more time. I don't know what it is about my playstyle, but my win rate with Loki is never good. I feel that. I feel that so deeply. Tavern. Interesting. Against Yo Woody. You run into this mess. All right. Are you keeping track of total wins and losses? I haven't been. So as soon as I load up this deck again, our RNG goes crazy. In the wrong direction. I haven't been. I know that we lost a lot. I know my relative rank from when I started, but that's about it. Any Ego games today? No, I haven't seen Ego in quite a while. If we see Ego, then we definitely snap it. I don't want to give them any information about what kind of deck we're running. We could also just Loki, see what they're doing. Since we don't have a way to discard the Infinite, unless we drew it next turn, we could Lady Sif, Ghost Rider, resummon the Infinite. But I also like the information that Loki could potentially give us. Let's go Loki here. Ooh, they have a Beta Ray. Very bright avatar. Or very bright variant. So we have the Jane Foster. Black Widow could be kind of nice.
Opponent snapped.
Black Widow, we replay Loki, but unless they have a way to deal with the Beta Ray, I think it's tough. Because they have initiative here, so they'll get a Jane Foster down before we can... If we had initiative, I would stay. Because we could White Widow before Jane Foster, they wouldn't draw anything. But since we don't, I think we're going to jump out.
Escaped.
Thunderer, what about Hawk? Like run a Hawk deck. Real Raptor, should I be keeping track of my overall losses and wins during a stream? Typically switch decks so often. Like I track the individual ones with Untapped. But outside of that, I just kind of let them go. If it's helpful, I could always like add some text above the deck tracker. And update it in between each game. Would be fun to know how many wins and losses you got. We could. I used to do it whenever I streamed over on YouTube, and there were a couple times where people would just jump to this end to see if I gained or lost cubes overall, and then would crap talk on me about it. So we do have Valentina. We have Ghost Rider to resummon a discarded card. So if we get Lady Sif, then that's really good for us. We also want to try to maybe deactivate Bar Sinister. Is there currently a deck tracker available for iOS? I don't think so. I think both Android and iOS kind of got broken with a couple of patches. So I don't think there's anything that's currently out there for iOS, unfortunately. I think I'm going to do Snow Guard. Instead of the Loki, we deactivate these locations. That way we can play for Bar Sinister, or whatever they play won't get copied. Yeah, the Android tracker died too, which is something that I used to use quite a bit of. And unfortunately, it doesn't work anymore. So I like Quinjet, Valentina both into Danger Room. We might end up going Loki if we need to next turn as like a Hail Mary. But Quinjet is going to reduce the cable, a Snowguard Bear, and whatever Valentina creates, which is a giant Giganto. Baron Zemo comes down in mid, pulling Nico, which is not something that they wanted, I'm sure. Then our Lady Sif does come down on 5. We could Lady Sif, pull back into the Infinite with Ghost Rider. We have the really cheap Giganto, which I think is it would be a miss to play in the left lane. So I kind of think it's this. Cable will steal a card. We are going to push power into the left lane so they'll know if they can beat us or not. A Shang-Chi over there would win. But we're going to be putting out tempo or initiative. So it's a mill deck that just looks like maybe they didn't get an early mill. Ghost Rider's unfortunate. Their Doc Ock turns into Spectrum, which is also unfortunate. Our Cable ends up hitting Gladiator. What's it going to transform into?
We are the future.
Magneto, which I guess is okay. Now they're going to have to fight for both left and right. They could have Shang-Chi and maybe something else. Why did Nico trigger straight away? It's one of the interactions. It should be after the next card that was played, but technically Nico's on reveal happens before Zemo's finished being played. And so it triggers in real time because it's assuming, because when Zemo pulls the card, it's activating its effect, but it doesn't finalize until that card's been fully played and staged. And so while it's being played and staged, Nico's effect triggers, and then Baron Zemo's is what finishes off. We have the Gladiator, but I'm not sure that it's great because it pulls something from their deck. I think I'd rather go like Lady Sif here. Then we'll see. Yeah. So it's saying that Zemo is the card that was being played after the Nico. Okay, so the Nocturne move mid into the peak. They have a big card that they're playing into mid as well, I assume. Shang-Chi. Okay, Shang-Chi wins left. It depends on how big this middle location card is. Shadow King doesn't do it. It has to be a 2 cost. Jeff doesn't do it either. We will take the 2.
Victory.
It's good to grab a win with the deck for once. Because it looks like it has some really... It mitigates the potential downside of the bad RNG. But it's just... My RNG was worse. Croquet, you said, hey TLSG, welcome back to streaming. Long-time YouTube viewer here. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day. And I'm glad to have you. Glad to be streaming again. It's something that I've been really enjoying, and that's why I'm going to be live pretty much all week. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good, Zero Youth. I'm doing fantastic. We've had a really good, lengthy stream, but it's been a good one. And we're going to be live again tomorrow for pretty much all day. And so I'm going to be live for Arishem's release, which is going to be one of the first cards that I'm live when it comes out, instead of recording the video. I'm going to be looking to do like Steam highlights, so we're going to be playing some pretty quick games. But I have an Arishem build that I think will be pretty good right when it comes out. Sorry if I missed it earlier, but any update on the full-time streaming? So we have it's a hefty goal, but I have a sub goal that I've been able to negotiate with my wife that if I can hit that, then we'll make the transition. And so it's 1,250, which is really, really big, especially for the size of my stream. But that was what was needed to get her buy-in. So we're going to stream hard for this week, and then we're going to be picking up where we can. On the following Monday after this next week, I'm actually being called to return to office. And so content creation would be tough. I'd still be able to do on Fridays because I'll be off on Fridays for the rest of the summer. But Yeah, so it gets kind of tough. Murky, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us ever so
welcome. It took you
much
long enough.
closer to that 1,250 sub goal. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day. So we get the Lady Sif here. I think we do Jubilee. The only bad hit would end up being Ghost Rider, and I'm okay with that one potential downside. We could also potentially pull Infinite, which would be good. Quinjet. The greatest enemy of dreams, wives. Well, it also needs to be viable. Like I don't want to. We don't want to trade a decent job for something that ends up putting us into like where we can't afford to pay for the things we need. I want to make sure I can take care of my daughter. So Blink rotates the Jubilee. But if it's still in the deck, it hits Infinite guaranteed. And that's if, because they have been pulling from our deck. I think we blink and see. When do we usually get the video for the next season? They're off this week, which is... So it'd probably be towards like the end of this week. It may just be set to go live later on this week, I would assume. I think it's usually a day or two before the season starts. And so they had the Lady Sif with the Black Knight. What did they end up pulling? Blink. We did get the Infinite mid, which is big. No cards have been destroyed. We could... Table... Human Torch, Blink. Gives us quite a bit of power in the left lane. It'd be that or trying to guarantee that the White Tiger went to the left. I think this is what we're going to go with. We're going to lock it in, see if we can bring home the left lane. They're going to have to fight for 3 of the locations. Even with Loki and the Quinjet, maybe we can overpower that. The Jubilee switch was unfortunate. Lady Sif discarded their Ebony Blade. Brings it back in the right lane. So they win the right. Can they win mid? Because we have the left lane locked in. No guard. No, not quite. Just barely. Even with the Blink rotation being awful, we were able to pull it home. Just barely. By 1 point. But sometimes that's where you get the big cubes. Venom mid, Phoenix Forcer laugh. That could have been that could have been pretty funny. See if we resummon the Infinite. Stefan, I do kind of like that line. Had I seen it, we may have went with it. Any particular card you're excited for with the release of July? Or with the leaks of July? Several of the Spider-Man cards look interesting. I don't think those are July, though. Is July the Spider season? It's not the Deadpool. Not the Deadpool one, right? That's August? I have to see what next season is. Next season... Oh, is Hydra? Ajax and Copycat. I think Hydra's interesting. I don't think it's going to be super strong, maybe. Like, just the initial looking at it, I think it'll be an interesting card because they changed it to interact with the snaps instead of like if you're losing that location. You're playing Dex? Ooh, we better give them a little bit more attention. And so we pulled their Iron Fist. We destroyed their Vulture, which is great. We do have Lady Sif and Ghost Rider and the Infinite. So let's go Lady Sif mid. We have Ghost Rider to resummon. We've taken away a few of their move pieces, which I think is good. The dagger's kind of scary, though. And then I think Copycat could be kind of fun. Yeah, Gwenpool I'm excited about. I think she'll maybe make a hand buff deck a possibility. Potentially. So Ghost Rider resummon the Infinite. We have Loki if we want to go crazy on the last turn, or something like Agent Coulson, Nico, Agent Coulson, Quinjet if we draw it. Could be good. Our Blink isn't going to give us any kind of value. because we've drawn our entire like upper hand. What a day for Snap. We go against each other quite often. Without the Iron Fist, the only way they go right is with Ghost Spider. They have the Miles Morales down. They'd have to go really big with the dagger. Kind of like maybe Agent Coulson, or we stage like a Loki Iron Fist and hope for something good. Would imagine it copies Green Goblin or something. It could be bad, but I think it's definitely has some good potential, because then you have that element of surprise that the opponent doesn't know what card you pulled. It doesn't know how big. Like, it could end up being something gigantic like Hawk, and then you have that element of surprise. It could be Devil Dino, whatever it ends up being. So you have a big element of surprise on him. I don't really like the Loki, though. It drains us of so many big resources. I think we go like this. We're going to go Agent Coulson, and then we'll drop a few other things. Table on 2, Copycat on T3. Yeah, it could be a lot of one-sided information, you're right. The Hercules does come down. The dagger is going to be massive, unfortunately. But do they have a way to fight for an additional location, I think is the biggest question. They do have Cloak,
Hey, welcome.
so they can move it if they
long
decide to. JF, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Really excited to have you here. Spider, they could be going for just like a fake out. We have their Vulture, or their Vulture got destroyed. Iron Fist is not going to go anywhere, or they don't have Iron Fist. They've already dropped their Ghost Spider. A Living Tribunal, but that doesn't, I don't think, win it for them unless it's like Cloak or Hercules plus Cloak. Hercules plus Cloak could be scary. We're going to lock this in. Unless they have a way to spread that into multiple lanes, I think we'd be okay. I think we would lose to a Living Tribunal, though. You guys need to read Copycat again? When you draw this, steal the text. From the bottom. Yeah, so whenever you draw it, you don't have to play it out. You just get that information. Spider mid. Do we spider mid? Just in case. I'm gonna stick to this. Spider-Man will move left. Yeah. So Spider-Man will move left because of the Iron Fist since we staged last turn. So I think it is a good amount of information. Copycat's probably the one I look forward to the most. Outside of, I think Gwynpool is pretty high up there. But I think Copycat, Ajax, I'm not really sure I can think of a good way to make him work consistently yet. I think that'll be one that I won't... Wait, did it say I roped? Why did it say ran out of time? Look at the dagger to the right. The double drop in the left. Is it going to be bigger than the 10? Is going to be the biggest piece. Yeah, we are able to... Ooh. Ooh. What a finishing play. We will lose the point differential, right? That was a big Nico spell, pushing it over to the right. Which gave the move into Hercules, the Human Torch. Huge one. I had locked in that turn. I'm not sure why it said ran out of time. Yeah, Cassandra Nova is also going to be a really cool one. But no, definitely Hercules creates some really fun interactions that I haven't been able to explore. I'm excited to try out after tomorrow. But it does look like that is... I have a meeting in 4 minutes that I'll have to jump onto. So it does look like it's going to be time to raid over into somebody. Is there anybody that you guys prefer? I typically try to keep it someone relatively small, but I'm going to run a quick a quick set of ads real fast to make sure that we're over that limit that Twitch has set for me. And then, not Dexter. Dexter's already really, really big. And so I'll take a look. We're gonna run the ads, and then we're gonna look for someone to raid. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a fantastic stream. I can't wait to do it again tomorrow. I've never watched Sizer. We could always send you over to Yo Woody. They're always really good, high quality gameplay. I know that I've watched them a few times before. They've only been live a couple hours. So we'll go ahead and start the raid over there. And thank you guys again for being just incredible, being here, enjoying the content. I couldn't continue to do this without you guys. So I hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your evening, and I'll see you guys back tomorrow.
Oh shit. TLSG with the raid. Thank you for the raid, TLSG.